Chapter 1 Shields Town. Hey, can you still hold on? The scorching sun seemed to evaporate all the water on the earth. At this time, in the execution ground of the Marine base, two young men were tied to wooden stakes. One of the men with green hair and a green turban looked at the man next to him who was about to fall asleep and shouted loudly. At this time, another man heard the sound, slowly opened his eyes, turned his head to the green-haired man, and said with a tired look on his face, "Don't worry, Suode, I can do it." Then the man lowered his head again, as if he had fainted. Hearing the man's answer, the green-haired man breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect that the handsome boy in front of me, who looked very handsome and didn't look like a man, could persist for so long, but luckily he was fine. At this time, the handsome man's heart was also extremely complicated. I thought it was a dream, but I didn't expect that I actually traveled through time. I can't hold on anymore, but how can I embarrass myself in front of my idol? The handsome man named Xiaoling was originally just an ordinary otaku and an avid fan of One Piece. He is so enthusiastic about One Piece that he wants to travel to this world every day. Unexpectedly, his wish came true. Ding! I feel the host's mood swings, and the mood value +1. Hearing the voice in his head, Xiaoling felt a little comforted. Not only did he travel through time, but he also benefited from the vast number of time travelers. System. After several days of research, he had already figured out the system. The name of this system is the Super Emotion System. You can obtain emotional values in exchange for character cards from other worlds, thereby gaining the abilities of the card characters. Through Xiaoling's observation, he found that emotions are worthy of acquisition not through others, but through his own inner emotional fluctuations. For example, his anger, fright, happiness, etc. can all obtain a certain share of emotional value. This system may not be very useful for other people with Shisui's heart, but it is just right for Xiaoling. Because he used to be known as a coward in school, particularly prone to mood swings. As for why he was tied here with Zoro, it was because as an avid sea fan, he had just traveled through time and saw his favorite characters, so how could he not be enthusiastic about getting close to the idol? The result was obvious: he was captured by Beelzebub, the son of Marine Colonel Monka, as an accomplice of the pirate hunter Zoro. But fortunately he awakened the system, otherwise he might have died the next day. And when he traveled through time, he looked exactly the same as he did when he was on Blue Star. This made Xiaoling very angry. He originally hated his appearance as a boy or a girl. So many days have passed. According to the original work, I should be able to see Luffy soon. Thinking of this, Xiaoling's eyes were filled with enthusiasm. Ding! I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +1. Ding! I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +1. Ding! I feel the host's mood swings, and the mood value +1. Congratulations to host, the emotional value has exceeded 1000. Do you want to enable character drawing? Xiaoling looked at the interface in front of her that only she could see, and her emotions became excited again. Ding! I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +1. Turn on. Character card drawing has finally been enabled. Some time ago, he could only purchase satiety points through the system mall to maintain his physical strength. Now that the card drawing system has begun, he can finally get rid of the title of 5 scum. In view of the fact that host draws cards for the first time, this system will give host a golden 10 draw card in a row. Whether to enable it or not. Enable. Hey, I am indeed the chosen one. Let's start 10 draws in a row. At this time, in front of Xiaoling, a huge turntable appeared on the system page, and the turntable began to rotate. Congratulations to host, for getting the green card, SpongeBob SquarePants. Congratulations to host, you got the green card, Big Big Wolf. Congratulations to host, for getting the golden card, Orochimaru. Congratulations to the host, you got the green card, Kidney treasure tablets ×3. Congratulations to host, you got the golden card and pheasant sword. Congratulations to host, you got the white card, Super Poseidon type barbecue ×3. SpongeBob? Big Grey Wolf? 2 pieces of gold? I'm really lucky. The cards have been put into the host system backpack and can be accessed at any time. The pheasant sword and Orochimaru are both golden cards. The 2 cards come from the same world. It seems that God wants me to have Orochimaru's abilities. Xiaoling knew Orochimaru's ability. As an otaku, how could he not have seen such a masterpiece as Hokage Ninja? It's just that he doesn't like Orochimaru, he's gloomy, but compared to Big Wolf and SpongeBob SquarePants, Orochimaru is a lot more reliable. System: bound Orochimaru card ability. Host prompts that character card binding is unique. Bind. Only? The only thing you mean is that you can only bind one character card. Yes, once the character card is bound, it cannot be changed, and no character cards will be drawn in the future. Xiaoling thought for a while and opened the system wall. The value of golden card fragments is 100,000 emotional points. We don't know how many fragments are needed to synthesize a complete card. However, if you draw a prize for 1,000 emotional points, the chance of the system drawing a golden card or fragment is 1 in 10,000. This is too cheating. It smells a bit like a goose factory. Xiaoling thought for a while. Forget it, I still don't like Orochimaru's abilities. Let's see if there are abilities that I like in the future. Ding, I feel the host's mood swings, and the mood value +1. Oh, that's okay. Zoro on the side looked at Xiaoling next to him, who was sometimes happy and sometimes sad, feeling a little strange. Isn't this guy out of his mind? Xiaoling, are you okay? The 2 of them had already exchanged names. Xiaoling came back to his senses, looked at Zoro, and replied, "It's okay, I was just thinking, will Uncle Bellum really let us go?" Zoro also fell silent. He was also betting, but in fact he didn't have the confidence in his heart. But it's useless to say anything now, they have been tied up. Hopefully he's a man of his word. At this time, 2 heads poked out from the wall in front of the 2 of them. Coming. Xiaoling's inner emotions kept fluctuating, and the system prompts kept ringing. Finally here, Straw Hat Luffy. Xiaoling's eyes seemed to have stars popping up as he looked at the man wearing a straw hat on the wall. That's right, absolutely right. Hey! You 2 are an eyesore, get out of here. Zoro's words drew Xiaoling's attention back. Suoda is really unruly now, but this is Suoda. At this moment, a little girl stuck her head out on the wall. Then the little girl looked around and found that there was no marine around. She slowly climbed down from the wall and came to Xiaoling and Zoro. This person is the little girl Zoro helped, Rika. Sister, brother, are you hungry? I brought you rice balls. Ljia lifted the 2 rice balls and placed them in front of Xiaoling and Zoro. They are 2 big brothers. I am not a sister. Forget it, Ljia, come and let me have a taste of your craftsmanship. Xiaoling was not polite. When the little girl saw this, she smiled and put a rice dumpling in her hand into Xiaoling's mouth. Well, it's really sweet and not really tasty. However, this was the first meal in this world that Xiaoling had eaten, so Xiaoling still swallowed it. It's delicious. Xiaoling said with a smile. Hey, do you want to die? Why don't you get out of here? Zoro said fiercely. No, this little girl will die. Kobo exclaimed looking at Zoro's performance. Just then, a young man with a chin like a butt walked over followed by several marines. Hey, what are you doing? Bellamab walked up to the little girl. Is this a rice ball? The man grabbed the rice ball and put it in his mouth. Pfft, it's so sweet, idiot, you need to add salt to the rice balls. When the little girl heard the scolding, there were a few tears in her eyes. But I think it tastes best if it's sweet. UBD, throw this little girl out! Bellamab shouted. Marine on the side looked at Lgia, and then couldn't bear it, so he said, she's just a little girl. Bellamab looked at Marine with a threatening look in his eyes. Do you want me to tell my father? Marine nodded helplessly, picked up the little girl, and couldn't bear it, so he whispered in the little girl's ear. Hold your head. Later, the little girl was thrown out by Marine, but just like in the original work, the little girl was rescued by Luffy and was not harmed. Kobo, who was watching this from the side, was a bit incredulous. Is this really Marine? Why is this happening? Puff. Bellamibo first attacked Zoro a few times. Seeing that Zoro didn't make any sound, he felt a little unhappy, and then punched Xiaoling in the abdomen. Ding! I feel the host's mood swings, and the mood value +1. Why should I be beaten too? Xiaoling's physique was not that of Zoro's, and this punch directly knocked out the rice dumpling he had just eaten. You actually eat secretly? Bellamiber said, looking at the rice balls he spat out. Since you eat secretly, I will punish you in advance. Immediately afterwards, Bellamibo punched him a few more times. The fists kept falling on Xiaoling's body. Although his body was in pain, his mind became sober. This is a real world. People in this world have abnormal physiques, and these punches almost killed him. Puff. A mouthful of blood spat out from Xiaoling's mouth. Ha 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 ha, you loser, how can you be so inexperienced? Master, I am too strong, ha 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 ha. Then he taunted a few more words, turned around and left, and told the two of them that their sentences were coming. Hey, Xiaoling, are you okay? Zoro's eyes were a little worried. After all, this guy was imprisoned because of himself. It's okay. Xiaoling's voice was hoarse. But Zoro also breathed a sigh of relief. It's better not to die. In the end, Zoro ate the rice ball on the ground, and after Luffy and the two left, Xiaoling, who was bleeding profusely, felt his life passing by. No, you will die if you do this. I just came here, how could I die so easily? Xiaoling knew that he was just an ordinary person. If there was a real fight, he might be killed by mistake with one shot. He can't die. System. Here I am. Fusion Orochimaru card. Ding, host is about to fuse character cards Orochimaru, gold. Are you sure? Sure. Chapter 2 The snake spits me out. The snake spits out the sword. Following the system prompts, Xiaoling felt her body begin to change. It was discovered that host also possesses the pheasant sword card. Congratulations to host for obtaining the exclusive skill. Exclusive skills. So does card matching have exclusive skills? Xiaoling looked at the system layout. Orochimaru's exclusive skill. I spit out snakes, snakes spit out me, I spit out swords, snakes spit out swords. Holy shit, I didn't expect to be the first to awaken such a skill. Then Xiaoling sighed. This is a life-saving method no matter what. Ding, card fusion is completed. Host, Xiaoling. Character card, Orochimaru, gold. Card level, 1. Card skill, software. Equipment card, pheasant sword, gold. Equipment skill, snake sword, IM1. Card level, 1. Auxiliary card, none. Combat power rating, C. Congratulations on turning over and becoming a big fish. System, why am I still so weak even after I fused the cards? Orochimaru's strength can't be that weak, right? The card level is too low, please host to increase the card level. What the hell, do cards have levels? Yes, there are 10 levels of cards in total. Once you reach level 9, you can unlock all the cards' skills. Wait a minute, you said there are 9 levels to unlock all skills, what about level 10? Host will surpass the power of the card itself. Xiaoling pondered. He can understand this software skill. At this time, Xiaoling felt that his body was extremely soft. It was now easy for him to break away from the rope, and then a shout appeared in Xiaoling's ears. Rubber rubber, rocket launcher. Xiaoling suddenly felt a figure flying over in front of him, and his mind immediately withdrew from the system world. Suoda, what happened? TCH, my name is Zoro, not Soda. Zoro said helplessly, what kind of nickname is this? Xiaoling smiled sheepishly. I had been accustomed to this name before, and the next second Xiaoling spoke again. Zoro, what flew by just now? Oh, you're talking about him. Just when you were unconscious, that guy came over again and wanted me to be his companion. That guy? Zoro nodded and said, that's the guy with the straw hat. Luffy is here? He missed such a classic scene? Ding, I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +6. After a while, Xiaoling came out of sadness and spoke again. Zoro, are we leaving here? Zoro nodded firmly. Now that things have happened, there is no other way. He must live to complete his goal. Pirates might not be bad either. Zoro looked at the sky, his will became stronger. After a while, Kobo ran over quickly, came to Zoro's side and started to help him untie the rope, but due to nervousness, the progress was not ideal. How on earth are we going to get this open? While Kobo was busy, Colonel Menka had already led his people to the execution ground. How could it be so fast? Kirby looked at the Marines and said in surprise. Colonel Menka looked at Kirby, who was about to untie the rope, with a trace of murderous intent in his eyes. Want to run? He then looked at the other Marines and shouted. Young men, execute them immediately. Feeling Colonel Menka's anger, the Marines swallowed. Finally, they all raised their guns and pointed them at the three people. If I remember correctly, Luffy will suddenly come down to block the bullet at this time. As an avid sea fan, he is very clear about the plot and has studied it deeply. Shot. When they heard the word shoot, Kobo and Zoro had a hint of fear in their eyes, but Xiaoling didn't show any fear at all. Bump. 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 The moment the gun was activated, Luffy jumped down with 3 knives. The bullets had no effect on Luffy's body, and the rubber fruit's ability was fully exerted. It's useless, ha 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 ha. The next moment, all the bullets were bounced away. What kind of monster is this guy? The Marines looked at Luffy with a hint of fear in their eyes. At this time, Luffy ignored Marine and came to Zoro. I didn't know which knife was yours, so I took them all. Zoro looked at his beloved sword and smiled, saying, these 3 swords are mine. I am a 3-sword style. Untie the rope for me. Luffy, Zoro, can you care about me? A crisp and neutral male voice came from the side, it was Xiaoling. The 3 of them looked at the man aside at the same time. Maid, why am I the one who gets hurt? Xiaoling's legs and arms were all covered with bullet wounds. Luffy only blocked Zoro and Kirby's bullets, but did not block the bullets fired at Xiaoling. Are you okay? Zoro looked at the bullet holes in the man's body and felt worried. Do you think I'm fine? Feeling the pain, Xiaoling felt like crying but had no tears. Why was this happening? Didn't he have the aura of a protagonist? Or is it that Luffy's aura as a protagonist doesn't protect me now? Ding, I feel the host's mood swings, mood value +1. Well, let's try out the new ability. Under the gaze of Zoro, Luffy, Kobo, and all the Marines, Xiaoling's mouth began to open wide. Is this guy also a monster? A Marine said with a trembling voice. Ah! So awesome! Luffy looked at Xiaoling's changes, with stars in his eyes. This! Zoro and Kobo looked incredulous. Xiaoling's mouth became very big, and a new Xiaoling was spit out from his mouth. The sticky liquid covering Xiaoling's body made him very uncomfortable, but the pain in his body had disappeared. He looked back at the layer of skin he had shed. Ding! I feel the host's mood swings, mood value +1. How can there be such a disgusting move? Hey? Why is everyone looking at me? Xiaoling looked around and found that everyone's eyes were on him. At this time, Xiaoling felt as if his body was chilly, and the breeze was cool. Shit, I clearly remember that Orochimaru had clothes after he shed his skin. It turned out that after Xiaoling shed his skin, he was completely naked. She's such a beautiful girl, why is there such a huge thing under her? There was some surprise in all the Marines' eyes. You are a man, said Kobe. Yeah, I said I'm not a man. Xiaoling was speechless. He had long been accustomed to his appearance. Xiaoling quickly tore off the clothes on his skin. Although he felt a little ashamed, as a grown man, he did not have much emotional fluctuations. Kill them. When Colonel Monka saw this calm scene, he knew he couldn't wait any longer. If Zoro escaped, it would be a big trouble. Since guns are useless, just kill them with knives. The Marines were forced to attack, but they didn't really want to fight these monsters. At this point everyone rushed towards the tied-up Zoro. Because of what happened just now, the Marines were frightened by Xiaoling's monstrous behavior. They now felt that the tied-up Zoro was the easiest to bully. At the critical moment, Zoro finally broke free from the ropes and used 3 knives to block the Marines' actions. Amazing! You are worthy of being called Zode. Xiaoling's eyes sparkled as he looked at Zoro with 3 swords. He was so handsome. Get lost! Bump! The murderous look in Zoro's eyes made the Marines think they were provoking a wild beast. What kind of monsters are these 3? Why would they fight these monsters? At this moment, the system's voice popped up in Xiaoling's mind. Ding! Release system task. Task. Xiaoling looked at the system page. Defeat an enemy. Reward, card experience x10. Card experience. Xiaoling looked at his character card. Orochimaru, gold. Experience value, 0/100. Kyuzaji sword, gold. Experience value, 0/100. Note, 100 emotion points can be converted into 1 point of experience. Current emotion value, 1019. The 10 consecutive draws just now were given as a gift and did not consume any emotional points. I see. Cards are upgraded based on experience. Once I have enough experience, I will become truly stronger. But can I really defeat a Marine with my current strength? I'm just a nobody. Xiaoling looked at Zoro and Luffy who were fighting, and felt a little scared. Ding! I feel the host's mood swings, mood value +1. I definitely don't dare to do this because I'm timid. At this time, Xiaoling noticed a man with a chin that looked like a butt walking towards him tremblingly with a gun in his hand. Bellamy Bear should also be considered an enemy, right? Xiaoling smiled and found the target. At this time, the Kusanagi sword appeared in his hand. Ding! I feel the host's mood swings, mood value +1. Ding! I feel the host's mood swings, mood value +1. Forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart, Xiaoling rushed towards Bellamy Bear. UBD, take this move from my great sword. Belmere was not on guard at all, and when he saw Xiaoling rushing towards him, his legs began to tremble. He just witnessed Xiaoling's skin shedding. The guy in front of me is a monster. Don't come over here. Belumbo raised the gun and said tremblingly. Seeing a gun pointed at him, Xiaoling was a little scared, but he knew that the guy in front of him would not shoot. Go to hell. Sure enough, when he saw Xiaoling rushing towards him, Bellamy Beau's trembling hands could no longer hold the gun in his hand, and it fell to the ground. Before Xiaoling's sword hit him, Bellamy's pants were already wet and he fainted on the ground. Oh, what a coward! At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Knock down an enemy, Mission completed. Get bonus card experience x10. Whether to use. Add it to Orochimaru's character card. Xiaoling said without any hesitation. Ding! Character card Orochimaru gains 10 experience points. Current experience, 10/100. Xiaoling nodded with satisfaction. He wanted to help Luffy, but when he took a step, he found that his legs were shaking. I'm definitely not shaking because I'm scared. After saying this, Xiaoling just felt a black screen in front of his eyes and then he fainted. Chapter 3 I want to be the deputy captain. It hurts, it hurts. Xiaoling felt as if his acupuncture point had been pricked by a needle. He could no longer bear the pain, so he opened his eyes. Hey! Xiaoling looked at the unfamiliar ceiling with hesitation. Where is this? Kobo beside him was startled by Xiaoling's sudden awakening. You're awake. Xiaoling heard the sound, turned around and saw Kobo with a strange expression. He nodded, then slowly stood up, touched his still aching A-cup ointment, and immediately understood what had happened. Thank you, Kirby. When Kobo heard Xiaoling's thanks, he felt a little embarrassed, lowered his head and said, It's nothing, hee. No, how does he know my name? At this time, Xiaoling looked around and saw Zoro and Luffy eating on the table. Obviously I haven't eaten for a long time, why do you eat more than me? Zoro took a sip of wine and looked at the captain in front of him. Ah, it's because it's so delicious. Luffy said. At this time, the two of them noticed Xiaoling's gaze and turned to look at Xiaoling at the same time. This shocked Xiaoling. Hey? Are you awake? They both said at the same time. Well, I just woke up. Xiaoling looked at his favorite anime character in front of him, and for a moment he seemed ordinary and a little restrained. But it seems that the matter on Marine's side has been resolved. At this time, Xiaoling slowly stood up and walked towards the table full of food. He was also very hungry at this time. Xiaoling walked to the table and stretched out his hand to pick up the food. Just when Xiaoling was about to pick up the meat, an outstretched hand took away the meat in front of him. Xiaoling looked at Luffy who was concentrating on eating, shook his head helplessly, and then wanted to get another piece of meat. A familiar scene happened again. At this time, Zoro watched this scene, took out a piece of meat in front of him and gave it to Xiaoling. Thank you. Xiaoling nodded with a smile. Ding! I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +3. So excited. Soda actually brought me meat to eat. Xiaoling opened her mouth wide and put the meat into her mouth. So delicious. Xiaoling's appetite was not very large. He could already feel full from a piece of meat. Luffy next to him was patting his belly. At this time, he was truly full. Ah! It's delicious. I'm full. Xiaoling looked at Luffy, whose stomach was so swollen that it was surprising, and wanted to see how his stomach could hold so many things. However, he was not familiar with Luffy and did not walk in front of Luffy. Zoro motioned Xiaoling to sit down, then looked at Luffy who had already eaten, and said with a smile, Captain, since you plan to become One Piece, you must already have a lot of crew members, right? How many people do we have now? Luffy nodded, then stretched out 2 fingers and said. 2. What? 2. Zoro's smile became forced. Luffy nodded solemnly once again. You mean it's just you and me? Luffy nodded again. I will find all my partners in the future. I want to be a one-piece man. Zoro covered his face and said helplessly, what about our ship? Luffy pointed to the side outside the window. That's our ship, but I will get a big ship in the future and have my own pirate flag. Xiaoling looked at Luffy who was drawing cakes and couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. Sure enough. Suoda is the starting gift package. Zoro covered his face again, he should have thought of it. At this time Zoro looked at Xiaoling who had woken up and asked, what are your plans for the future? After all, Xiaoling was locked up for so long because of him. Ding! I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +1. Xiaoling shook his head and said expressionlessly. I don't know where to go yet. It would be nice to be a pirate. Luffy, please invite me, please invite me. Ding! I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +3. Zoro nodded, glanced at Luffy, and said, since we don't have a crew yet, why not bring this guy with us? Luffy glanced at Xiaoling and nodded without hesitation. Of course, your name is Xiaoling, right? Can you be my partner? Luffy saw Xiaoling's skin-peeling performance, and he was very interested. Xiaoling pretended to be thoughtful. Wow, click, 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 Lao Zi succeeded in chasing stars. Of course, but can I be your first officer? This time it was Luffy's turn to be lost in thought. What is a vice captain? Can it be eaten? Zoro on the side looked at Xiaoling, but he didn't expect this guy to have such an idea. But it doesn't matter to him, he just wants to accomplish his goal. Xiaoling knew Luffy very well. At this time, he said to Luffy, Luffy, how about I show you a magic trick? What magic? The one that crawls out of the mouth. Ding! I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +1. Xiaoling shook her head helplessly. Then he opened the system warehouse. Ding! Extract Super Poseidon type barbecue ×1. Damn, it's so heavy. A huge barbecue suddenly appeared in Xiaoling's hand. It was as big as half a bar and filled the bar. Wow, it smells so good. Luffy smelled the aroma, opened his mouth wide, and took a bite of the meat. Wow! So delicious! Xiaoling smiled. Ding! I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +1. Then, Luffy, can I be the deputy captain? Luffy nodded excitedly. Hey, aren't you already full? But this meat is so delicious. When Xiaoling heard the answer he was satisfied with, he took out the knife next to him and took a bite of the meat. This tastes really good. The products produced by the system must be high quality. Xiaoling was a little lucky. If it were the future, it would be very difficult to get on Luffy's ship, let alone the deputy captain. Now all you need is a piece of barbecue to get it done. I, Xiaoling, will be the future vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Ding! I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +6. Ding! I feel the host's mood swings, and the mood value is +8. I really want to meet Nami, Robin, and the others. I'm definitely not coveting beauty, I just want to meet the real Miss Nami on behalf of the vast number of sea fans. Ding! I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +10. Not only Luffy, but also people in the bar started eating this huge piece of barbecue. It's so delicious. At this moment, a group of Marines entered the bar, and the leader stood up, looked at Luffy and the others and said, although thank you for saving our town and defeating Colonel Monka, as pirates you cannot stay here. Xiaoling and others looked at Marine. Hey, they are our benefactors, how can we drive them away? Said a man who was aggrieved for Luffy and others. Zoro and Luffy looked at each other, then looked at Xiaoling. In that case, let's get out of here. Xiaoling followed the two of them, preparing to leave. At this time, Captain Marine looked at Kirby and said, hey, are you going to abandon your companions? Then, Xiaoling saw a scene between Luffy and Kirby. Watching it up close was much better than watching it on TV. Salute. With the whole town sending them off, Luffy and the three finally left the town. Xiaoling looked at the boundless sea. This was the first time in his 2 lives that he had seen the sea. The salty sea breeze, is this the legendary taste of freedom? Where are we going next? Zoro asked, looking at Luffy. Going to the Grand Line. Luffy seemed to have a few big words written on his face. Of course. As expected of Luffy. Maybe Luffy doesn't even know where the Grand Line is. Xiaoling smiled, this must be Luffy's charm. I'm so hungry, Xiaoling, is there any meat left? Xiaoling shook his head and looked at the boundless sea without saying anything. The boat couldn't bear the weight of such a big piece of meat. If it was taken out, it would capsize the boat, and Luffy couldn't swim. What would they do? Ah, there's nothing we can do about it. Luffy's spirit became weak. Hey, Luffy, you just ate a few hours ago, right? Are you hungry so soon? Zoro said. Luffy nodded, indicating that he was really hungry. Zoro had no choice but to ignore this captain who seemed extremely unreliable. At this time, Luffy looked at the sky, and a small bird that didn't look very big flew right in the sky where they were. How about we bake it? Luffy pointed to the sky and said to Zoro and Xiaoling. Before they could answer, Luffy's hand had already lengthened and was resting on the wooden pole of the sail. Rubber, bazooka. Zoro looked at the sky, and then saw Luffy flying into the sky, and suddenly felt something was wrong. Help! Luffy's voice calling for help came from the sky. Hey, no way! Zoro said in surprise as he looked at Luffy, who was bitten into his mouth by the so-called bird. Luffy! Then Zoro and Xiaoling began to shake the oars of the boat crazily, chasing Luffy in the sky. The speed of the boat increased, constantly chasing the giant beast in the sky. Help! Help us! At this time, several people who fell into the water saw Xiaoling and Zoro coming and started shouting frantically. How could it happen? There will be people in trouble at this time. Feed you guys and find a way to get up on your own. Oh, free labor is coming, Xiaoling thought. I don't want to do such a tiring thing as rowing. As expected, the three pirates boarded the ship intending to threaten the two of them, but like the original work, they were taught a lesson by Zoro and became Xiaoling and Zoro's labor force. Hey, you two, speed up. It's all your fault that we two lost track of our captain. Xiaoling touched his chin and said with a smile. Ding, I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +1. Are these mood swings? It is detected that host feels a strong sense of stimulation at this time. Stimulate? Well, giving orders to three big men is indeed quite exciting. Although the three pirates don't think Xiaoling, a girl, is very strong, they do know Zoro behind him. That's a real beast. Next, we will meet the man with the strongest conqueror's luck. That person is one of the people who can stand at the top of the world in the future, Buggy the Clown King. However, I would rather see Nami soon. Ding, I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +1. On the other side, Luffy has successfully landed, although the way he landed is a bit weird. Like the original work, he meets Nami, the future navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates. But now Nami hates pirates very much. In the end, Luffy was kidnapped by Nami and went to meet the big pirate in the East Daxia Sea. Buggy. Chapter 4 Buggy the Clown. Hey, Zoro, are you sure you've chosen the right path? Xiaoling looked at Zoro, who looked confident and felt a little scared. Let Zuoda lead the way? What a joke! Of course, I saw him fall with my own eyes. Zoro said confidently. Xiaoling shook his head helplessly. In the original book, Zoro found Luffy at this time. Didn't he awaken the Luffy attribute at this time? Xiaoling, what do you mean by that look of distrust on your face? Zoro was a little angry and didn't believe the way he pointed out. Ah, it's okay, let's go. On the other side, the cannon was already aimed at Luffy, and all the members of the Buggy Pirates looked excited. Hey, Nami, hurry up and blow him up. A pirate said to Nami. At this time, Nami was hesitating. Although she hated pirates, she seemed to be different about the person in front of her, and he indirectly saved her. If he lights a fire, how can he be worthy of her conscience? Young newcomer, you can't do this well, let me do it. At this time, a pirate grabbed the match from Nami's hand and walked towards the cannon. Just when the flame of the match was about to ignite the cannon, Nami couldn't bear it any longer and instantly assembled the stick in his hand and knocked down the pirate with one blow. Oops! Nami felt a little bad, because now all the pirates in the buggy pirates were looking at her, and her actions would definitely make everyone in the buggy pirates suspicious. I'm sorry. Nami bowed to the pirates. But how could Buggy be a fool? He shouted at Nami, is it okay to just say sorry? Nami. At this time, Luffy, who was tied up, saw the cannon's line of fire being ignited, and shouted, "Ah, the cannon is lit." At this time, everyone's eyes were attracted by Luffy's voice, and they looked at the cannon. All the pirates showed excited expressions. At this moment, Nami suddenly rushed out and grabbed the cannon's line of fire. Nami breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the line of fire extinguished by her. This scene was seen by Buggy. He was already angered by Nami's behavior and shouted to Nami, "There must be a limit to fooling people. Little girl, please kill her." On the side, Xiaoling and Zoro have arrived. When Xiaoling saw this scene, he took out the pheasant sword first. This was not the first time Zoro saw Xiaoling's sword. Feeling the cold light on the sword, he said, "Is this weapon of yours a sword?" Xiaoling shook his head and said, "You can understand it as a double-edged sword. In our hometown, it is called a sword. Double-edged." Zoro originally wanted to say something, but Nami was already in crisis at this time, and he rushed forward instantly. But Xiaoling on the side stopped. "That's Zoro and Luffy. It shouldn't matter whether I go or not, right?" Xiaoling had hesitated. He could feel his legs trembling, and he was struggling inside, as if the sword in his hand was a decoration. "Xiaoling, you are such a coward. But there are so many of them, and I can only defeat ordinary soldiers. If I go there, I will die." Just when Xiaoling was struggling, Zoro successfully rescued Nami. Xiaoling knew that she couldn't be so scared, so she ran to Luffy's side while holding back her trembling legs. "Luffy, are you okay?" Luffy saw Xiaoling's arrival and shook his head. "I'm fine, I'm just a little hungry," Luffy said blankly. Buggy saw Zoro and said excitedly, "Pirate Hunter Zoro. You are here to capture me, right?" He now wants a chance to become famous in the East Daxia Sea, and killing Pirate Hunter Zoro is a good choice. Xiaoling looked at the person who asked Zoro. He had a red nose and funny clothes. He was definitely the clown Buggy. I wonder if Buggy's red nose is real or fake. Xiaoling's voice was very low. But today's scene is very quiet, and even small sounds can be heard clearly by them. And this red nose is a taboo for the clown Buggy. Upon hearing these three words, Buggy's eyes immediately shifted from Zoro to Xiaoling, and roared, "What? Kid, say it again." Xiaoling was frightened by Buggy's murderous intent and blurted out "Red nose" again. "Damn you little devil!" All members of the Buggy Pirates quickly moved away from Buggy, knowing that Captain Buggy was about to go crazy. Their captain hated it when people said that about him. "Go to hell." I saw a flying knife appear on Buggy's hand, and the next moment his hand separated from his body, holding the flying knife and rushing towards Xiaoling. Upon seeing this, Xiaoling picked up the grass pheasant sword and cut off the rope on Luffy's body, then hid behind the cage, and then shouted loudly, "Zoro, save me." Zoro looked at Xiaoling. He remembered that Xiaoling seemed to be quite strong. But now that he said this, Zoro also stood in front of Buggy, pulled out the sword in his hand and blocked Buggy's hand. Zoro looked at Buggy's hand in surprise, and then looked at Buggy's body. Is this guy also a devil fruit user? At this time, Zoro already has some understanding of devil fruit, but he does not feel that he is weaker than these ability users. Zoro said to Buggy, "If you want to take action against our partners, I don't mind taking your head." Buggy heard Zoro's words and laughed. "Ha ha 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 ha, Pirate Hunter Zoro, you are too arrogant, That's all, I'll take your head first, so that I can make myself famous in the East Daxia Sea. Xiaoling watched Buggy's attention return to Zoro and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he thought. We can't let Zoro get hurt, but if I go up there, wouldn't I be dead? Xiaoling suddenly remembered something and spit out a snake in his mouth. Ding! I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +1. How disgusting! Xiaoling endured the nausea. The little snake and Xiaoling had the same mind, and the little snake actually made disgusting actions. Xiaoling rolled his eyes and began to direct the little snake to leave. After the little snake walked away, Xiaoling saw the orange-haired woman in front of him, and his eyes instantly flashed with golden light. Nami. Nami looked behind her. How could this straw hat accomplice know her name? But the place this guy found should be safe. Nami trotted to Xiaoling's side. Ding! I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +6. Ding! I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +6. Ding! I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +6. The goddess has come to me. Xiaoling's heart was already flying. No, I want to calm down. Nami looked at the changing expressions of the people in front of her, feeling a little strange. Sister, are you feeling unwell? Elder sister? Ding! I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +1. I am a good grown man, and I actually let the goddess call me sister. I'm a man. Nami was slightly stunned and looked at the person in front of her. How could it be a man? Even she was a little envious of this face. But looking at his flat chest, she felt a little more balanced. Etc. Is he really a man? Nami smiled sheepishly and said, I'm sorry, you are so beautiful. Xiaoling's mood calmed down a little at this time. It's okay, I'm used to it. Xiaoling, Nami, is there any way you can rescue me? The rope tied to Luffy had been opened, but he had no way to escape from the cage. Xiaoling and Nami shook their heads at the same time. I'm powerless, you can figure it out yourself. Xiaoling does not have this strength now, he is very weak. Luffy looked helpless, and the three of them had to look at Zoro at the same time. Zoro had already set up 3 knives and was confronting Buggy. Zoro didn't want to delay, so he prepared his moves from the beginning. 3-sword style, ghost slaying. Puff. After just one encounter, Buggy had already fallen to the ground. Zoro also put away the knife and walked towards Luffy. Ha 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 ha. At this time, everyone in the Buggy Pirates laughed. What's going on? Why are these crew members still laughing when the captain is killed? Nami said incredulously. Zoro, come here quickly, that guy can't be chopped to death. Xiaoling shouted. What? Although Zoro also loves you and doesn't understand why the members of the Buggy Pirates laughed, after hearing Xiaoling's words, Zoro did not hesitate and immediately ran towards Xiaoling. Too late. Buggy smiled and rushed towards Zoro with a knife in his hand. Ah! Hearing the cry, Zoro turned around suddenly and saw a hand with knives just barely piercing his body, and this hand was bitten by a snake. What the hell is going on? Zoro said in disbelief. Xiaoling suppressed his nervousness at this time, walked out, and explained, Buggy must have eaten a devil fruit, and slashing is useless on him. The little snake was not very powerful, so Buggy easily took his hand back. Little girl, you know a lot. You are right. I ate the split fruit. No slashes can hurt me. Ding! I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +1. Buggy looked at the 4 people and smiled. What, aren't devil fruits a legendary thing? Why do they really exist? Nami said incredulously. Actually, this is not surprising. Our captain is also a devil fruit user. Xiaoling said with a smile. Nami looked at Luffy, then thought of something, and said to Xiaoling, it's your captain, not us. There is no way I can join the pirates. I hate pirates the most in my life. Luffy disagreed, tilted his head and looked at Buggy and said, "Is this guy a monster?" "Ha, it sounds like you are not the same." "Ha ha ha ha, since you little girl knows my secret, let me send you on your way first." Buggy looked at Xiaoling with a cruel expression. Ding, I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +3. Xiaoling immediately hid behind the cage, and then shouted loudly, "What little girl, Lao Zi is a boy. When I find Yvonne in the future, I must ask him to inject me with more male hormones." "Ha ha ha, Lao Zi, it doesn't matter whether you are a boy or a girl, just go to hell." Xiaoling looked at the flying knife flying towards him, and his first reaction was to hold his head. "Zoro, Luffy, help! Chapter 5 Nami, so scary." Xiaoling's shout had an effect. Zoro immediately appeared in front of Xiaoling and blocked Buggy's flying knife. "Zoro, find a way to get me out." Luffy on the side was holding the cage and shaking it, his expression a little depressed. Zoro looked at the strong cage and showed a hint of helplessness. Now he was not sure of breaking open the cage. "Wait a moment," Zoro said. At this time Zoro glanced at Xiaoling, and Xiaoling immediately understood. The two men immediately trotted over to the cannon. Xiaoling picked up the match next to him and lit it, while Zoro, who was not injured, gently used force to change the position of the cannon and pointed it at the Buggy pirates. Hey, 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 this artillery is loaded with Buggy shells." Buggy looked at Quarren, who was pointing at him, and kept shaking his hands. He knew the power of Buggy shells best. When everyone in the Buggy pirates saw the cannon pointed at them, they all jumped in fear. Ignition! As Zoro's voice sounded, Xiaoling lit the fire line, because the fire line that had been half burned just now was now lit and the cannonball was launched in the blink of an eye. The artillery fire was very fast, and the nervous members of the Buggy pirates had lost the best chance to escape. Boom! The building began to shatter due to the explosion, and smoke filled the air for a while. Hateful! Xiaoling looked at the strong explosion in front of him, and felt a little emotional, and said, "The power of this Buggy shell is too great. If I were hit, I would be dead, right?" The smoke gave them a chance to escape from here. Seeing this, Zoro easily lifted the cage holding Luffy and ran towards the town. "Oh, when will I have such power?" Looking at Zoro's strength, Xiaoling was filled with envy. It's a pity that he is a weakling now, but he is very confident because he is following the right team and he will be successful in the future. It is very important to find the right team. For example, the team of Lao Shao, one of the Shishibukai, will be a small party when they get together, but when they are apart, the sky will be full of stars. Xiaoling walked behind Zoro at the same speed. At this time, Nami saw that there was no danger, so she slowly began to approach Xiaoling, and then asked, "Hey, I don't know your name yet. Who are you?" Why did Nami look for Xiaoling? It was because Nami felt that among the three people in front of her, Xiaoling was the most harmless and the best person to communicate with. As for the other two, a fierce swordsman and an idiot captain. Xiaoling, the deputy captain of this pirate group. Xiaoling controlled his excitement and replied, but his eyes betrayed him. Ding, I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +6. What the hell, is there something wrong with my face? Why do I feel like the man in front of me looks at me weird? Sure enough, none of these three people are normal. Nami thought inwardly. Although Xiaoling tried his best to hide it at this time, he could not control his inner excitement. Hey, Xiaoling, how do you know my name? Nami asked. Oh, I just heard it from Luffy. The situation was critical just now, and she had forgotten the specific situation. When she heard Xiaoling's answer, she just nodded. Zoro in front is still carrying the cage and moving forward. Zoro, Luffy is an rubber fruit user. Normal attacks cannot hurt him. You can try breaking the cage. Xiaoling reminded, after all, this will consume a lot of Zoro's physical strength. It might affect his combat effectiveness for a while. Ah! Zoro looked at Xiaoling. Luffy touched his head and said, "It seems like this is really okay." Zoro heard this and yelled at Luffy, "Then if you didn't tell me earlier, you would have let me carry you for so long." "Hey, I forgot." Zoro shook his head, then raised the cage high. "Hey, Zoro, don't throw it in my direction." Xiaoling was so frightened that he immediately covered his eyes when he saw Zoro raising the cage towards him. Ding! I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +1. Zoro heard this, nodded, and then threw the cage high into the sky. Boom! The next moment, the cage could not bear the force of falling from high altitude and completely shattered. Free at last! Hey! What is this? After Luffy landed, he saw the puppy looking at him eagerly. Then he sat down and poked its forehead. Wong wong! Xiaoling, Nami, and Zoro also came over and breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Luffy was okay. At this time, Zoro saw that Luffy was fine, so he asked, "Luffy, what should we do next?" Luffy did not answer Zoro's question, but looked at the puppy and muttered to himself, "I wonder if dog meat is delicious." "Hey, you guys, don't bully Shiu Shiu." As a roar sounded, an old man wearing homemade armor, with some anger on his face, ran towards them. After a while, the old man walked up to several people. When Xiaoling saw this, he immediately smiled and said, "Uncle, who are you?" At this time, everyone raised their heads and looked at the uncle at the same time. The old man saw that the four of them were just little brats, so he said in a calm tone, "I am the mayor of this town. I would like to ask who you are." Xiaoling scratched his head and said, "We were passing by here and were captured by the buggy pirates. We managed to escape with great difficulty." Hearing this, the mayor sighed and put away the anger on his face. "Oh, that's it. You guys come in first." Wong wong. The mayor opened the gate of opening, handed the dog food to the puppy, and then led several people into the room. "Mayor, this puppy. Ah, its name is Shiu Shiu, and its original owner." Several people listened with great interest, when Luffy suddenly slapped the table and shouted, "I have decided to knock Buggy away." "What a joke!" Nami said. Xiaoling took a step back, indicating that he would not participate in the battle for a while. All he had to do was clap. "I'm not kidding, right, Xiaoling?" Luffy looked at Xiaoling. Xiaoling broke out in cold sweat instantly. "Are you kidding me? Of course when I watched the anime, I thought Buggy was a funny character, but now I can beat ordinary people and Luffy and Zoro are enough, so what else do I need from him? Isn't it enough to just applaud?" "Ah, yes, yes. Well, this is my position as the deputy captain." All this was seen by Nami, who was good at observing words and emotions. "So I decided to defeat the pirate group that bullied this town." Boom! As soon as Luffy finished speaking, there was a vibration outside. Several people quickly walked out of the room, with Xiaoling following behind. The lion I saw in anime is no different from a funny character, but now it feels so oppressive. Ding! I feel the host's mood swings. The mood value +5. When Xiaoling saw this huge lion, his feet felt a little weak. "Are you kidding? With such a huge beast, the tigers in the zoo are so weak. You must know that most people will be afraid unconsciously when they hear the roar of a tiger, let alone such a huge lion." Sure enough, everything in this world is very unreasonable. Outside the door, the puppy Shiu Shiu was confronting the behemoth. When Luffy saw this, he came directly in front of the lion. "Boy, how dare you appear in front of me?" Machi, who was dressed in weird clothes, saw Luffy with some anger on his face. The buggy shell at that time also affected him. "Hey, you guys invaded this town. I've decided to beat you up." Luffy showed his trademark smile. said to Machi. Makai seemed to have heard a big joke at this time. In this East Daxia Sea, they were almost invincible. Ha 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 ha, are you kidding? We are the buggy pirates. You are a kid who just went to sea. Stop talking nonsense, Li Ji, bite his head in pieces. Xiaoling silently retreated behind everyone after hearing Mo keywords. Luffy, come on, defeat him. Ah. Okay. Luffy touched his straw hat, looked at Xiaoling who was cheering him up, and showed his signature smile. Nami looked at Xiaoling speechlessly. Is this guy really a man? Actually hiding behind her. No, I'm not from this pirate group, what does this have to do with me? The huge lion Li Chi rushed towards Luffy with its bloody mouth open. Ouch! Hey, rubber mallet! Luffy's hand instantly stretched out and twisted to grab the lion's head. Boom! The speed was so fast that Xiaoling, as an ordinary person, could only see part of the afterimage. It turns out that everything in anime is in slow motion. That's right. If the speed is not fast enough, anyone can block such an attack. Although he likes One Piece very much, now that he is in this world, he feels that this world is a bit scary. It's a bit like Yegong loves dragons. The huge lion was knocked down by Luffy with just one blow. Machi showed a look of fear when he saw this scene. How is it possible? Why is this guy so strong? Who are you? How could you? Machi said tremblingly. Luffy adjusted the straw hat on his head and said with a smile, My name is Luffy, the rubber man who ate the rubber fruit, and I will become the man of One Piece in the future. Devil fruit? Are you a devil fruit user like Captain Buggy? When Machi saw this, his body began to tremble. Just as he was about to say something, he was knocked down by Luffy who suddenly rushed over. Luffy didn't choose to talk nonsense with Machi because he wanted to defeat Buggy. At this time, Zoro also walked to the battlefield, and only Xiaoling and Nami were left in the house. Hey, why don't you go over and help? Nami looked at the indifferent Xiaoling and said. Ah? Help? No need. They are already strong enough and don't need me to do anything, right? Xiaoling looked at Luffy and the other two and shook his head. Humph, you pirates are all the same. You only know how to destroy. People like you are responsible for the situation in this town. In the future, you will be the same as the buggy pirates. I really hate pirates the most. Nami suddenly thought of something, looked at Xiaoling with evil eyes, and said. In this case, it's better to deal with you now. Ah? What are you crazy about? Xiaoling was so frightened that he immediately raised his palms. Nami was very angry when he saw what the pirates did to this town, but he couldn't defeat Luffy and Zoro, so he wanted to take his anger out on Xiaoling. Don't come over here. Chapter 6 War begins. When Nami's fist hit Xiaoling, she felt that her attack was like hitting a marshmallow. Although it hit, the force seemed to be completely absorbed. It hurts, it hurts. Xiaoling covered his stomach and shouted out of habit. What a joke, I feel like I didn't put in any effort. Nami looked at herself and said helplessly. Hey, it really doesn't hurt. Xiaoling touched his stomach again, and it seemed that it really didn't hurt that much. It seems that the system's power addition has taken effect. The softness bonus of Orochimaru's card not only makes his body soft, but also has a very good force dissipating effect. Hearing this, Nami punched him again. Ms. Nami, look there, stop fighting. Xiaoling shouted loudly, pointing at Luffy. At this moment, Luffy was sitting with the puppy, and the two seemed like old friends. What? He actually attacked for a dog? Who is this person? Nami was a little dazed. Then he ignored Xiaoling and walked in front of Luffy, with Xiaoling following closely behind him. As the mayor of this town, I cannot let this town go when it is destroyed by the buggy pirates. I have decided that I will duel with Buggy the Clown. As soon as the two arrived beside Luffy, they heard the mayor's indignant words. What a joke! They are pirates, you can't go there to die. Nami said to the mayor. The pirates on the other side were the real pirates of the East Daxia Sea. The mayor ignored Nami and turned to go find the buggy pirates. Nami wanted to stop him but was stopped by Xiaoling. Xiaoling said seriously, "Don't worry, we won't let the mayor die." Xiaoling is right, Luffy said, and Zoro beside him also smiled. There was a serious look on her beautiful face, and Xiaoling at this moment was completely different from just now. Nami was a little dazed. What? This coward would behave like this? Is being timid just pretending? The next moment, Xiaoling said to the three people, "Let's follow and defeat Buggy the Clown." Luffy nodded, touched his straw hat, and walked out first. Zoro followed closely behind him. Seeing this, Xiaoling also followed, but his speed was almost as slow as a turtle. "Hey, you guy, don't be so timid." Nami touched her forehead. "Haha, it turns out that I overestimated him." Then Nami kicked Xiaoling directly. Ding, I feel the host's mood swings, mood value +6. Run faster. Yes. Xiaoling quickened his pace and caught up with Luffy and the others. Hey, Xiaoling, where did you go just now? Why didn't I see you? Luffy said when he saw Xiaoling suddenly appear. Ah! I just lost my way in life, and it was Miss Nami who saved me. Xiaoling said seriously. Ah, Nami, you are so awesome, you must be my partner. Luffy invited Nami again. Tisk, who wants to be a pirate? Nami thought for a moment and continued, we are now in a partnership for our own benefit. When Xiaoling saw this scene, he already imagined the scene where Nami was really fragrant in the future. However, there is no difference between a partner and a partner in Luffy's eyes. In Luffy's heart, Nami may have already boarded his ship at this time. On the other side, the mayor has arrived at the camp of Buggy the Clown and saw the members of the Buggy Pirates who have fully recovered. This time, he was not timid at all. Buggy the Clown, fight me, the mayor shouted to Buggy above. When Buggy heard what the mayor said, he laughed contemptuously and said, ha 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 ha, what are you talking about? Just you. Buggy looked at the old man in front of him. Is such a person worthy of fighting with me, Buggy? I, Buggy, have not fallen to the point where anyone can bully me. Immediately afterwards, Buggy's fruit ability was activated, his hand slowly came to the mayor, then grabbed the mayor's collar and slowly lifted him up. If you have the guts, put me down and fight me. The mayor still refused to show any weakness. Are you kidding me? Buggy didn't intend to pay attention to the mayor's shouting and planned to deal with this overconfident mayor immediately. They were pirates. Although Buggy was a pirate aiming for treasure, he had actually killed people. Go to hell. Just when Buggy thought he was going to deal with the mayor, a pair of hands suddenly grabbed his split palm. He looked down and saw a boy in a straw hat stopping him. When Buggy saw Luffy, anger instantly appeared on his face. Straw Hat Boy. Luffy ignored Buggy and looked at the mayor beside him. What are you doing here? I have to protect this town. Go away. I'm going to fight. As he said that, the mayor stood up and prepared to continue fighting, but the next moment, Luffy grabbed his head and pressed him to the ground in the blink of an eye. Bump. Nami saw Luffy's actions and yelled, Hey, what are you doing? Ah, if we don't do this, the mayor will die. Luffy said, scratching his head. Well, this is indeed the best strategy. Zoro agreed. Xiaoling also nodded. At this time, Nami looked at the current situation and thought that knocking the mayor unconscious was indeed the best strategy. However, could an old man really bear such violence? In addition to Nami, Luffy, Zoro, and Xiaoling all looked up at the Buggy Pirates. At this moment, Luffy suddenly thought of something and shouted loudly to Buggy, I'm going to beat you up, Red Nose. When Xiaoling saw this, he silently retreated to the back. What a joke, it would be bad if he was accidentally injured later. Red Nose. Everyone in the Buggy Pirates looked at Luffy and Buggy in surprise, knowing that Red Nose is Buggy's taboo. Hey, Luffy, we will be in danger if you say that. Nami also knew Buggy's character. At this time, she didn't care about the mayor. Instead, she was a little scared for her own safety. Luffy and Zoro looked at Buggy above with disapproval. Damn it, today I'm going to cut you into pieces. Buggy was completely angry at this time, and he looked at the Buggy cannon on the side. Blow them up. Buggy said to the boy next to him. Yes. Upon hearing this, the younger brother immediately lit the fire line, and then pointed the cannon at Luffy and others. Danger. Both Zoro and Nami had seen the power of Buggy's shells and wanted to dodge. Hey, I'm not afraid. Luffy laughed. Boom. The cannon was fired at such a speed that Xiaoling couldn't even see the path of the cannonball. It wasn't that he didn't want to dodge, but that he was powerless. His current strength was not to the point where he could dodge the cannonball. But luckily for Luffy's existence, in the blink of an eye, Luffy turned into a rubber balloon and blocked the cannonball. Zoro and Nami breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the shells being blocked. Xiaoling's brain at this time simply couldn't keep up with the speed of the battlefield changes, and he was in a daze. Are you kidding? These are cannonballs. Even the strongest person on Blue Star can't dodge a cannonball at such a close range, right? Rubber, balloon. The next moment, Buggy's cannonball was deflected by Luffy. Damn Straw Hat Boy. Buggy and everyone saw Luffy's actions and stepped back unconsciously. Boom. Few people in the East Daxia Sea could withstand the power of Buggy shells. The powerful explosion destroyed all the houses. After the smoke, in front of Buggy, the bodies of 2 pirate group members withstood the power of the explosion for him, but he was not harmed by the explosion. You actually used the crew members' bodies as shields, damn it. Nami looked at Buggy and said viciously. Straw Hat Boy, you've p'd me off. Buggy raised his head and said to Luffy sinisterly. At this time, the ruins on the side began to shake, and a lion appeared from the ground. At this time, a man appeared behind the lion in everyone's sight. This is the most humiliating experience we've had since our founding, isn't it, Captain? Buggy looked at the man and said, Yes, Kabeji, I'm already angry. The man then threw the lion aside. Nitch. Machi saw his pet being bullied and rushed towards Kabeji angrily. You hateful guy. Humph. Kabeji sneered, dodged Machi's attack, and then kicked Machi away. No way. Get out of the way. Makai's body was seen flying towards Xiaoling quickly. Xiaoling's expression was dull at this time, looking at the flying figures in disbelief. Luffy and Zoro did not move, because in their eyes Xiaoling was not a weakling. Boom. The bodies of Xiaoling and Mochi flew out together and hit the wall behind. However, because of the power of the card, Xiaoling did not faint. Ding, I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +10. Why am I the one who gets hurt? Feeling the pain in his body and Mochi who had fainted, Xiaoling pushed Mochi away with all his strength. It seems that my physical fitness is not weak anymore. Such an attack did not make me faint. System, open the capabilities panel. The next moment, a string of data appeared in front of Xiaoling. Host, Xiaoling. Character card, Orochimaru, Gold. Card level, 1, 10/100. Card skill, Software. Equipment card, Pheasant Sword, Gold. Equipment skill, Snake Sword, IM1. Card level, 1. Auxiliary card, none. Combat power rating, C. Congratulations on turning over and becoming a big fish. Emotion value, 6015. So much emotional value has been generated during this period. It won't take long to upgrade the card to level 2. I hope I can get some attack methods. Xiaoling took 2 steps, and the pain in her body had recovered. Nami looked at Xiaoling and was a little surprised. She didn't expect that the wall was cracked, and Xiaoling was like a normal person. And Luffy and Zoro seemed to take it for granted. I'll find a chance to leave later. I can't be accidentally injured. Chapter 7 Zoro's Instant Kill. Captain Buggy, leave the rest to me. Kabeji said to Buggy with a smile. At this time, he did not take Luffy and Zoro seriously at all. He was absolutely confident in his own strength. Because they have not encountered a decent opponent in the East Daxia Sea. Leave these brats to me. Kabeji took out his knife and pointed it at Luffy and the others. Is this murderous intent? Xiaoling said cleverly. But the next step should be Suoda's battle. Now Suoda is not injured, so he should be able to easily deal with this acrobatic man. Sure enough, when he saw his opponent using a knife, Zoro immediately walked forward. An opponent with a knife. Luffy, Xiaoling, leave this guy to me. Haha, you don't need to ask me about this kind of thing. Isn't this a battle that I can participate in? Luffy on the side cheered Zoro, but Buggy didn't take it seriously. In his eyes, his advisor was very strong. Kabeji, get rid of these brats. Yet. Kabeji put on the unicycle and pointed the knife in his hand at Zoro. Hey, kiddos, don't underestimate us, we are the Buggy Pirates. TCH, what the hell, we are pirates. Zoro pulled out 3 knives and entered combat mode. Nami on the side saw that the battle was about to start, so he said to Luffy, the next battle is between you pirates. It doesn't matter whether you win or lose. I will go find Buggy's treasure and then leave. Ah! Luffy looked at Nami, scratched his head, and then said to Nami, what, aren't we partners? Nami raised his head and said, when did we say we would be your partners? We are just a cooperative relationship. Luffy scratched his head helplessly. Isn't a partnership a partnership? Nami gave Luffy a roll of his eyes, then ignored him and left here. Idiot! Xiaoling, aren't partners partners? Luffy turned his head and asked. Hey? Where is Xiaoling? Where is Xiaoling going? Forget it, he may have lost his way on that road again. Luffy stopped thinking about it. Anyway, he thought Xiaoling was very strong and there shouldn't be any problems, so he looked towards Zoro. Other side. Is the guy in the straw hat an idiot? What a tough bunch of guys. Nami left and was looking for the place where Buggy kept his treasure. As soon as he found the place nearby, he saw Xiaoling sitting on the ground. When did this guy get here? The place where Xiaoling was sitting at this time happened to be the entrance where Buggy stored the treasure. Xiaoling, what are you doing here? Nami said with a harmless smile. In her eyes at this time, Zoro and Luffy are not normal people, and nothing good will happen with them. And Xiaoling, the only normal person, was also labeled as abnormal by Nami at this time. I'm lost. I don't know where I am. Xiaoling scratched his head and said. Ding, I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +1. Of course, Xiaoling is not really lost now. His purpose here is to wait for Nami. Their treasure hunt is more interesting than fighting, but this is only one of the reasons. And just now, the system popped up a task again. Temporary mission, defeat an enemy. Task reward, card experience ×10. Punishment for mission failure, permanent loss of little brother. Are you kidding? How can I be a girl? The only enemies that Xiaoling can see are Buggy and Kabeji. These 2 people are definitely no match for Xiaoling. But he still remembers that Nami will meet a drunk pirate, and he can try that person, so he has this scene of Xiaoling waiting for Nami here. At this time, Nami looked at Xiaoling in front of her warily. This guy doesn't want to take advantage of others, does he? I absolutely cannot tell him about the treasure. So Nami showed a charming smile and said, that's it, how about I send you to Luffy and Zoro first? Xiaoling shook his head and said seriously, "No need, they are very strong and should be able to easily resolve the battle. As a weak woman, you may be in danger, so I will stay to protect you." At this time, Nami's eyes solidified. Is this guy really going to take advantage of others? No, I can't let him succeed. I'm fine, don't worry. How could Xiaoling not understand Nami? But at this moment, Nami's expression could tell that she wanted to get rid of him. But how could Xiaoling let her succeed in such a thing? "Nami, if I'm not wrong, this is Buggy's treasure house. How about we go steal Buggy's treasure together?" Xiaoling said. Hearing Xiaoling's words, Nami's smile froze. It seemed like this guy was determined to take advantage of others. "Ha ha ha ha, is this the entrance to the treasure house? Why is it underground? But my strength is too weak and I can't hit the gate of opening. How about you help open it?" Nami showed a harmless smile. Ding, I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +1. Xiaoling, who originally wanted to go to the gate of opening, shook his head and immediately woke himself up. "No, if I go to the gate of opening, I will be knocked unconscious if nothing happens. Ah, but I'm not very powerful, how about we open it together?" Xiaoling said. "Have you been seen through?" Although Nami had no other expression on her face, her heart was extremely complicated and she wanted to solve Xiaoling's trouble. "Okay." Nami reluctantly agreed, because now she wanted to get Buggy's treasure first. So the two of them grabbed the wooden board that hit the entrance. Xiaoling used a slight force and the wooden board was lifted up. "What? So light? It should be right here." Xiaoling looked at the stairs leading to the underground and said to Nami. Nami nodded. She looked down and saw the drunken pirate lying on the ground first. She immediately had an idea. "We have to be careful not to disturb that pirate," Nami said seriously to Xiaoling. This time, Xiaoling Zhen thought it was true and nodded, and the two of them walked downstairs side by side. However, when walking down the stairs, Nami's leg accidentally touched the pirate. The pirate felt the external force and slowly opened his eyes, but now he still smelled of alcohol. "Hey? Two chicks." The pirate had woken up, and at this moment Nami quietly hid behind Xiaoling. Xiaoling did not pay attention to this scene, because his purpose was to deal with this pirate. "God has been so kind to me. I just woke up and saw two beauties. Ha 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 ha, come and play with me." The pirate swayed towards you. Xiaoling looked at this burly man and felt sick in his heart. This figure can hold up to 3 of him. He doesn't know how Nami defeated such a pirate in the original book. Just when the strong man was about to reach Xiaoling, Xiaoling found the right moment, quickly raised his leg, and kicked out the pirate's crotch with all his strength. Xiaoling doesn't know how much power he has now. But he is certain that with the system's bonus, his power must be much stronger than before. Ah! The intense pain made the pirate wake up instantly. It was not already too late. He felt the sound of his lower body exploding, and then the pain made him feel that his eyesight turned black. Touch! Touch! There were 2 falling sounds, and Xiaoling and the strong man fell to the ground together. Xiaoling only felt severe pain in his neck, and then his vision went dark. Before fainting, he heard the task completion prompt from the system, but now there was only one thing in Xiaoling's mind. "Maid, Nami, how can a girl have so much power?" Nami saw the 2 fallen people and clapped her hands. Just now, she also attacked Xiaoling at the same time during Xiaoling's attack. "If you want to steal the treasure from me, just dream." Nami made a face at Xiaoling, and then entered Buggy's treasure house alone. On the other side, Zoro is still confronting Kabeji. "Pirate Hunter Zoro, let me give you a taste of my strongest acrobatics." Zoro had no obvious wounds on his body at this time. He looked at Kabeji opposite, with disdain on his face. "It's just acrobatics after all. I have no intention of watching you perform like a clown." Zoro said unmoved. Hearing Zoro's taunt, Kabeji couldn't help being angry and yelled at Zoro, "Hey, I've been underestimated. Go to hell." Kabeji held a knife and rushed towards Zoro, but Zoro stood with 3 knives in front of him. 3-sword style, ghost slaying. The two were extremely fast, and they passed each other in just an instant. Humph! Zoro slowly took back the knife in his hand, and the next moment, wounds caused by 3 swords appeared on Kabeji behind him, and blood spurted out. Puff! How is this possible? My strongest acrobatics failed. Kabeji said unwillingly, and then fell to the ground with a plop. Blood sprayed the ground. It's amazing. Kabeji! Luffy and Buggy shouted at the same time. Buggy also didn't expect that this pirate hunter was so powerful. Seriously, he could kill one of his generals with just one move. Damn it! Buggy looked at Luffy with a fierce look. At this time Zoro looked around and found that Xiaoling and Nami were no longer there, only Luffy was still beside the battlefield. He looked at Luffy and said, "The rest will be left to you." Luffy nodded and looked at Buggy with a fierce look. King versus king, although Zoro is not willing to rely on others, he has become Luffy's crew. He still believes in his captain, and Buggy's devil fruit ability is very restrained. Leaving it to Luffy is the best way. Where did Xiaoling go? Zoro asked. I don't know. Maybe I got lost. Zoro nodded, walked to the side, sat down, and murmured to himself. That guy Xiaoling can even get lost. He is really a road addict. I must let him follow me closely next time. He can't get lost again. Chapter 8 Battle against Buggy. It hurts so much, damn it. Xiaoling slowly got up from the ground. At this time, he felt as if his neck had been hit by a brick. Sure enough, people in this world are not normal. Is this the strength a girl should have? Although he has soft body skills, this skill is not as powerful as a real Orochimaru, and his neck can be stretched and retracted. Although this blow offset a lot of power, it still caused him to faint temporarily. Has Nami gone up yet? Xiaoling looked around, only the pirate was still lying on the ground, Nami was completely missing, and all the treasures here had been looted. How long have I been in a coma? Have they forgotten about me? Thinking of this, Xiaoling immediately walked along the stairs and walked outside. System, has my task been completed? Xiaoling remembered that he seemed to hear the system prompts before he fell into coma. Task completed. Add experience points to the character card for me. Operation successful. Character card, Orochimaru, gold. Current experience value, 20/100. 20 experience, my emotional value is already very high now, and I can upgrade the card to level 2 in a while. After walking out of the storage room, Xiaoling walked towards the place where they were fighting. Before he reached the battlefield, he saw Nami holding the treasure and watching the battle ahead. Xiaoling slowly walked forward and patted Nami's shoulder gently. Ah! Nami was startled by Xiaoling, who suddenly appeared from behind, and kicked him out of habit. Bump! It's me, Nami! Xiaoling was knocked back by the kick, which pushed him back several meters. However, his shouts attracted the attention of Luffy and Buggy. Even Zoro, who was sitting on the ground, also looked at Xiaoling. Has this guy finally found his way? Zoro murmured to himself. Because of the software's bonus, this blow did not cause substantial damage to Xiaoling. You! Nami looked at Xiaoling in surprise, feeling a little guilty at this time. After all, he was the one who knocked him out. But what happened to this guy's body and why he woke up so quickly? Treasure. At this time Buggy saw the bundle behind Nami, and he smelled the smell of treasure. Damn it, Nami, you actually stole Lao Zi's treasure. Buggy looked at Nami with an evil expression. Buggy regards wealth as his life. When he saw his treasure was stolen, he forgot about the battle with Luffy. Now he just wants to get his treasure back. Treasure. Buggy rushed towards Nami with his dagger in his upper body. Ah! Nami saw Buggy rushing over, and fear filled her heart. At this moment, Nami, who valued wealth as her life, actually put the treasure she had stolen into Xiaoling's hands, and then she hid directly behind Zoro. The sudden change left Xiaoling at a loss. Nami would actually give the treasure he got to others. This is unscientific. Then Xiaoling looked at Buggy flying over. The floating upper body made Xiaoling's legs feel a little weak. Isn't Buggy a funny character? Why does he have such terrifying murderous intent? Xiaoling said anxiously. Give me back the treasure. Buggy's body flew towards Xiaoling so fast that Xiaoling had no time to dodge. In desperation, Xiaoling used his ultimate move and shouted, "Luffy, help!" Luffy on the side heard Xiaoling's shout and saw Buggy's upper body flying towards Xiaoling in the air. Then he noticed Buggy's lower body next to him and immediately understood something. Bump! When Buggy was about to get close to Xiaoling, Luffy kicked Buggy in the crotch. Ah! Damn Straw Hat Boy! Pain hit. Buggy looked at Luffy angrily, but at this time, in his heart, he still wanted to get the treasure back. Xiaoling, I leave my treasure to you. Nami behind Zoro shouted to Xiaoling. Then who do I entrust my life to? Xiaoling was about to cry but had no tears. Little girl, this is Laozi's treasure, when did it become yours? Buggy roared at Nami who was hiding behind Zoro. At this time, Xiaoling suppressed his fear and slowly backed away. You little girl, give me your treasure and I will spare your life. Buggy turned his head and looked at Xiaoling with a sinister smile. Laozi is a boy. When Xiaoling saw this, he summoned the pheasant sword directly and struck Buggy with the blade of the sword flat. Bump! Buggy's upper body was directly knocked several meters away by Xiaoling. Hey, I actually have such a strong power. Xiaoling was a little surprised by his attack. Damn it, Laozi, it doesn't matter whether you are a boy or a girl, you must give me the treasure. Buggy looked at Xiaoling angrily, and then saw Luffy who was about to attack his lower body. Then he made a decision and planned to use this move. Split apart, Carnival. Straw Hat, let's see how you can stop me from taking back my treasure. The next moment, Buggy's body instantly turned into countless pieces, and Xiaoling had to sigh at the power of the devil fruit. It's such a powerful devil fruit. The body was separated and not a drop of blood was shed. Buggy, whose body was divided into several pieces, rushed to Xiaoling's side in the blink of an eye. Hateful! At this moment, Xiaoling immediately chose to give up the treasure, rushed behind Zoro, and stood side by side with Nami. Touch! Nami saw Xiaoling discarding the treasure and punched him directly. Xiaoling held her head and shouted, "It hurts so much, Nami, why did you hit me?" I saw Nami angrily saying to Xiaoling, "Xiaoling, you actually gave my treasure to others." Xiaoling looked at Nami, then at Buggy who was chuckling, and said helplessly, "I can't beat him. If you have the ability, go and get the treasure back." You. Nami was speechless. At this time, Luffy on the side squatted down, looked at a pair of feet walking slowly on the ground, and then looked at Buggy torn apart in the air, and suddenly understood something. At this time, Luffy picked up one of his feet. Buggy suddenly felt the danger and turned to look behind him. Ha 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 ha, damn it! Luffy took off Buggy's shoes and began to tickle Buggy's feet. Buggy couldn't control his body and was shaking constantly. Nami on the side saw this and rushed from behind Zoro to Buggy. Damn it, you can't touch my treasure, ah, it hurts so much, my feet, damn Straw Hat Boy. In Xiaoling's view, the more Buggy's body is divided, the less control he will have over his body. Now it is difficult for him to control many parts of his body. At this time, Nami suddenly thought of something and let go of the treasure. Without Nami's power, Buggy successfully took the treasure. However, at this moment, the bag containing the treasure burst in midair because it could not withstand the force. Ah! Damn it, my treasure! Nami smiled brightly at this time. Under Luffy's constant harassment, she took out ropes and tied up many of Buggy's harmless body parts. Damn it! Split into pieces, come together. Upon seeing this, Buggy wanted to reunite, but now he felt that many parts could no longer be summoned. In desperation, Buggy became Little Buggy. Buggy in this state looks harmless to humans and animals, and even Xiaoling finds it very funny. As expected of Buggy, Xiaoling slapped the ground and kept laughing. Damn it, my body parts! Buggy looked at Nami, who was binding his body, and said angrily, but now he has lost most of his combat power. At this moment, Luffy smiled and praised Nami, saying, as expected of Nami, look at me next. Take off, Buggy, rubber, bazooka. Luffy's arm instantly stretched out, and the powerful rebound force directly attacked the clown Buggy, who had turned into a villain. Damn Straw Hat Boy, I will definitely come back, I will never let you go. This blow directly knocked the smaller Buggy into the sky. Xiaoling looked at Buggy, which was getting smaller and smaller in the sky, and he breathed a sigh of relief. This battle is finally over. The battles in the East Daxia Sea are just small fights. It is not difficult to ensure my safety. It will be really scary if we reach the Grand Line. Thinking of this, Xiaoling was frightened for a while, but this was his choice. No matter what, he had to see this pirate group reach its peak. It seems that I have to hurry up and get stronger, and I can't hold the team back. Seeing the end of the battle, Zoro stood up and Luffy was looking at his pierced straw hat. It's okay, I will help you recover this straw hat. Nami thought of Luffy's appearance when the straw hat was penetrated. In her heart, Luffy was a heartless person, and she didn't expect that such a small thing would make him so sad. Luffy, who was originally depressed and unhappy, immediately became excited when he heard Nami's words and said, "Really? You will also be our partner, right?" "No, how can we be partners of pirates? Ah, forget it, I feel that being with you is quite profitable, so let's be partners with you first," Nami still said indifferently. At this time, Xiaoling came over and said to Luffy, "Luffy, can I take a look at your straw hat?" Which sea fan doesn't want to find out what this Luffy's straw hat is? Moreover, Xiaoling also wants to see Luffy's supreme drag, but if Luffy takes off his slippers now and lets him watch, wouldn't he be misunderstood as a pervert? Okay. Luffy did not hesitate and directly gave the straw hat to Xiaoling. Luffy was a simple person. Although he did things without rules, he still trusted his partners very much. Xiaoling took the straw hat and looked at the 3 holes inside the straw hat that were damaged by Buggy's weapons. There seemed to be nothing special about it. Then he observed the straw hat carefully. What? It's just an ordinary straw hat. Then Xiaoling put the straw hat on his head. Ding! I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +10. Chapter 9 Setting Sail. What's so good about a straw hat? Look at this thing. This thing is different. Nami walked up to Xiaoling and Luffy. She had already divided the treasure into 2 parts. So many? Luffy said in shock as he looked at so many treasures. Well, the quality of Buggy's treasure is quite good. These are at least 10 million belly. Nami smiled and handed half of the treasure to Xiaoling. Please help me keep these treasures for a while, please. Xiaoling nodded. Then he suddenly remembered something and said to everyone, "By the way, where is the mayor uncle?" After hearing Xiaoling's words, several people looked at the mayor lying on the ground at the same time. Just when Nami wanted to help the mayor up and wake him up, a group of small town residents rushed over with weapons. They saw Xiaoling and others, and at the same time saw the mayor lying on the ground. At this time, the leading villagers he roared at several people, "Damn it, who are you? What did you do to our mayor?" Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and Xiaoling saw this, and they may have been misunderstood. Xiaoling looked at the murderous residents and took a few steps back unconsciously. "Hey, don't hide behind me!" Nami yelled at Xiaoling. "How come this guy is so timid? There is no sinister person in front of him. Is he so scared?" At this time, Luffy walked forward and said to the residents with a smile, "We are pirates." Ding! I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +6. As expected of Luffy, he couldn't see the situation clearly at this time. "So you are pirates? Damn it, you destroyed our town like this." The villagers looked at the destroyed town and the defeated mayor, and they had already figured out everything that had just happened here. At this time Zoro laughed and said to Luffy and Xiaoling, "What should we do? It seems that there is no way to explain it." Luffy and Zoro looked at each other. "In that case, get away." After saying that, Luffy picked up Nami and started running away, leaving Xiaoling, who was frightened by the killing intent, behind. "Hey, it seems like one person is missing." Luffy noticed something and then looked behind him. Just when Xiaoling was surrounded by residents, a long hand fell from the sky and grabbed Xiaoling's collar. Ah! Without Xiaoling's preparation, he took off on the spot and was finally carried on Luffy's shoulders. "Hey, Xiaoling, what's going on? We all agreed to run away." Luffy asked in confusion. "Ah, really? I forgot." At this time, Xiaoling's heart had not calmed down yet. The murderous intent of people in this world is so terrifying. These are just ordinary small-town residents, but they have such terrifying power. I will protect myself from now on. Stop talking now, let's run. Zoro said to several people. Wong 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 wong. Just as the residents were chasing after them, a puppy stood in front of them, and they all knew the puppy in front of them. "Hey, hey, hey, why are you yelling at us?" The residents looked at the puppy standing in front of them, confused. When Luffy and others saw Shiu Shiu, they smiled and ran towards the port, shouting loudly, "Su Shiu, goodbye." Then Luffy increased his speed, and when the residents came to their senses, they could no longer see a few people, so they returned the same way and planned to wake up the mayor first. After arriving at the port, I was breathing heavily. "Hey, Luffy! Why did you say we are pirates? Are you not causing trouble for us?" Nami said angrily. "Ah, what does this have to do with it? We are pirates to begin with. Hey, is this your ship?" Luffy looked at a larger ship next to their boat and asked. "Ah, yes, I snatched it from the hands of a few idiot pirates," Nami said nonchalantly. But as soon as Nami's voice fell, 3 pirates poked their heads out of the boat in the port. "Damn female thief, I knew you would show up. The 3 of us have been waiting here for a long time. Oh? It turns out you have a partner." The pirates' voices stopped suddenly because they saw the people beside Nami, who were Xiaoling and Zoro. The 3 pirates shed cold sweat and looked at each other, as if saying, "Is this the woman the pirate hunter is looking for as a companion? What should we do?" At this time Zoro looked at the 3 of them and just said lightly, "Roll." "Okay, thanks." The 3 pirates bowed at the same time, then stopped caring about anything and immediately ran out in one direction. "Ha ha 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 ha, it has to be Suoda," Xiaoling said with a smile. "Hey, Xiaoling, my name is Zoro, not Soda." Xiaoling scratched his head in embarrassment. It was indeed difficult to change his habit. At this time, Nami walked up to Luffy and handed a map to Luffy. "This is the map of the Great Route. Since you have saved me, this treasure map will be handed over to you." Luffy said in confusion, "Ah, aren't you our partner? You are a navigator, so the charts should be of greater use in your hands, right?" Nami held his forehead and said, "We are just a cooperative relationship. Forget it, in this case I will go with you for the time being." At this moment, she had some doubts about whether Luffy, who was wearing a straw hat, was an idiot. Didn't he understand what his partner meant? However, these people's fighting ability is indeed good, and you might be able to make a big fortune by following them. Now there is not much left to reach that 100 million Baileys. Okay. Luffy smiled. Afterwards, Xiaoling and Zoro began to organize the boat and prepare to set off. They were relieved to see that the town residents did not chase them. Let's set sail. Luffy and Zoro stood in front of the boat, while Nami and Xiaoling were on the buggy pirate's boat. They looked at the sea at the same time, feeling longing for it. As for why Xiaoling is with Nami, there is actually only one reason. He thinks that being with Nami is much safer than being with Luffy. His little life couldn't stand Luffy's torment. The two boats slowly moved away from the coast. Hey, little devils! At this moment, an old man's voice came from behind. Well, it's Mr. Town Elder. Xiaoling looked at the old man standing on the shore and said. At this time, the mayor was panting and looked at the people walking away. Then he opened his voice and said to them, I'm sorry, thank you. Hey hey! Looking at each other, everyone smiled, and the two boats began to drift with the sea breeze. Sailing itself is a challenging thing. Compared with the enthusiastic Luffy, the constantly sleeping Zoro, and the experienced Nami, Xiaoling has changed from the original enthusiasm to the current decadence. He no longer knew how much time had passed, but the sea was still the same sea. Where are we going next? Where are we now? Xiaoling lay on the side of the boat and asked helplessly to a few people. Let's go to the Grand Line. Luffy said excitedly. Ah, the Grand Line. Zoro also opened his eyes at this time and continued, have we reached the Grand Line now? Nami looked at the two and sighed helplessly. How would these two guys survive if they were alone on the sea? At this time, she opened the map and said, it is impossible for us to go to the Grand Line now, don't be kidding. Ah? Why not? Luffy asked. Zoro's eyes also shifted to Nami, only Xiaoling was still lying on the side of the boat, constantly playing with the sea. The Grand Line should not become a pirate graveyard. There are countless pirates there, and they are all looking for one piece. We do not have the conditions to sail on the Grand Line, either in terms of numbers or ship equipment. Ah? I see. It seems that we have to find musicians and chefs, a big ship, and a pirate flag. Luffy became more and more excited as he talked. Well, there is a small inhabited island ahead. We'd better find a ship there. Nami said, holding the navigation chart. Ah? There are people living there? Then we have meat to eat. And wine. Xiaoling kept listening to their chat without interrupting. At this time, he seemed to be out of tune with them, for some unknown reason. He looked up into the distance. I seem a little homesick. Xiaoling missed her parents in another world at this moment. Would they be sad to see their son disappear? And his friends? Unconsciously it has been so many days. Hey, Xiaoling, we've arrived at the island. Ah, oh. Chapter 10 Usopp. What? You're a grown man and don't miss home, right? Nami said with a smile next to Xiaoling after getting off the boat. Ah? Ha 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 ha, how could it be possible? Xiaoling scratched his head and said with a smile. Hey, my hair has grown so long without realizing it. But how can you tell others such embarrassing things? Seeing this, Nami raised her hand and touched Xiaoling's head. Nami suddenly realized that the man in front of her was really a man. He was only a little taller than her. But she could understand Xiaoling's mood, it was the same when she went to sea for the first time. At this moment, Nami actually felt that she was exuding the brilliance of maternal love, and she hugged Xiaoling in her arms. Xiaoling originally wanted to break away from the embrace, but felt the two soft balls touching her face. Ding! I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value is plus 66. It smells so good. Hey, Nami, is there really a village here? Is there any meat? Luffy shouted loudly. Ah! Nami pushed away Xiaoling, who was blushing, took out a map, and said, "There are villages, but can you think less about meat?" Nami turned her head and looked at Xiaoling, who was blushing, and said strangely, "What? Do you feel the smell of mother in me?" Xiaoling turned her head, her face became even more rosy, and continued, "How is it possible? I'm not homesick at all." Nami covered her mouth and reached out to hold Xiaoling's hand and said, "Let's go." Luffy on the side heard the village and shouted excitedly, "That's great, there's meat." Then several people planned to go to the village first. Just after taking a few steps forward, Zoro suddenly noticed something. The knife in his hand was slightly unsheathed, and then he said to several people, "Be careful, there is someone's breath." Xiaoling looked at the trees above. Usopp should be on top at this time. Can a human nose really be that long? Xiaoling was a little curious. Usopp is also a member of the Straw Hats. The Straw Hats have always said that Usopp is in desperate situation. Now Xiaoling is full of expectations for the members of the Straw Hats he will see next. "What did you say?" Nami, who was closest to Xiaoling, heard him talking to himself and asked. "No. I didn't say anything. I felt where the people should be. There were 4 people. Their auras were not strong. They shouldn't be strong people." Xiaoling pointed to the bushes above and said. Zoro said nothing and looked at Xiaoling. "Where is it? Where is it?" Luffy looked up and looked around. Just as Luffy finished speaking, stones continued to fall, hitting his feet. "Ah, is there really someone?" Luffy kept dodging this signaled attack. The next moment, pirate flags were raised continuously above. If you were an ordinary person, you would really think that there are many people above. However, Nami and Zoro believed in Xiaoling's judgment and looked up with smiles on their faces. Only Luffy looked up with the word incredible on his face. "It's amazing." At this time, a man with a long nose appeared under a tree directly above, looked at the people below, and shouted in what he thought was a fierce voice. "Ha ha 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 ha, I am the big pirate in this village, Usopp. Everyone respects us so much that they call me Captain Usopp. It's amazing." Listening to Luffy's words, Nami and Zoro covered their faces, as if to say that they didn't know this guy. Usopp saw Luffy's performance and felt more confident. "If you want to attack this village, I advise you to give up. My 80 million subordinates will not let you go." Speaking of this, the pirate flag in the grass shook even more violently. "It's amazing." Xiaoling looked at Usopp above and murmured to himself, "God tier Usopp, I heard that everything I said in the future will come true. It turns out that people with long noses look like this. We must study how the noses grow in the future." Xiaoling looked at Usopp's nose above, full of curiosity. At this time, Luffy's eyes seemed to have stars popping up, staring upward, while Nami on the side said disdainfully, "You're lying." Upon hearing Nami's words, Usopp above immediately broke through the defense. It was discovered. Xiaoling was speechless looking at this long-nosed performance. Is this level still deceiving? Although he was still a little excited when he met the crew of the Straw Hats, the emotional fluctuations in his heart were not as strong as before. "Look," he said, "he was found out." Xiaoling said with a smile to several people. "Damn, this is happening." Usopp's body kept twisting and his expression was exaggerated, making the people below couldn't help but laugh. But then he started pretending to be calm. "Although 80 million is an exaggeration, I still have excellent subordinates," Usopp said nervously. "I heard, which side's flag is waving harder? Is it 3 people?" Nami said. "Ah, they were seen through." The 3 children who were pretending to be an army were seen through by Nami. They jumped up in fright and immediately ran away towards the village. "Hey! Don't run away!" Usopp shouted to them loudly as he watched his capable men escape. At this time, Nami lowered his head, picked up the marble, put it in his hand and said, I have never heard of a pirate using a slingshot. Xiaoling and Zoro smiled, but Luffy looked disappointed and looked at Usopp and said, "Ah, it turns out it was a lie." But then he recovered and laughed. "Ha ha ha ha, you are so funny. Damn it. Boy, don't be too arrogant. I have a very strong self-esteem. Because of my strong self-esteem, people call me the proud Usopp." Usopp took out his slingshot and pointed it at Luffy. "You saw it just now, my slingshot skills are much better than the average pistol player," Usopp said proudly. At this time, Luffy's expression suddenly became serious and he said to Usopp, "Since you have a gun, let's risk your life. Here we go." Xiaoling looked at the scene in front of him. This was a scene where Luffy paid tribute to Shanks, the great pirate he respected. Ah! After hearing Luffy's words, Usopp's body stiffened unconsciously. "I mean, this thing is not a child's toy." Luffy looked at Usopp and explained. Zoro also became playful when he saw Luffy's appearance. His eyes became sharp and he looked at Usopp above, saying, "The person in front of you is a real pirate." Xiaoling did not feel murderous intent in the two of them, but Usopp above him became very nervous. The two sides faced off for a while, and finally Usopp knelt on the ground. "Sure enough, I don't have the momentum of a real pirate. It's so scary and powerful," he said sadly, as if he had accepted his fate. Zoro and Luffy finally laughed when they saw Usopp's appearance. "Ha ha ha ha, I am learning now and selling it now. This is what my respected pirate Shanks said," Luffy said to Usopp above. "Shanks? Are you talking about the big pirate red-haired Shanks?" Usopp became excited when he heard Shanks' name. Luffy nodded, and then said, "Yes, your father is Jesus Bulletin, right?" Hearing his father's name, Usopp fell down without standing still. Bump! Xiaoling looked at Usopp with his face on the ground, and then looked at the beautiful cliff. The physiques of people in this world are not comparable to those of Blue Star people. At this height, if it were me, I would probably be disabled even if I didn't die. Xiaoling once again felt weak. "Jesus Bulletin is my father's name, but how do you know that?" Luffy nodded and said, "I met him when I was a child. You two look exactly the same, so of course I recognized him." Xiaoling wanted to laugh when he heard Luffy's words. He didn't know how Luffy could tell that the two were exactly the same, but in the end he didn't laugh. Instead, he said to several people, "How about we go to the village and talk while eating?" When he heard about eating, Luffy's eyes immediately shone. Yes, I want to eat meat. And wine." At this time Zoro also expressed that he wanted to drink. Seeing that several people had no ill intentions towards this village, Usopp relaxed and said to them, "Come with me. It would be best to have someone who is familiar with this place lead the way." Xiaoling and the others followed Usopp towards the village. "Usopp, is your long nose real?" Xiaoling walked in front of Usopp and reached out to grab his nose. "Hey, what are you going to do, girl? If this isn't true, can it still be false?" Nami smiled when she heard the word little girl. Xiaoling shook his head helplessly. He didn't want to explain now, and then he saw Xiaoling grabbing Usopp's nose directly. It hurts. Hey, it's true, how can humans have such noses?" Chapter 11. Prepare to change the plot. So Dad is on the ship of a big pirate like Shanks. In the restaurant, Usopp was excitedly listening to the story of Jesus Cloth that Luffy told him. Xiaoling on the side listened with gusto. He didn't have such a big appetite, so he ate something and just listened to their story. "Since there is such a relationship, Usopp, are there any big ships or friends who can sail the ships?" Nami asked. Usopp shook his head and said, "As you can see, this is just a small village. How could there be such a thing?" Zoro looked into the distance through the window, and then said, "There is a big villa there, and there should be a boat." "No. It's absolutely not allowed there. Usopp shouted loudly, but he felt a little scared after saying it. Ah? Why? Usopp shook his head nervously, then stood up and bowed to everyone, and then said, "The boss here is very familiar with me, so just feel free to eat. I have something to do now, so I will leave here first." Before anyone could answer, Usopp ran away quickly. Xiaoling looked at the villa in the distance, and he should be able to see the melee soon. "Forget it, the meat here is so delicious, let's go and ask again when we're full," Luffy said. Seeing Luffy's appetite with his own eyes, Xiaoling felt deeply horrified. System, how much emotion do I have now? Current emotion value, 9001. Sure enough, this emotional value is very impressive to him, and the current emotional value is enough for him to upgrade Orochimaru's character card to level 2. I don't know what skills the level 2 character cards will get. System, upgrade the Orochimaru character card to level 2. Current card experience value, 20/100. Ding! 8,000 emotional points were successfully deducted and 80 experience points were obtained. The current Orochimaru, Gold, character card has been upgraded to level 2. Ding! Unlock the second level character card, host gains a new ability, Chakra. Ding! Congratulations to host for gaining new skills, Clone, Transformation and Substitute. 3 Body Technique? Chakra? Xiaoling was a little excited. You must know that this is the power in Hokage. Having chakra means that you have power that is not available in this world. At this time, a lot of knowledge entered Xiaoling's mind, and Xiaoling was already proficient in the use of chakra and the 3 body technique. It is indeed produced by the system. Host, Xiaoling. Character card, Orochimaru, Gold. Card level, 2, 0/500. Card skills, Software, Chakra, 3 body technique. Equipment card, Pheasant sword, Gold. Equipment skill, Snake sword, IM1. Card level, 1, 0/100. Auxiliary card, none. Combat effectiveness evaluation, C, B, with no combat experience, you are still a salted fish. What the hell? Even though I have no combat experience, I am still a salty fish with sea-level combat capability. Hateful. Xiaoling spoke unconsciously, attracting the attention of Luffy and the other 3. Xiaoling, what happened? Zoro asked. Ah? It's okay, I just thought of something. Xiaoling shook his head and said. Oh, I thought it was because the meat didn't suit your appetite. At this time, Luffy was full and his stomach was fully bloated. Xiaoling looked at Luffy speechlessly. You've eaten all the meat. I don't know what it tastes like. At this moment, the 3 children who had just escaped suddenly burst in, holding small wooden swords, and shouted at the 4 people, "Release our captain quickly! Where is our captain?" Several people didn't speak. One of the children saw Luffy touching his belly, so he made up some pictures in his mind and said tremblingly, "Our captain isn't in your belly, is he?" At this time Zoro became playful again. "Yes, your captain has been eaten by us," Zoro said fiercely. Seeing such playful Zoro, Nami and Xiaoling stood up at the same time. Ah! 2 dominatrixes. The 3 children did not dare to speak directly to Luffy and Zoro, so they had to shout loudly at the 2 people who looked easy to bully. 2. Xiaoling seemed to feel that he had been shot inexplicably. What are you talking about? When Nami heard the word dominatrix, she immediately yelled at the 3 children with bared teeth and claws. How terrible! Ha 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 ha! Except for Nami, the 3 of them laughed when they saw this scene. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, your captain just went out in an emergency, Xiaoling said to the 3 children. Hearing Xiaoling's words, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Is it that easy to believe it? It's really easy to cheat. At this time, a child suddenly thought of something and said to several people. Captain Usopp went out at this time, it must be because of that incident. Which thing? Luffy asked. At this time, the three children told several people about Usopp and Kaya. Oh, it turns out Usopp is a big liar. Nami said with a weird smile. Damn it, Dominatrix, our captain is not a big liar. Xiaoling could see that the three children still admired Usopp very much, and he had to admire Usopp for this. Then do you think Miss Kaya's condition has improved? Nami continued to ask. The three children were silent for a while, then one of the children said to several people, of course, Miss Kaya's condition is much better. Oh, that's awesome. Why don't we go to the villa and take a look? Maybe we can find a big ship. Luffy said excitedly. But, we can't get into the villa. I have a way. Luffy said confidently. After speaking, several people did not pay the bill, but credited the meal to Usopp. If nothing else goes wrong with this meal, it should be the king's meal. Xiaoling murmured to himself. At this time in the villa, Usopp was bragging about his story to Kaya. And Luffy and others have arrived at the edge of the wall. How do we get in? Zoro asked. Hey, everyone, hold on tight. Luffy said to several people with a smile. Seeing this, Xiaoling already knew Luffy's plan, so he said, I have something else to do. You go in first. I will have a way to get in later. Are you kidding me? If I fly in according to Luffy's method, I won't fall to death. Xiaoling shook his head. Okay, let's go first. After Luffy said to Xiaoling, he motioned for several people to catch him. As soon as everyone grabbed Luffy's body, Luffy's hand grabbed the top of the railing, and the next moment, several people flew into the sky together. Haha, I knew it. Fortunately, I wasn't with them. Xiaoling murmured happily to himself as he looked at the people flying into the sky. Xiaoling touched the wall, and then thought of the power he had just gained. Just in time to try the power of my chakra. Xiaoling closed her eyes, feeling the unfamiliar power in her body, and then covered her hands with chakra and grabbed the wall. Sure enough, after overcoming the power of chakra, things like climbing walls have become very easy. Xiaoling's speed was very fast, his body kept rising, and then he looked down. Ding, I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +1. Hey, why do rich people have their walls so high? Other side. Luffy and others have already landed. Hey, who are you? Luffy and the others had just stood up, and Craybaiter, the butler, had already arrived. When Craybaiter saw Luffy and others, he showed a disgusted expression. Luffy didn't care about this, but continued, we want a ship. Impossible. Craybaiter refused. Please leave immediately, and Usopp over there. Craybaiter looked at the top of the big tree and said. Usopp behind the tree immediately became nervous when he heard his name. He knew that he had no way to hide, so he appeared in the tree. Usopp, I've heard your adventure stories, and I've also heard your father's stories. Craybaiter pushed up his glasses and said. Crabbiddle, stop talking. Kaya shouted. As a butler, Craybaiter ignored Kaya and continued, Usopp, you have the blood of sinful pirates in your body. You are just the son of a dirty pirate. Crabadder, you have gone too far. Apologize to Usopp quickly. Facing Kaya's words, he didn't take it seriously and still mocked Usopp. But Usopp couldn't help it anymore and finally jumped down from the tree. At this time, Usopp's body began to tremble. What? Usopp, are you going to attack me now? Or are you going to use your good lies to cover up the fact that your father is a pirate? Just when Usopp was about to take action, a voice came. Crabbiddle, should I call you the butler Craybaiter? Or should I call you Crow, the captain of the Black Cat Pirates with a bounty of 16 million Baileys? Chapter 12 Stop pretending, you are also a pirate. I don't know what you're talking about. Crow frowned, looking at the person who was slowly walking over, feeling wary. Ding, I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +6. Xiaoling did not stop and kept moving towards Luffy and others. Brother Crow, you must hold back and don't take action. At this time, Xiaoling's legs were shaking a little. He was afraid that Crow would suddenly take action to deal with him. Ha 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 ha, don't you understand? Xiaoling sped up his movement speed. The next moment, Xiaoling was hiding behind Zoro. Hey, Xiaoling, what are you doing? Zoro asked helplessly. Xiaoling found a position where he felt absolutely safe and continued. I'm not kidding. The guy in front of me is known as Captain Crow of Beiji, with a bounty of 16 million Baileys, and Grandmaster of Silent Killing Technique. I didn't expect him to be hiding in this small village. Behind Zoro and Luffy, Xiaoling was no longer so afraid. He straightened his back and said to Crow. Stop pretending, you are a pirate, and a well-known pirate in the East Daxia Sea. Xiaoling's voice was so loud that even Kaya above the villa heard it clearly. At this time, Crow looked at Xiaoling. He didn't understand why he was recognized by the guy in front of him. There should be no flaws in his plan. Crabital, is what he said true? Kaya said in surprise. Hearing Kaya's words, Crow pushed up his glasses and immediately calmed down. Miss, do you think you should believe what a pirate says? And he is also a friend of the big liar. Lying may be a common thing for them. Crow acted very innocent at this time, as if he had really been wronged. Although this was the case, Zoro trusted what Xiaoling said. At this time, he looked at the man in front of him warily. Ah, Xiaoling, are you saying that the person in front of you is a pirate? Luffy finally came to his senses and said. Xiaoling calmed down for a while, looked at Crow, then looked at Luffy and said. Yes, he was originally the captain of the Black Cat Pirates. Do you remember Colonel Monka whom we defeated some time ago? He was promoted to colonel because he defeated the Black Cat Pirates 3 years ago. I just didn't expect that 3 years have passed and he is still alive. This guy is famous for his resourcefulness among pirates. If I guessed correctly, he should appear here for Miss Kaya's property. Luffy scratched his head, looked at Crow in front of him, and said, is this guy very strong? At this time, Xiaoling straightened her back and suppressed her nervousness. There are Zoro and Luffy here, what is he afraid of? The East Daxia Sea is known as the weakest sea. The 16 million bounty should not be considered weak here, but with his strength, he is just a small guy in the Grand Line. Well, the momentum cannot be lost. Although Crow has not been a pirate for many years, he still has self-esteem. Now that he heard Xiaoling's ridicule, he still felt a little angry in his heart. But he knew that he couldn't speak at this time, otherwise he would be exposed. You pirates are actually making up nonsense. I have always been the steward here. I am not the person you say, and I don't know the person you say. Xiaoling was a little surprised at this time. As expected of the pirate known as Beiji, he was indeed able to endure it. I will never allow you to hurt Miss Kaya. At this time, Usopp took a few steps back and aimed his slingshot at Crow. Xiaoling originally planned to say something, but Kaya stopped her. That's enough, don't say anything anymore, Usopp, you and your friends should go back first. Kaya said to Xiaoling and others. Really? It is impossible for Kaya to believe what Xiaoling and others say now. But it's normal to think about it. The other party has taken care of Kaya for 3 years. How could Xiaoling be able to trust him just because of a few words from Xiaoling? Hearing Kaya's words, Crow was ecstatic. Sure enough, his 3 years of hard work had not been in vain. But what Crow didn't expect was that the person in front of him was Xiaoling, who could be regarded as a prophet. System, can you give me a reward order for Crow? Just make up a fake one. Ding, this operation requires deducting 100 emotional points. Do you want to continue? What the hell, why don't you grab a piece of paper with 100 emotion points? The products produced by the system must be high-quality products. Haha, haven't you even explained it yet? Okay, keep making up. The next moment, a reward order appeared in Xiaoling's hand. It was the wanted order from 3 years ago, and it was also a photo of Crow's face. According to Xiaoling's understanding, there was no formal arrest warrant for Crow before. At this time, Xiaoling remembered the current plot again, so he said to Kaya, Ms. Kaya, I know it's hard for you to believe what I say now, but look here. With that said, Xiaoling took out Crow's wanted notice. How is it possible? At this time, Crow was already shocked. This wanted notice could not exist. Produced by the system, it must be a high-quality product. This wanted poster can be obtained from Marineware to get the bounty. And you can also accompany me for a walk. If my calculation is correct, the Black Cat Pirates ship should be parked at the edge of the island now. Clang! The next moment, Xiaoling was so frightened that he knelt down on the ground. At this time, everyone was stunned. The reward notice also fell to the ground, and everyone could see it clearly. Including Kaya above, she was also shocked. When Xiaoling took out the reward order and said those words, she already believed 70% of them, and now she completely trusts Xiaoling's words. At this moment, a weapon like a cat's claw appeared on Crow's hand, and he just barely scratched Xiaoling's throat. Hey, you guy, how can you sneak attack my partner? I saw a smile on Zoro's face at this time, holding 2 knives across his chest to resist Crow's attack. In an instant, Xiaoling was frightened by the murderous aura emitted by Kei Luo. At this time, his mind went blank. It's terrible. If it weren't for Zoro, I might be dead. Crabitle! Kaya shouted in disbelief. What Xiaoling said was actually true. Otherwise, why would Crabitle be so strong? And he also carries weapons? Crow pushed up his glasses, smiled, and said, well, that's fine, miss. Since this guy has told the story, I don't plan to hide it anymore. I originally planned to tell you when you go to hell in a few days. If you want to blame this guy. Crow pointed at Xiaoling. Sure enough, Crow could no longer bear it. Because Xiaoling has already revealed everything. Crabitle! At this moment, a sheep-horned servant appeared here, and he looked at the man in front of him in disbelief. Oh? Mary! Crow said. Melly was very shocked at this time. As a servant, he had been here for a long time, but he didn't show up when he saw Crow here. He didn't believe it when Xiaoling said those words. But the murderous intent just now and the reward order on the ground made him have no choice but to believe it. I didn't expect that Clobitel, as a butler, would be a big pirate with such a high bounty. Ha 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 ha, since the matter has been exposed, I have to deal with you in advance and implement my plan. Although Xiaoling's words were meant to belittle him, he had clearly seen that Xiaoling was making false claims. He is confident that there are few opponents in the East Daxia Sea, even though it has been 3 years now. And his first target was Xiaoling, who had his plan exposed. Xiaoling felt the murderous intent, took a few steps back, and said to Zoro and Luffy, this guy's Grandmaster silent killing technique is very powerful. You must protect me. Ah? Xiaoling, aren't you very strong? Luffy said. Zoro was a little excited when he saw Crow in front of him. He could clearly feel the murderous intent just now. The guy in front of him was not a weakling. However, as the captain, the other party should leave it to his own captain to solve the problem. Xiaoling, you just said that the crew of the Black Cat Pirates have landed on the island. Zoro said. Xiaoling nodded. It shouldn't be ashore yet. Zoro nodded and said, in that case, leave this guy to Luffy and let's go deal with the Black Cat Pirates. As a strong man, he disdained to bully the minority with more. Xiaoling nodded immediately. Then Xiaoling took Zoro and Usopp and started running outside. He didn't want to stay here for a second longer. You must know that this guy in front of you is more dangerous than the entire Black Cat pirates. Oh, you want to run? Crow wanted to chase him, but a man wearing a straw hat was already standing in front of him. With excitement on his face, Luffy said, "My partner has handed you over to me, and you can't leave from here. TCH, you are a newbie, don't be too arrogant." Nami on the side was a little scared when she saw Xiaoling and others leaving, so she entered the villa and planned to protect Kaya. "Hey, I will definitely defeat you, I want to be a one-piece man." Chapter 13 Black Cat Pirates. "Kid, you messed up my plan." "Forget it, the plan will still go ahead anyway. It's just that you PD me off and you have to die here. And, do you know what One Piece stands for?" Crow's tone already contained anger that could not be concealed. At this time, Crow's footsteps began to beat continuously. In the blink of an eye. Puff. When Luffy was not prepared, Crow appeared in front of Luffy, and the weapon in his hand easily cut several wounds on Luffy's body. Blood spurted out, and Luffy quickly retreated and distanced himself from Crow, staring closely at the man in front of him. "It hurts so much. What's going on?" Luffy looked at the man in front of him in disbelief. He clearly didn't see Crow take action just now, which shows how fast the other man was. But Luffy didn't want to sit still and wait for death. Rubber, machine gun. Luffy's fist became faster and faster, turning into a machine gun and rushing towards Crow. Spoon. Ah! Luffy was hit again. Although his devil fruit ability allowed him to resist shield attacks, such a blade could easily hurt him. Crow disappeared again. Not only Luffy was hit by this attack, but Mary, who was present, was also hit by this attack. Damn it! Luffy endured the pain and stared at Crow in front of him. Ha 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 ha! Crow laughed wildly. So what if the plan was revealed? He just accepted the property in advance. Krabital, stop! Kaya shouted loudly. She was now very weak. Along with her shouts, coughing sounds continued to come from the second floor. Crow pushed up his glasses. "Miss Kaya, don't worry. When I finish him off, you will be next." Now in Kaya's eyes, Crow is no longer the gentle man, but a devil. Spoon. On the other side, Xiaoling and Zoro Usopp kept running towards the shore. "Hey, Xiaoling, is your guess accurate? Are there really pirates here?" Usopp asked carefully. He didn't expect that he would actually see the day when the pirates invaded in his lifetime. Just as Usopp finished speaking, a strange-looking guy was walking towards the village with a strange posture. "Stop!" Xiaoling saw the man and said to the two running people. "Ah, Xiaoling, what are you doing?" Usopp and Zoro shouted at the same time. Xiaoling looked behind him, pointed at the weird man and said, "Have you noticed that weird guy behind?" The two nodded at the same time, not understanding what Xiaoling meant. Xiaoling's voice was very loud, and Zhang Jiao also heard his voice. "What a weird guy! I'm not weird at all, I'm a hypnosis master." Zhang Jiao walked slowly and leisurely in front of Xiaoling and others. Xiaoling looked at Zhang Jiao with a smile, and then said to Zoro and Usopp, "He is a member of the Black Cat Pirates. He was Crow's subordinate before, and he is also one of those people I mentioned." "Oh!" Zoro and Usopp immediately became alert. Zhang Jiao looked at Xiaoling, not expecting that anyone in this village would know his identity. "Yes, he is also a pirate with a bounty." "Kid, do you know what you are talking about?" Zhang Jiao said to Xiaoling. "Your Captain Crow has been defeated by us. I advise you to leave the village." Xiaoling said, then he hid behind Zoro and continued, "Do you see this person next to me? This is Zoro, a famous pirate hunter in the East Daxia Sea. If you don't leave, he will kill you." Zhang Jiao has been sailing on the sea, and of course he knows about things on the sea. Pirate hunter Zoro is famous in the East Daxia Sea. Captain Crow was actually solved. Zhang Jiao couldn't believe it. How could that man be solved so easily? Impossible. Yes, it has been solved. If you don't want to die, leave here. Usopp shouted loudly, but his nervousness could be seen by everyone. Broke in. Xiaoling thought that Usopp was cheating his teammates. Sure enough, after seeing Usopp, Zhang Jiao smiled, looked at Xiaoling and said, "You are lying." Sure enough, Usopp is still too weak now, and his lying has not reached a certain level. No, there is no need for us to lie to you, Zoro, get rid of him. Xiaoling ordered Zoro. Hey? Why don't you do it yourself? Zoro said impatiently. Forget it, just leave it to me. Zoro and Xiaoling have been together for a while, and he has a general understanding of Xiaoling's character. The guy in front of him must be quite strong, otherwise he wouldn't have been tied up with him for so long without any harm. But this guy's courage is questionable. And the combat experience should be very insufficient. However, Zhang Jiao's strength is not strong, and he now knows that the man in front of him is indeed a famous pirate hunter. So Zhang Jiao said to Zoro, "Wait, I'm really just a hypnosis master. I know where the pirates are. How about I take you to find them?" Xiaoling thought about it. Although he knew that Zhang Jiao wanted to lure them into an encirclement, it was also a good option to catch all the pirates in one fell swoop. Zoro looked at Xiaoling with a questioning look in his eyes. In fact, he and Xiaoling had the same idea. "Then thank you for your help." Xiaoling's expression changed immediately. "But if we go, wouldn't we be like lambs walking into a tiger's mouth?" Usopp whispered nervously. "Are you sure it's not a tiger among the flock of sheep?" Even though he is not good at fighting, he has Zoro as his boss, so he is not inferior to them at all. Xiaoling and Zoro stopped talking and followed Zhang Gao towards the shore. "Hey, wait for me." After Usopp reacted, he took a step forward to catch up with the few people. On the other side, Nami had already gone up to the second floor and successfully protected Kaya to prevent her from getting hurt. But rather than saying it was protection, it would be more accurate to say that Nami cleared the battlefield for Luffy and Kuro, and Nami also didn't want to be accidentally injured. At this time, the battle between Kuro and Luffy is still going on. Although at present, Luffy's injuries are much more serious than Kuro's, but you have to know that Luffy is famous for his thick health bar, and he also locks his health. After the battle, Kuro has discovered that Luffy is different. "I didn't expect that you, kid, are not only a devil fruit user, but also so powerful," CLO said. "But so what are you going to do next?" Spoon. Kuro then disappeared and appeared behind Luffy, but just when he thought his attack was about to defeat Luffy. Bump. Luffy's fist hit Kuro's face accurately. How is it possible? Crow was knocked against the wall by the punch and looked at Luffy in front of him in disbelief. "Hehe, I have roughly found the way you attack." Luffy smiled, and there was still a confident light in his eyes. "Don't be ridiculous, my attack is unstoppable, Spoon." Bump. Once again, Kuro was knocked away by Luffy's punch. This is impossible. Kuro actually felt a sense of crisis in Luffy. Who is this kid? How could he grow up in such a short time? Who are you? Luffy smiled and said, "My name is Luffy, and I want to be the man of One Piece." At this moment, Nami on the second floor looked at Luffy in disbelief. What kind of person is this guy? Is this the ship of the Black Cat pirates? It looks pretty good. The huge pirate ship slowly approached the island. Xiaoling sighed as he looked at this behemoth that was even more shocking than the one in the anime. These pirates are actually going to attack our village. Usopp looked forward in disbelief. Although he wanted to protect the village, he had the urge to escape at this moment. And the next moment, the members of the Black Cat pirates saw Zhang Jiao and immediately all got off the boat. Zhang Jiao also left Xiaoling and others and came to the interior of the Black Cat Pirates crew. Xiaoling and Zoro did not stop all this. Xiaoling didn't dare to stop him. But in Zoro's eyes, it doesn't matter if Zhang Jiao goes over there. We have to solve the problem together anyway. Chapter 14, 3 Body Techniques. Pirate Hunter Zoro, so what if it's you? There are so many of us, how can you be our opponent? Zhang Jiao smiled and looked at the 3 people in front of him, while Usopp and Xiaoling hid behind Zoro in perfect agreement. Zoro, kill them. Come on, kill them. Xiaoling looked at Usopp next to him. He was worthy of being the Sniper King, yet he shamelessly imitated him. Why do you want to imitate me? Aren't you the captain of 80 million people? How can you rely on others? Xiaoling deliberately said in a provocative way. Hearing Xiaoling's words, Usopp swallowed. My 80 million troops may have been lost, and now I am alone. Xiaoling said seriously, you are the captain of an 80 million strong army. Can't you solve this small situation? Ding, I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +1. He, how could that happen? With that said, Usopp slowly walked up to Zoro and said to the people below, I, the great pirate Usopp, have 80 million subordinates. If you want to attack this village, you will die. 80 million. Zhang Jiao said in surprise. Hey, Captain, you look like a liar from the other side, let's go. One of the crew members said, this little trick is not as intimidating as Zoro alone. At this time, all the pirates picked up the guys, one by one with scimitars in their hands. Xiaoling, prepare to fight. These guys don't seem to be very strong in combat. Zoro took out 3 knives and said to Xiaoling. Xiaoling swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I want to come too. Ding, I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +6. Xiaoling, you are a pirate, and you are also the person who wants to be the deputy captain. This is not acceptable. Zoro said. Ding, I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value is +66. I went there and Suoda actually recognized my position as deputy captain. Is this scientific? Vice captain. Xiaoling suppressed the excitement in his heart and summoned the pheasant's sword. Xiaoling, where do you keep this sword? Zoro asked curiously. Oh, this is my special ability. Xiaoling did not say the existence of the system, after all, this kind of thing is too mysterious. Zoro nodded without delving into it, everyone has their own secrets. But what Zoro didn't know was that he had almost no secrets in front of Xiaoling. At this time, Xiaoling suddenly wanted to try the actual combat ability of this 3-body technique. Xiaoling was now familiar with the 3-body technique and remembered it in his mind, and Xiaoling began to form seals. Maid, I know how to form the seal, but why is it so difficult? Xiaoling was a little clumsy with the seals, and he started to seal them one by one. This action. Usopp looked at Xiaoling's actions with some disbelief. Are you a ninja? Usopp and Zoro said at the same time. For ninjas, it's a man's romance, they can't help but know. Ding, I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +6. Humph, you guessed it right, look at me next. I saw the chakra in Xiaoling's body starting to operate. Clone technique. Bump. An identical Xiaoling appeared next to him. Fortunately, although the system did not increase my speed in forming seals, I will not make mistakes in these ninjutsu. Ah! So awesome! Usopp said with admiration to Xiaoling, with golden light shining in his eyes. At this time, the pirates below had already rushed over. Xiaoling, come on! You are a ninja! Usopp said. At this time, Zoro also cast his gaze. He also wanted to see how ninjas fight. Ding, I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +6. That. I just learned it, I don't know how to fight yet. Xiaoling became a little timid at this time. Are you kidding me? What kind of fighting power does this basic ninjutsu have? TCH, you just don't dare to go up, you are so cowardly. Usopp said. This time Xiaoling did not refute. Anyway, he just needs to save his life. Hehe, how could that be? I'll get stronger if I wait for a while. Xiaoling scratched his head and looked at Zoro. What a joke, I'm so weak now, if I go to fight, what if I die? Finally Zoro shook his head helplessly and walked to the front. Xiaoling calmed down. He didn't think it was shameful, so he took a few steps back. But Usopp was different from Xiaoling. Although he was also afraid, what was behind him was what he had to protect, so he gritted his teeth and went forward to fight with the pirates. I didn't expect Usopp to be so brave. Should I also contribute to the pirates? Xiaoling felt complicated at this moment. If this continues, he will be a drag. At this time, two people luckily passed through Zoro's defense line and rushed towards Xiaoling. Ha ha ha, there is a little girl here. She doesn't look strong. Let's deal with her first. A pirate saw Xiaoling and said excitedly. They don't want to fight the pirate hunter, that guy is simply not human. This. What's going on? Xiaoling glanced at Zoro, and Zoro gave Xiaoling a look. Damn, I feel like Zoro did this on purpose. Hateful. No, I must defeat these two guys. Xiaoling looked at the two pirates with a determined look. He couldn't be so timid anymore. But, can my small body really beat these two strong men over 2 meters tall? Why did Zuoda let two such people come here, Wivu? Ha ha ha, little girl, are you scared to tears by me? Don't worry, I will give you a quick death. A pirate said excitedly. Damn, your whole family is the little girls. Xiaoling once again held the Kusanagi sword in his hand and rushed towards the pirates. However, the two pirates did not take Xiaoling seriously. At this time, one of the pirates clenched his fists. With rich combat experience, he dodged Xiaoling's attack and then punched Xiaoling in the abdomen, knocking Xiaoling out. Bump! Xiaoling turned into a ball of smoke, and another Xiaoling appeared behind the pirate. Hey, take my sword! In the world of One Piece, the Kusanagi sword is also a top-level weapon that can cut through iron like mud. The Kusanagi sword easily cut through the muscles of a pirate, and blood gushed out continuously. At the same time, Xiaoling also felt dizzy. Damn, I won't faint from blood, will I? But he knew that he couldn't relax at this time, and he swung out another sword. Hateful. The pirate who felt the pain saw Xiaoling's second sword coming at him, frowned, and then dodged his attack. Girl, you PD me off. At this time, the two pirates punched at the same time, both hitting Xiaoling in the abdomen. Bump! Was Xiaoling really knocked out this time? What's going on? It doesn't seem to hurt that much. Could it be that the character card's software ability has a great damage reduction effect? Xiaoling hit the stone hard, and only felt more dizzy but not much pain. The two pirates looked at each other and decided to quickly deal with the man in front of them who had strange means. This sword is really a good thing. It can cut my skin so easily. Once I kill her, the sword will be mine, said a pirate. Ha 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 ha. Okay, let's deal with him quickly. Don't delay any longer. At this time, the two pirates walked towards Xiaoling at the same time. Hateful. Xiaoling looked at the two pirates approaching him and his body began to tremble. Xiaoling, Xiaoling, you can't do this, you have to stay calm. System, how strong are these two people? Ding, system detection, the combat power of the two pirates is sea level, which is considered as insignificant. Damn it, I can't be defeated by two worthless people. At this time, the pirate had already come in front of Xiaoling. The pirate, who was used to licking blood from the tip of the knife, did not hesitate, but took out the knife in his hand and went straight towards Xiaoling. Bump. Chapter 15 Hypnosis. What? When the pirate's knife fell, there was no splash of blood as expected, but his knife hit the stone heavily. What's going on? The tall pirate looked at the stone in front of him and scratched his head, a little surprised. Where did that guy go? At this time, Xiaoling had appeared behind the pirate, with a subtle layer of energy wrapped around the grass pheasant's sword. Be careful, another pirate warned. Too late. At this time, the Cao pheasant sword in Xiaoling's hand was swung, and the sword body covered with chakra became even sharper. Puff. This time, Xiaoling did not use chopping, but stabbing. The grass pheasant sword stabbed into the pirate's heart accurately, and blood instantly sprayed on Xiaoling's face. But the pirate whose heart was pierced widened his eyes and turned around unwillingly to look at Xiaoling. At this time, Xiaoling did not withdraw his sword. As the pirate fell, he collapsed on the ground. Holy shit, am I killing someone? Xiaoling was a little surprised. How could he, who had received a good education, have seen such a scene? He usually thinks it's too beautiful to kill a chicken. How could he kill someone? At this time, his mind went blank, while another pirate saw his best friend on the ship being killed, and his eyes immediately became bloodshot. Damn it, you should die too. The pirate raised the knife in his hand and headed towards Xiaoling, but Xiaoling's body was paralyzed on the ground and had lost the ability to move. And Xiaoling no longer knew that he was in danger and was already immersed in the murder. Puff. The next moment, blood sprayed out again, but it was not Xiaoling's blood, but that pirate's. Hey, Xiaoling, cheer up. At this time, Zoro appeared next to Xiaoling and defeated the pirate with one move. He also didn't expect that Xiaoling would lose his mind because of the murder. You will be a pirate in the future. Things like this will happen often, so cheer up. Zoro continued to speak soothingly. Xiaoling heard Zoro's voice at this time, came back to his senses and took a deep breath. I'm fine. Xiaoling said with a forced smile, while listening to the system prompts that kept coming in his mind. The emotional value generated by the murder has even exceeded the emotional value accumulated before. It can be seen that this incident had a great impact on Xiaoling. At this time, Zhang Jiao saw that all his crew members had been defeated, including the two strongest brothers on his ship. As expected of the pirate hunter Zoro, his strength is truly extraordinary. Then, kids, all look at me. Django plans to use the hypnosis ability to increase the crew's combat effectiveness. I saw the ring on Master Zan's hand starting to shake. Brothers, listen carefully, after I finish saying 12 praises, all your injuries will be healed and you will become stronger. As the ring shook, the eyes of the Black Cat pirates began to blur. 1,2, thumbs up. The next moment, all members of the Black Cat pirates stood up. What, this is hypnosis? Zoro said, looking at the people below. Boom. A pirate's fist hit the rock. How is that possible? How come their strength has increased so much? Zoro looked at the Black Cat pirates members below in disbelief. Brothers, go ahead and kill him. Zhang Jiao commanded the crowd. How could it be? Zoro immediately raised the knife and looked solemn. Bump. Smoke and dust flew everywhere for a moment, and the powerful impact made him take dozens of steps back. The two Catman brothers stood up again and appeared in front of Zoro. Ha 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 ha, go to hell. The two did not give Zoro a chance to buffer. A series of attacks continued, and Zoro retreated continuously. Damn it, why has your strength increased so much? Zoro felt a long-lost sense of oppression at this time, and the strength of the two of them suddenly improved so much. At this time, a large number of pirates also rushed over, and Zoro had no time to take care of others. When Usopp saw this, he knew he couldn't let these people rush into the village. Look at how powerful I am, Captain Usopp. Usopp took out his slingshot and prepared to attack the pirates. But he was facing real pirates after all. When he was completely ready, the pirates had already appeared in front of him. A shooter was approached, and one can imagine that the next moment, Usopp was directly knocked away. Hateful. For a moment, Zoro was distracted and looked towards Usopp's battlefield. Hey, be careful. It was through this distraction that the Cat brothers discovered the flaw and knocked Zoro away. Hateful. Bump. Usopp, who was knocked away, fell right next to Xiaoling. Looking at Xiaoling, who had made no movement at all, he reminded, How about we withdraw first? At this time, Xiaoling didn't seem to hear Usopp's words, and stood up slowly. His eyes were the same as those of the crew members, and they were all in a state of hypnosis. Hey, are you kidding me? You won't get hypnosis, right? Usopp said nervously. Xiaoling still ignored him, and the next moment the grass pheasant sword appeared in Xiaoling's hand. Clone technique. Bump. Clone technique. Bump. Two identical people appeared next to Xiaoling. At this time, Xiaoling's seal formation speed had changed dramatically from before. Kill. The grass pheasant sword in Xiaoling's hand was covered with chakra, and he rushed towards the crowd of pirates very quickly. I am very strong now, and getting stronger and stronger. Xiaoling kept mumbling to himself. The pirates saw Xiaoling rushing over and were not afraid at all. First of all, because they were also in the hypnosis state, and they knew that Xiaoling was a weakling. But the next moment, Xiaoling's fighting power hit them hard in the face. They saw that Xiaoling's speed was getting faster and faster, and slowly it was no longer able to be caught by their naked eyes. Chakra can stimulate a person's body, allowing the body to exceed its normal level, and Xiaoling's chakra at this time has been fully used in combat. Puff! How is that possible? In the blink of an eye, Xiaoling was among the members of the Black Cat Pirates. He waved the grass pheasant sword rapidly in his hand, and wounds appeared on the members of the Black Cat Pirates. Ah! Damn it! This speed is as fast as Captain Crow's spoon. Why is this guy so strong? The intense pain caused many members of the Black Cat Pirates to wake up in the hypnosis state. Although they attacked Xiaoling collectively, they could not keep up with Xiaoling's speed. Usopp looked at Xiaoling in front of him and opened his mouth in disbelief. It turns out this guy is so strong. Zoro, who was knocked away, also stood up and said with a smile, although he is in the state of hypnosis. Xiaoling now looks a bit like a pirate. Zoro then looked at the cat brothers ahead. It's time to settle the fight. Chapter 16 Xiaoling's explosive combat power. Are you kidding? This guy is like a monster after being hit by hypnosis. A pirate said tremblingly as he looked at the unstoppable Xiaoling. Ah! As soon as the pirate finished speaking, Xiaoling's sword slashed across his throat. After being hit by hypnosis, Xiaoling was completely different from his usual self. Every move was a killing move. Blood sprayed on Xiaoling's body, but he did not show his usual timidity, but instead showed an excited look on his face. Xiaoling smelled the blood on the Kusanagi sword, and his tongue stretched several times like a real Orochimaru, licking the blood on the sword. Is this guy, a demon? Zhang Jiao also had a look of fear on his face at this time. I didn't expect that Xiaoling would change so much after hypnosis. No, I want to remove hypnosis. Zhang Jiao looked at Xiaoling, who was now killing him, and made up his mind. On the other side, Zoro continued to defend the attacks of the Catman brothers. After being attacked by hypnosis, the strength of the two brothers was greatly increased, but now that he had no worries, Zoro could easily deal with the two of them. I didn't expect that the two of them would become so much stronger after being hypnosis, but that's about it. Zoro once again withstood the two attacks and used their strength to successfully distance themselves from the two. Let's finish it. Zoro crossed 3 knives, and then the blades began to rotate. The two Catman brothers felt a sense of oppression, Cold sweat flowed from their foreheads, and they took a few steps back unconsciously. 3 sword styles, 3,000 worlds. The rotating blade continued to accelerate, and in the blink of an eye Zoro was in front of the Catman brothers. Puff! Blood sprayed, Zoro had arrived behind the 2 of them, and the wounds caused by 3 knives appeared on their bodies. Touch, touch! Their bodies could no longer support the damage Zoro had caused them, and they fell to the ground. Tisk, that's all. Zoro put the words on his lips into the scabbard, and then looked at Xiaoling's battle below. What, this guy is so murderous after being hypnosis. Zoro muttered to himself. The Straw Hats fought a lot, but killed very few people, usually until they were defeated. But Xiaoling was different, almost all the pirates he fought were killed. But Zoro didn't feel any discomfort, because he had killed many people. But Usopp on the side was different. At this time, he had truly seen the fear of pirates. Xiaoling's battle had already caused a huge impact on his heart. Human life seems really worthless. At this time, only a few of the pirates below were standing. The others had been defeated by Xiaoling, and most of the defeated people were dead. Zhang Jiao looked at the change in the situation. The 2 Catman brothers on Zoro's side, his strongest subordinates, had been defeated by Zoro, and the situation here was even less optimistic. I saw him taking out the ring, and cold sweat kept breaking out on his forehead. Kid, come here! Zhang Jiao shouted to Xiaoling. Although Xiaoling was hypnosis, he also felt Zhang Jiao's cry, so he turned his head to look at Zhang Jiao. As a pirate, Zhang Jiao was shocked by Xiaoling, who was covered in blood and had sharp eyes. But he forced himself to calm down. After hearing my 12 praises, your hypnosis will be lifted. Zhang Jiao said to Xiaoling. But Xiaoling didn't know this. He saw that his speed continued to increase. The grass pheasant sword in his hand was aimed at Zhang Jiao's heart, and he was about to reach him. And when the grass pheasant sword was only half a meter away from Zhang Jiao, the ring on Zhang Jiao's hand rotated, and his spell finally ended. 1,2, thumbs up. Xiaoling, who had lifted the hypnosis, immediately stopped moving. At this time, the grass pheasant sword was only 1 centimeter away from Zhang Jiao. Seeing that Xiaoling's hypnosis was over, Zhang Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. This guy actually has such strong power, he miscalculated. Zhang Jiao moved his steps away from Xiaoling's sword. Bump! After Zhang Gao left, Xiaoling's body could no longer support it and fell to the ground. After Xiaoling fell to the ground, Zhang Jiao looked around. His crew members were injured and dead, and there were only a few of them with fighting ability. And at this time, Zoro was still slowly walking towards him. I didn't believe it just now, but now I believe it. It's really not surprising if Captain Kroll loses to them. Zhang Jiao slowly raised his hand. He didn't want to fight anymore. These guys were all monsters. When did the East Daxia Sea have so many strong men? He surrendered. Usopp followed Zoro closely, and when he saw Django surrendering, he laughed and said to Django. Ha 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 ha, you know how powerful I am, Captain Usopp. You are no match for my 2 subordinates, and you surrendered without my proud Usopp taking action. Zoro glanced at Usopp, but didn't mean to expose him. To him, these words didn't matter. However, the opponent had already admitted defeat, and Zoro did not intend to take any more action. Then he looked at Xiaoling lying on the ground. It's probably a coma caused by dehydration. There's nothing wrong with it. Immediately afterwards, he directly carried Xiaoling on his back and walked towards the interior of the island. The defeated pirates were no longer worthy of his attention, so the top priority was to take a look at the situation on Luffy's side. Watching Zoro leave, Django looked at Usopp, who had just finished speaking, and then lowered his head. He knew that he had been defeated. But Usopp was shocked by Django's look. Hey, wait for me. I'll lead you. Usopp quickened his pace and quickly chased Zoro. Damn it, who is this kid? How can he be so strong? Crow gasped and stared at the kid wearing a straw hat in front of him. This guy's strength is beyond imagination, and after fighting for so long, he can feel that the Straw Hat Boy's strength has increased a lot. And why does this guy have so much physical strength? Luffy looked at Crow in front of him and said expressionlessly, "Are you tired? There are too many unnecessary movements of the spoon." Crow heard Luffy's words, and a surge of anger surged into his heart. "Don't be so proud. What you just had was just an appetizer. I will make you feel real fear next." Luffy was unmoved. Seeing this, Crow lowered his head again. Spoon. Crow disappeared instantly, but this time Luffy had found a way to break this move. As Luffy said, there are too many unnecessary movements of the spoon. Luffy's arms were stretched out and swaying in the courtyard. "Got you." Luffy smiled, and at this time he had grabbed Crow's ankle. Then Luffy's other arm continued to grow longer, and the next moment, Luffy's body wrapped around Crow. Damn it! Crow kept struggling, but Luffy remained unmoved and clung to him. "Next, let your 3-year plan be completely shattered." At this time, Luffy's neck continued to grow longer. Damn it! There is no way my plan will fail. Crow did not give up. His claws began to shake, planning to attack Luffy like this. Rubber, bell. Luffy's stretched neck fell quickly and hit Crow's face hard. Bump. Crow couldn't dodge the attack at such a close range, and it hit him in the face. I saw Crow's eyes turned white, and he fell to the ground with a crash. Seeing Crow defeated, Nami and Kaya on the second floor breathed a sigh of relief, and the tense atmosphere had disappeared. Luffy looked at Crow who was lying on the ground and said slowly, "How could I lose to a pirate who abandoned his name and ran away from the sea?" Chapter 17 Profiteers. Captain Usopp. Usopp turned around and saw 3 imps rushing towards him. Seeing this, Usopp turned back to Zoro and said, "The village is just ahead, you go back first." Zoro nodded and continued running forward, while Usopp stopped and asked the 3 of them, "Where did you just go?" The 3 children did not answer his question first, but said, "Captain Usopp is so powerful, he actually defeated a pirate." It turned out that they followed Xiaoling and others after they left, but when they arrived, the battle was over and they happened to hear Usopp's last words. And Usopp's final declaration deeply stimulated his heart. It turns out that Captain Usopp is really not lying, he is really awesome. Ah! Usopp looked at the 3 of them, wondering what they saw. "Captain, let's tell the villagers about this and let them know that you didn't lie and that you protected the village." Usopp thought for a while, but in the end he calmly shook his head and said to the 3 of them, there's no need to tell them about this, just pretend it didn't happen, it's just a matter of telling them anyway. They will also think that I am just a liar." At this time Usopp also made a decision in his heart. Why? The 3 children were confused. This was a good opportunity to clear their name. They didn't like it when the villagers looked down on their captain. Usopp shook his head and said, "This remote village, if this hadn't happened, no one would have come to attack it. It would be good for all of us to let this village continue to be stable." At this moment, in the eyes of the 3 children, Usopp's figure became taller again. On the other side, when Zoro brought Xiaoling back to the villa, Luffy's battle was over, and he was seen lying on the ground, breathing heavily. At this time, Nami was kneeling next to Luffy. "Even if you are hurt like this, you have reached your limit, right?" Nami said to Luffy. Luffy did not answer Nami's question and stared at the sky. At this time, Nami continued to ask, "I'm curious, why were you so angry just now?" At this time, Luffy finally turned his head to look at Nami and said, "I feel that what he did was wrong. His plan even included killing his friends. Partners shouldn't be like this." After hearing Luffy's words, Nami was slightly stunned. "Haha, this is a pirate. As a pirate, Crow's approach is a model, right? In fact, Nami has already felt the differences among this group of people along the way, but she still thinks that pirates are not good people. Luffy looked at the sky without saying anything, and at this moment Zoro came to Luffy's side carrying Xiaoling on his back. Nami was shocked when she saw Zoro and Xiaoling covered in blood. What happened to Xiaoling? Nami asked nervously. Zoro placed Xiaoling next to Luffy, then sat down cross-legged and said, "It's okay, he is very strong, he just lost his strength." Hearing this answer, Nami breathed a sigh of relief. It looks like the fighting over there is very fierce. Luffy looked at Zoro and asked. Zoro stretched and replied, "Fortunately, most of the pirates have been solved by Xiaoling, and there are no problems with the people over there." Luffy nodded, and Nami couldn't believe it at this time. Can this lying guy really defeat pirates? At this moment, Nami suddenly thought of something and asked Zoro, "Is there any treasure on their ship?" Zoro glanced at Nami, then shook his head and said, "I don't know, we didn't pay attention to these, but a big ship should have a lot of good things." Real? Zoro nodded, and after hearing this, Nami immediately stood up and walked towards the door. Treasure is the first priority in her heart. After Nami left, a thin figure came out, looked at Zoro and asked, "Sir, is Usopp okay?" "Oh, tell him, he's fine. He should be talking to those three little brats now," Zoro replied. Kaya breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that Usopp was okay. This time Usopp actually saved the village. At this time, Luffy looked at Kaya and said, "Do you have any meat here? I want to eat meat." "Yeah." Kaya was startled by Luffy who suddenly spoke, but she thought it was this person who saved her, and he was Usopp's friend. Kaya smiled and said, "Yes, you can come in first." When he heard that there was meat, Luffy immediately stood up, as if he had not experienced the battle just now, and was surprisingly energetic. When Zoro saw this, he carried Xiaoling on his back again, and then continued to say to Kaya, "It's best to have wine. Everything is available." In the darkness, Xiaoling felt as if his body was soaking in the endless sea. And his body seemed to be entangled by a huge octopus. "What's going on, my body?" He felt as if the octopus was not trying to eat him. The octopus kept touching his skin with its tentacles, making Xiaoling feel very itchy. The next second, he felt himself being pulled into the sea by the octopus, and he struggled desperately. Ahem! The water continued to enter his body through his mouth and nose. He couldn't bear it anymore and opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a piece of white skin. "Hey? This is..." Xiaoling looked up and saw that it was Nami, and her hands were washing his body. Buzz! Xiaoling's mind went blank. At this time, he could only hear the system prompts that he could not block. Welfare! Damn it! Xiaoling's face turned red instantly, and then his whole body became rosy. When Nami saw Xiaoling waking up, she didn't seem to mind what was happening now, and said with a smile, "Hey, you're awake, by the way, I'll give you a bath, just to pay the service fee." Then Nami saw Xiaoling staring at her, and thought of something again, and continued, "Oh? My body is not in vain, I will pay the fee later." After saying that, Nami stood up from the bathtub with a smile. Xiaoling only felt a little warmth in his nostrils. Without Nami's support, his head was immersed in the water again. Ahem! At this time, Nami picked up the bath towel, wiped her body and was about to leave. Before leaving, she said to Xiaoling, "Don't forget to pay." Xiaoling sat in the bathtub for a long time, unable to calm down. What happened during this time? Why can't I remember anything? Why are there such great benefits after waking up? Am I still a child? Why did Nami give me a bath? A series of questions poured out of Xiaoling's mind. System? What happened? Xiaoling finally remembered the existence of the system. Do you want to watch the replay? Watch. Xiaoling did not hesitate. You need to pay 100 emotional points to watch the replay. Do you want to pay? Damn it, is this shitty system so bad? Do you need emotional value to watch a replay? Why not grab it? Well, it would have been a grab. However, because of Xiaoling's curiosity, he still chose to watch. Because of what just happened, he had already gained thousands of emotional points. Ding! The payment is successful. The memory of when host was hypnosis and comatose has entered host's mind. In an instant, a large number of memories entered Xiaoling's mind, the first being the scene when he was attacked by hypnosis. I'm so fierce, why didn't I know? Xiaoling was shocked when he saw his performance after being attacked by hypnosis. It would be better if he was so fierce normally. And I actually killed so many people. I should not be able to kill people without blinking an eye. Could it be that I have the attribute of a god of murder? Ding! I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value plus 100. I went, and Nami actually took the initiative to give me a bath. She even observed my view, she was exposed. Ding! I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value plus 100. It's so hard for me. The system was a little depressed when it saw the emotional value obtained by Xiaoling, and felt like it was being ripped off. Ding! I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value plus 100. Chapter 18 Melee. Captain Usopp, have you really decided? Usopp and 3 children stood in their so-called secret base, and Usopp's face was about to lose control at this time, and the 3 children also shed tears. This is not willing to shed tears. Yes, I have decided that I really want to be a pirate. I want to take a real adventure. There is only one reason. That is, the pirate flag is calling me. I want to become a brave sea warrior. Usopp said with firmness and high spirits. Finally, in tears, Usopp said his final farewell to the 3 children. At this time, on the other side, Xiaoling, Luffy, and others were in the restaurant. All the food on the table had been cleared by Luffy. Seeing that it was almost eaten, Zoro took the lead and said, "We've finished eating. We should leave too." Nami and Luffy nodded at the same time, they already had plans to set off. At this time, Xiaoling held his chin, because he knew that Kaya should come over at this time. Sure enough, when a few people were about to leave, Kaya, dressed in formal attire, opened the door of the restaurant. "So you are here," Kaya said as she saw Luffy and the others walking. "Miss." Luffy also greeted. "Are you healed? Is it okay if you don't lie down?" Nami looked at Kaya dressed up and said in surprise. At this time, Kaya came to several people. Xiaoling looked at this gentle and beautiful girl, which really surprised him. A girl like this really gives Usopp an advantage. Xiaoling felt a little regretful in her heart. However, there should be no love in One Piece in a short time. I don't know what their ending will be, but it should be wonderful. Kaya smiled softly and said to several people, "My illness was caused by the loss of my parents. I have gotten better this year with Usopp's encouragement, and I can no longer lie down and act like a baby. During this time, sorry for the trouble, thank you." Several people shook their heads, and Xiaoling said, "It doesn't matter." Kaya continued, "I have prepared a gift for you as a thank you and as a token of my gratitude. You must accept it." The melee number is coming, and Xiaoling feels a little excited. Gift. Luffy was a little curious, but several people didn't refuse. Kaya nodded and then said, "Come with me." Several people got up and followed Kaya outside. This meal was not a king's meal, because Kaya had already helped them pay the food expenses for the past few days. Coast side. Luffy and the others looked excited at the behemoth in front of them. "Sailboat," Nami said. And Xiaoling felt a little excited when she looked at this partner who would accompany the Straw Hats through the first half of their journey in the future. Luffy looked at the sailboat with stars in his eyes, and Luffy said, "Can we really accept it?" Kaya nodded and said, "Please accept it." At this time, Meili, the servant of Kaya's family, introduced to several people, "Although this ship is a bit old-fashioned, it was designed by me myself. It is a light fast-sailing ship with a jib for the mizzenmast and a central rudder for the stern. It's called the Golden Meili." "Awesome!" Luffy shouted loudly. Xiaoling took the lead and came to the front of the Meili and touched the hull of the Meili. "This is the Meili, and it will also be my ship from now on." Xiaoling smiled. Now he has figured out that since he has come to this world, he must take a good stroll and leave his footprints in this world. "System, does it have a camera?" "Yes, this system has everything." Immediately afterwards, the system mall appeared, and cameras of various prices appeared in front of Xiaoling. "The price of the camera is so cheap," Xiaoling said. "Add-ons that won't change the world are naturally not expensive. The most expensive camera only had an emotional value of 300, so Xiaoling took it without hesitation." Then, looking at the introduction of the camera, Xiaoling fell into deep thought. Daxia mobile phone from 22nd century Blue Star, with tens of billions of pixels. What the hell? Cell phone? I didn't read the product introduction just now because it was cheap, but what the hell is this phone? Isn't that a stumbling block on my way forward? In the 22nd century, mobile phones and cameras have been integrated, but after the 22nd century there will be no camera product, so this product is the most advanced product. Okay. Xiaoling suddenly thought of something, so he asked again, "System, since you claim to have everything, can you get an aircraft carrier?" Ding, searching for aircraft carrier. The next moment, the aircraft carrier appeared in front of Xiaoling, but it was just a grey sign. "System, why is it grey?" "Can't buy it." "Because the host and system permissions are too low and the world's will is interfering. The card mall can be fully opened, but the Myriad Worlds mall can only purchase items within 300 emotion points." Haha, what a rubbish system. I blame the host for my own low permissions. Other people's systems allow the host to upgrade without doing anything. Then Xiaoling looked at the high prices in the card mall and sighed. "I will be a photographer for the Straw Hat Pirates in the future, personally recording every detail of the Straw Hat Pirates, as well as my footprints in this world." Xiaoling took out his cell phone, turned on the camera function, and pressed the camera button facing the Mary. This is his first photo in this world. Seeing Xiaoling's actions, Nami walked over curiously. "What is this?" Nami asked curiously. At this time, Xiaoling showed Nami the photos on his phone and said, "This is a camera for taking pictures. I plan to record every bit of our adventure and every place I go in the future. If there is a chance, I want to record anywhere in the world." As he spoke, Xiaoling took a few photos of Nami, Luffy, Zoro, Kaya, and himself. "Xiaoling, please take a few more pictures for me. How come the people photographed by this camera look so good?" Nami said excitedly. "Good." Xiaoling watched Nami constantly changing her postures and kept pressing the button. As expected, no woman can resist beauty filters, not even the already very beautiful Miss Nami. At this time, Zoro and Luffy also came over, and stars kept appearing in Luffy's eyes. "That's amazing, Xiaoling, take a few more photos for me too." Just when Xiaoling was about to take a picture of Luffy, Usopp accidentally rolled down the path leading to the shore with his huge bag. "Ah! Help!" Usopp's shout drew everyone's attention. "Usopp!" Kaya exclaimed, covering her mouth. At this time Luffy and Zoro walked forward. Zoro said, "We have to stop him, otherwise he will hit our ship." Luffy nodded, and then they both stretched out their feet at the same time, and Xiaoling also picked up his phone. Bang! Snap! A photo of Usopp being kicked in the face by Zoro and Luffy at the same time was saved in Xiaoling's phone. And Usopp finally stopped. Then, Usopp looked around, and then looked at the Mary. The huge package behind it was very eye-catching. "Usopp, have you really decided to become a pirate?" Kaya asked. Usopp looked at Kaya, nodded, and said, "Yes, before my determination is shaken, I will go out to sea. You must not persuade me, otherwise I will waver." At this time Kaya shook her head and said, "No." Meanwhile, Nami had already finished asking for advice on how to drive the ship, and the Straw Hat Pirates were also waiting on the ship. In fact, in the eyes of Luffy and Zoro, Usopp will go to sea with them. "Kaya, when I come back I will tell you my adventure stories. At that time I will not be lying, but will tell you my personal experiences. Please take care of yourself," Usopp said. Kaya on the side smiled and nodded. At this time, Usopp looked at Luffy, Xiaoling, and others and said, "You guys should take care of yourselves too." Luffy tilted his head and said, "Why?" Usopp was sweating and said to Luffy with a serious face, "Because I will also go out to sea as a pirate next time, we will meet on the sea in the future." In fact, he was waiting for something in his heart at this moment, but the proud identity of Usopp prevented him from opening his mouth. At this time Luffy said, "What are you talking about? Aren't we already partners?" Usopp was shocked and very excited. At this time, Xiaoling said to Usopp, "Usopp, what are you waiting for? Come up quickly, we are about to set sail." Several people looked at Usopp with a smile, and at this time Usopp actually jumped up with a tearful smile and said to Luffy excitedly, "Captain." In a blink of an eye, his pretending to be arrogant began to play tricks on him again. "Let me be the captain." Chapter 19 Pirate Flag. Click. 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 On the sea with no end in sight, taking photos and practicing seals became Xiaoling's fun. At this time, he was either taking photos or practicing seals. Now, after a period of continuous practice, he has mastered the speed of seal formation and can complete it in a short time. It's a pity that there is no network signal here, otherwise I could have played with my mobile phone to pass the time. The mobile phone without signal has been completely used by Xiaoling as a camera. The process of sailing is a very boring thing. After taking a few photos, Xiaoling sat down cross-legged. At this time, Usopp was still directing and acting out his captain fantasy, Zoro was fast asleep, Nami was looking at the navigation chart, and Luffy. "Hey? Luffy?" Xiaoling saw where Luffy was drawing those strokes, so he walked forward and saw Luffy's works. "Luffy, is this our pirate flag?" Xiaoling asked. When Luffy saw Xiaoling, he showed his signature smile, picked up the work in his hand, and said to everyone, "It's done, let's see how this becomes our pirate flag." Hearing Luffy's shout, Zoro and others also gathered around. Xiaoling wanted to laugh looking at Luffy's work. As expected of Luffy, this abstract work is really good. At this time, Zoro couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Luffy, the pirate flag is a symbol of terror. Are you really scary?" Nami shook his head and said, "Maybe in his heart, this is already very scary." At this time, Xiaoling looked at Usopp and said, "How about you try it?" When everyone heard Xiaoling's words, they looked at Usopp. Usopp, who was looked at by everyone, was not timid, but puffed up his chest and said, "Ha ha ha ha, you have discovered it. I am a master of graffiti and have been doing it for 50 years. There is no opponent." Upon hearing Usopp's words, Luffy's eyes seemed to have stars popping out, and he shouted loudly, "50 years, that's awesome." Xiaoling covered her mouth to hold back her smile and said, "So you are already an old man?" Nami answered, "Do you have many grandchildren now?" Zoro looked at Usopp who was already in embarrassment, patted his head and said, "Go ahead and try it. TCH, let you see how powerful I am." Usopp took the paper and pen from Luffy's hand and started his creation. It has to be said that Usopp's painting skills are far from comparable to Luffy's. It's done. After a while, Usopp had completed the work. What? What I want is the pirate flag, not your self-portrait," Luffy said. At this time, everyone shook their heads. Seeing that their works were belittled, Usopp lowered his head again and started creating. A quarter of an hour later, the Straw Hat Pirate's flag was completely determined. The skull wears a straw hat. Several people were very satisfied with this work, especially Luffy. As expected of Usopp, he is really awesome. I like this work so much, Luffy said with a smile. Ha 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 ha, I am a master of painting, I am not bragging to you. Luffy nodded, pointed upward and said to Usopp, graffiti this sign everywhere. Several people looked at the sail at the same time. Several people nodded at the same time. At this time, Xiaoling also took out his camera and began to record the birth of the Straw Hat Pirate's flag. Ding! I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +6. After finishing graffiti on the flag, everyone was panting from exhaustion. Looking at the logo above, everyone smiled. At this moment, they already had their own flag. Xiaoling on the side looked at Nami. At this time, Nami's expression was still a little unnatural. Xiaoling knew that she had not set her heart on this pirate group at this time, but the fishmen in Nami's village were very strong, and he needed to speed up to improve his strength, otherwise not only would he not be able to help, but he might be held back. Now Xiaoling feels that if he fights Usopp, he is not guaranteed to win completely. The first is because people in this world have strong physiques. Xiaoling is not sure whether his own physique can catch up with his. You must know that Usopp is a person who fell from a cliff with almost no injuries. The second is that Usopp also has sniper experience. Xiaoling, on the other hand, has no combat experience at all and is a complete waste. Ding! I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +1. Xiaoling opened the system interface. His emotional value now reached 20,000, and his emotional value was increasing almost all the time. However, upgrading a card to level 3 requires 500 experience points, which means it requires emotional value. At this time, Xiaoling noticed the items in the warehouse. System, what are the uses of my 2 green cards? When he drew the first lottery, he drew 2 green cards. The character cards were the only ones. These 2 cards were useless. Host can convert cards into experience. As expected, then convert these 2 cards into experience and add them to the Orochimaru card. Ding! The operation was successful. Orochimaru character card gains 2 experience points. Current experience value, 2/500. 2 green cards only have 2 experience points. It's really a scam. However, the value of the green card itself is not high, so it makes sense to think about 2 experience points. I really want to do another 10 draws in a row. Xiaoling looked at the rewards on the carousel with envy. However, without a guarantee, 10 consecutive draws are no different from ordinary draws. In the end, Xiaoling endured it, and decided to develop the Orochimaru card first, so that he could fully protect himself in this sea, and then consider developing the power of other cards. Even if he draws a golden card, he can't afford it. Nami, is this the right path for us to take? Why do I feel that the weather ahead is not good? Luffy looked at the dark clouds ahead and asked Nami. Nami looked at the dark clouds ahead, looked at the map and said, that's right, ahead is the legendary island with a huge treasure. Huge treasure? Luffy said excitedly. Nami said seriously, yes, but this island is rumored to be particularly dangerous. Many pirates fled before they found the treasure. The pirates who entered were punished by God. God's punishment. Usopp's sweat dropped as he looked at the island in front of him. But these things can only make them more excited for Luffy and Zoro. Nami looked at Xiaoling curiously. What's going on with this guy? Why so calm? Isn't what I said scary enough? No, Usopp is already frightened. Has he changed his gender? In fact, for Xiaoling, knowing too much makes him lose a lot of fun. For example, he knows that the island ahead is not dangerous. Let's go. Xiaoling took out his mobile phone, took a photo, and then controlled the ship to sail towards the island with Zoro Luffy. The person in the box should be quite interesting. Chapter 20 The person in the treasure chest. Ding! I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +6. Sure enough, the animation and reality are fundamentally different. On the island, Nami walked at the front, while Xiaoling hid behind Zoro. Behind Xiaoling, there was also Usopp, who was even less courageous than him. Xiaoling originally thought that after knowing the plot, he would not be afraid of this island, which was not dangerous, but when he saw the tall trees and the flowers that could open their mouths and have tongues, he got scared. This is too scary. Hey, Usopp, don't touch my back. Xiaoling didn't look back and shouted loudly to Usopp behind him. But at this time, Usopp appeared in front of Xiaoling and said to Xiaoling, "What? I'm already in front of you." Etc. Usopp in front of me? Ding! I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +10. Ding! I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +10. When did you get in front of me? Xiaoling said nervously. At this time, Nami also stopped, looked at Xiaoling at the back and said, "What are you doing? There is no one behind you." Nami held her forehead. When he was on the boat, he was the one who looked up to him after all. Impossible, why do I feel something crawling behind my back? Xiaoling became more and more frightened as he thought about it. No, what kind of animal is it? Calm down, the animals here should be very docile. Xiaoling then pretended to be calm, turned to Zoro and said, "Look what's behind me." Ah! Zoro hit him hard and stretched out his hand behind Xiaoling's back. What is this? I saw Zoro taking out a strange animal behind his back, with bat wings and a panda body. Xiaoling felt the creeping feeling behind him disappear and breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Xiaoling looked at the strange animal and said, "What a strange creature." Luffy and others also came over, and Zoro hit him and said, "I'm so sleepy, I want to sleep." With that said, Zoro threw the strange animal to Xiaoling and lay on the ground sleeping soundly. "Hey, Zoro, what are you doing?" When Xiaoling saw the animal flying towards him, he did not take action to catch it, but dodged and avoided it. When the strange animal was about to fall to the ground, Luffy's arm suddenly grew longer and caught him. "Awesome, is this a bat?" Luffy held the animal and observed it strangely, and then everyone finally noticed that there were many such strange animals around. "What kind of monsters are these?" Nami said in disbelief. At this time, Xiaoling and Usopp were already hugging each other. "It's too scary, I want to go back to the Mary," Usopp cried. Yes. Xiaoling responded in the same way. Nami touched his forehead and looked at the two people in front of him. "Hey, are you two still men?" At this time, Usopp heard Nami's taunt and pushed Xiaoling away. "Are you kidding? I am a brave sea warrior." But Xiaoling didn't take it seriously. He was used to Nami's ridicule to him, so Xiaoling hugged Nami and said, "Don't you think this is scary?" Nami looked at Xiaoling speechlessly. Why is this guy so timid? But looking at Xiaoling's face, she couldn't feel that Xiaoling had taken advantage of him. And Xiaoling was indeed scared, and he didn't realize the fragrance in front of his face. Okay, Luffy is here," Nami said softly. At this moment, a sound suddenly came from the sky. And the sound surrounded it as if from all directions. "Get out!" Luffy looked to the sky and shouted, "Who is it? Get out!" Nami was also a little nervous at this time. Looking around, Xiaoling felt that she was suffocating to death. Where did the sound come from? "Get out!" At this time, Usopp was equally nervous and sweating profusely. The only one who didn't feel anything was Zoro, who was sleeping soundly. I am the patron saint of this island. If you want to survive, get out of here immediately. God. Luffy still had no other expression on his face. Yes, are you pirates? Yeah. Luffy nodded. Is he really a pirate? At this time, the clever Nami found the doubt and said, does God ask these questions? But God's voice ignored him and said, the moment you step onto the island, will you be punished by God and be shattered into pieces? What? Why are you asking us? At this time, Xiaoling came out of Nami's arms and gasped for air. I feel like there's something wrong with this God. Xiaoling said. Several people nodded at the same time. What are you talking about, little girl? Xiaoling was stunned. Are you talking about me? Your whole family is the little girl. At this time, many strange animals walked in front of several people, and God's voice sounded again. These are people who came here to look for treasures, and I turned them into this. Hearing the news, Nami and Usopp broke out in cold sweat, but at this time Xiaoling had calmed down and began to observe the surroundings. He knew that the god should be hiding in a corner. Found it. Xiaoling saw the wriggling leaves, so he came to Luffy's side and said, Luffy, look over there. Xiaoling pointed forward. What? If I guessed correctly, that thing should be the so-called god. Xiaoling said. Xiaoling's voice was so loud that everyone around him could hear it, and Nami and Usopp also came over. Luffy immediately understood what Xiaoling meant, smiled, and the next moment his arms began to grow longer. The so-called god who had been watching Xiaoling and others jumped up in fright when he saw that Luffy's longer arms had forgotten the button of the trap. What kind of monster is this? And with this move, everyone saw the full picture of God. It turned out to be a treasure chest. Just when Luffy was about to grab the treasure box, two legs suddenly appeared under the treasure box and started running quickly. What? It's a running treasure chest? Luffy said. At this time, Xiaoling shouted to Luffy, Luffy, catch him quickly, don't let the treasure escape. When Nami heard the word treasure, countless little stars immediately appeared in her eyes, and she shouted to Luffy, hurry, hurry. Hee hee, okay. Luffy immediately ran over to chase the treasure chest. Because the person in the treasure box was familiar with this island, Luffy couldn't catch up for a while. At this time, Luffy decided to use the Devil Fruit's ability. Luffy's arms began to stretch and he grabbed the treasure chest, and there was a cliff in front of him. Caught. As soon as Luffy smiled, the powerful rebound force began to activate, and Luffy's arms flew his body towards the treasure chest. However, Luffy did not have the slightest fear, and his face was still full of smiles. Ha 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 ha, so funny. Chapter 21 One Piece's existence. On top of the cliff, Nami was bandaging Kaiman's wound, and at this moment Usopp took out a water glass, poured himself a cup of hot water, and took a slow sip. Xiaoling walked up to Usopp and said, "Give me a drink too." Before Usopp could recover, Xiaoling took the cup and took a sip himself. "It's comfortable, and you have to enjoy it, Usopp," Xiaoling said. Just as Xiaoling finished sighing, the water glass in his hand was suddenly taken away. Xiaoling raised his head and saw that Zoro was already sitting on the stone beside him with a water glass and drinking. "You have to enjoy it," Zoro said calmly. "Are you kidding? You can fall asleep in such an occasion. Who else is better than you?" Xiaoling said with a smile. At this time, Zoro opened his eyes and looked forward. He was startled by the Carmen in the box. "What is this? The sun in the box?" Zoro exclaimed. "Yes, I have been protected since I was a child." "Wait, don't ask me to ask such a boring question a second time," Carmen said angrily, then remembered something and asked, "Who are you?" Luffy walked up to him and said with a smile, "I am Luffy, I want to be the man of One Piece." "One Piece?" Carmen said in surprise. You actually want to do One Piece? Doesn't that mean you're going to the Grand Line? Luffy nodded, then took out the navigation chart and said, yes, I have found the map of the Grand Route. Carmen became serious at this time and said, you have to know that the Grand Line is the graveyard of pirates. I once saw the pirates who came back from the Grand Line. They seemed to have experienced a hardship. The era of great pirates has already existed. 20 years later, One Piece has already become a legend, so you'd better not go anywhere. Luffy on the side was unmoved. Xiaoling took over and said, Mr. Carmen, you should not persuade our captain. As long as it is something he believes in, it cannot be changed. At this time Nami said, what? Even if we go to the Grand Line, we must go to find the treasure and then escape. Luffy was also disapproving and said to everyone, I will definitely find One Piece, because I have always had good luck. Xiaoling wanted to laugh looking at the confident Luffy. He is truly a child of luck. What everyone didn't expect was that Cayman was moved by Luffy's spirit. Straw Hat Boy, I didn't expect that our looks and personalities are so similar. Where does it look like? Xiaoling is speechless. You obviously look like a Blackbeard, how can you say this? Carmen ignored everyone's doubts and continued, I was once like you, willing to give up my life for the treasure. I once went to sea for the treasure. Even though I am like this now, I still have no regrets. Everyone was speechless as they listened to Cayman's words in the box. Only Luffy smiled and kept nodding. Sure enough, people with this personality are sympathetic to each other. By the way, Straw Hat Boy, let me take you to see the treasures I haven't gotten before. Carmen said to several people. The person who was most excited when hearing the word treasure was Nami. Treasure? Where is it? Nami said happily. And Carmen smiled and said to everyone, follow me. Several people followed Carmen to a plain with a high mountain peak. This is it. There are several treasure chests on it. It was because of them that I became what I am now. But now I have no way to go up. So please help me go and take a look. Carmen said. Luffy, hurry up and get the treasure. Nami directed excitedly. Luffy nodded and began to climb up. Xiaoling looked at the high mountain peaks. He remembered that the boxes above were all empty. There was no treasure at all. The treasure boxes that Carmen had guarded for 20 years were just empty shells. Soon, Luffy climbed to the top of the mountain. Luffy, get it quickly. Nami continued. But Luffy at the top was unmoved at this time. He stood on the edge of the mountain and held the treasure box in silence. Then Luffy said with a smile, no, I don't want to take it out. How could you do this? This is the treasure that Mr. Carmen has guarded for 20 years. Usopp shouted. But then Zoro noticed something was wrong, and everyone fell into silence for a while. In the end, it was Carmen who spoke first with tears streaming down his face. Straw Hat Boy, you are such a good person. There is no treasure at all. Luffy nodded and said, yes, everything is empty. Although I have guessed it a long time ago, I am still a little unwilling to hear the news. Nami looked at Carmen and said, how is it possible? The treasures that have been guarded for 20 years are actually empty boxes. Although Carmen burst into tears, he still accepted the reality and said, most of the treasures on the treasure map are like this. When you find the treasures with great joy, you will find that someone has got them first. Treasure hunting is very important to the sea. It is a test for thieves. They have worked hard all their lives and even sacrificed their lives, but in the end it was all in vain. There are countless such pirates. Ha 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 ha. Luffy laughed suddenly, and then said to Cayman, Uncle, don't be depressed. Fortunately, we have been here 20 years. If it had been 30 years or more, you might have been here long ago. He's dead, you've been fooled, and only One Piece is left. Do you want to go find One Piece with us? Cayman stopped crying, looked at Luffy, and said, are you inviting me? Luffy nodded. But in the end, Cayman did not accept Luffy's invitation, because for Cayman, he had already found what he wanted. Coast sighed. Uncle, it's really a pity, you are obviously so interesting. Luffy said. Ha 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 ha, now that there is no treasure, I feel a freedom that I have never had before. Thank you, Straw Hat Boy. Carmen said with a smile, feeling the love and care of the rare animals on the island. At this time, Luffy and the others said goodbye to Cayman, and the melee slowly started to launch. Xiaoling stood on the side of the ship, watching the island getting further and further away, and felt something in his heart. Zoro and Luffy were by his side at this time. Xiaoling, what are you thinking about? You're absent-minded. Zoro asked, and then Luffy and Zoro looked at Xiaoling at the same time. Personal experience has the deepest feeling, and Xiaoling was a little moved by Carmen's story. Luffy, if One Piece is just like Uncle Cayman's treasure, it ends up being nothing, then what are we going to do? Xiaoling asked this question. He didn't see the ending of One Piece, and he didn't know what One Piece was in the end. However, he has seen it according to some analysis on the internet. A joke. One Piece really might be a joke. When Nami and Usopp heard Xiaoling's question, they also turned their heads and looked at Luffy. At this time, Luffy showed his smile and said, "No, One Piece must exist." Hearing Luffy's answer and feeling Luffy's smile, everyone couldn't help but laugh. At this time, Nami was the only one who smiled a little far-fetched. Chapter 22 The Showdown with the Juggernaut. Yes, that's it. The way you held the sword just now is wrong. Although it is a double-edged sword, there are still many ways to use it in the same way as an ordinary sword. On the board of the ship, Zoro was instructing Xiaoling on some skills in using the sword. Xiaoling now has an urgent desire to become stronger, and card upgrades require a lot of experience points, so the system cannot count on it for the time being. At this time, Xiaoling had already scolded this garbage system hundreds of times in her heart. In desperation, Xiaoling had to come and ask Zoro for some tips on how to use the sword. Are you a fool? You can't even do such a simple chop. It turns out that Zoro is a strict teacher, and Xiaoling has been called a fool more than once. What, Zoro, be careful. When I become the world's greatest swordsman, I will turn around and call you a fool. Xiaoling retorted. Zoro sneered and said, "Oh, I can only be the greatest swordsman in the world, and you can only be the second child." Zoro can give in to Xiaoling on other matters, but he absolutely cannot do this when it comes to being the world's greatest swordsman. Xiaoling looked at Zoro with a serious face and was speechless. Boom! It was successful in the first attempt. I am indeed the sniper god Usopp. What I said is right. Usopp also looked at the shattered rocks in surprise, and then boasted to Luffy. That's awesome, from now on I will make you the sniper on the ship. Luffy said with a smile. What? Not the captain. Get lost, I'm the captain. The two of them kept arguing and walked towards the cabin, but Nami shook his head when he saw it, and followed closely into the cabin. At this time, Zoro said to Xiaoling, "You practice well, I will go in and take a look." Xiaoling nodded. After everyone left, Xiaoling calmed down, looked at the grass pheasant sword in his hand, and murmured to himself, "If I cover the sword with chakra, can it be used as a weapon of haki?" He has already asked the system, and his chakra is a chakra with all attributes. He can obtain ninjutsu cards through lottery or shopping in the mall to obtain ninjutsu. It's just that now Xiaoling just wants to save emotional points to upgrade character cards, but does the opposite and doesn't want to draw a lottery. What he thinks is that as the character card level increases, the basic combat power will be very high. Now his chakra amount is not particularly large, and he can use it easily. When he upgrades the Orochimaru card to a very high level, it's not too late to unlock more skills and then buy other cards. Bump! Xiaoling turned around and stopped practicing when he heard movement on the side of the boat and walked onto the side of the boat. What happened? Xiaoling walked forward curiously, and then a man wearing black glasses suddenly jumped onto the board from the side of the boat. When Xiaoling saw this, he immediately became vigilant. He looked at the man in front of him and asked, "Who are you?" The man did not say anything, but directly pointed at Xiaoling and drew the knife in his hand. "Pirate, suffer death." Ding, I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +6. Luffy, help. Xiaoling dodged and avoided the man's attack. At this time, the people inside also heard the movement outside. Luffy heard Xiaoling's cry and wanted to go out to help. "Hey, Luffy, how many enemies are outside?" Zoro asked. "Zoro, what's wrong?" Luffy had already arrived at the door and saw the two people outside. Hearing that there was only one enemy, Zoro said, "Let Xiaoling handle it, he is very strong." Yet. Luffy also nodded after listening to Zoro's words, while Usopp had seen Xiaoling killing people and was still not worried. "Hey, Zoro, is he really strong?" Nami asked worriedly. Zoro looked serious and said, "He is going to be the deputy captain. Is he just hiding behind us?" "Okay." Nami sighed, walked to the window on the door, and looked at the battle outside. At this time, Luffy had already walked outside the door. "Luffy, save me!" Xiaoling shouted again when he saw Luffy. But this time Luffy did not move, but smiled and said, "No." Buzz. At this moment, Xiaoling's mind went blank. "Oh my god! What the hell? You are the one who cares most about the crew." Xiaoling burst into tears instantly. "Hey, pirate, if you have the guts, come and fight me. Why are you hiding all the time?" the man said angrily as he watched his attacks keep missing. "Xiaoling, come on. Beat him." Luffy cheered Xiaoling from above. At this moment, Xiaoling already understood what Luffy meant. He also saw the man in front of him clearly. If he guessed correctly, the other party should be Johnny, the sword master of the East Daxia Sea. Xiaoling calmed himself down. "I can definitely defeat him." Seeing that Xiaoling stopped dodging, Johnny said, "Are you finally going to fight me? Prepare to die." The next moment, he had arrived in front of Xiaoling, and the chakra in Xiaoling's body began to flow, and he formed a seal with one hand. Substitution technique. Bump. What's going on? Johnny looked at the wooden barrel in front of him and fell into deep thought. There was clearly a woman in front of him just now, how come she turned into a wooden barrel in the blink of an eye? At this time, Xiaoling had come behind Johnny. He did not use the sword, but hit his feet with chakra. Bump. How is that possible? Just a hair's breadth of difference. Boom. Johnny was kicked away by Xiaoling. "It turns out that I have such strong power. It's really incredible." Xiaoling was a little surprised when he saw his own attack. It turned out that he was so strong. Damn it! The intense pain made Johnny unable to get up for a while. Although he was knocked down, in his eyes he must not lose. Johnny stared at Xiaoling. "Is that Johnny?" Don't shout my name randomly," Johnny said angrily when he heard his own name. At this moment, he looked up and a green-haired figure appeared in front of him. "Is that Brother Zoro?" Johnny no longer had the momentum he had just now, and looked at Zoro as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Zoro saw that the person in front of him was indeed Johnny, so he said to Xiaoling, "I know this person, please take back the sword." After hearing Zoro's words, Xiaoling also breathed a sigh of relief. Deep down, he really didn't want to fight. Wouldn't it be nice to have more human touch on the sea? "Brother Zoro, you actually became a pirate?" Johnny said in disbelief. Zoro nodded and continued, "Are you the only one here? Where's your partner Joseph?" Hearing Joseph's name, Johnny burst into tears and said to the others, "My partner was fine a few days ago, but he suddenly became ill for some reason." "Are you sick?" several people asked. Johnny then walked to the edge of the boat and lifted Joseph out of the boat. "Yes, I don't know what happened in the past few days. His body has changed. He has fainted several times. His old wounds are bleeding and he has lost several teeth. Just now I was resting on the reef, and suddenly a shell smashed the reef into pieces." Hearing the news of the shattered reef, Luffy and Usopp suddenly became nervous, lowered their heads at the same time, and said to Johnny, "Sorry, it's our fault." "Haha, if saying sorry is useful, what do we need the police for?" Chapter 23 Looking for a Chef. Xiaoling walked forward, looked at Joseph's condition, and then said to Johnny, "If I'm not mistaken, he should have scurvy." "Scurvy, big sister, what is that you are talking about?" Johnny said to Xiaoling excitedly. "Big sister? Forget it, I have explained too much, I won't explain it anymore." Xiaoling held his forehead and said to Luffy and Usopp, "Luffy, Usopp, you two take out the oranges on our ship and give them to this friend on the ground." "Yes." The two men, knowing they had made a mistake, behaved very well and ran quickly into the boat. At this time, Nami came over, knelt down, looked at Joseph's condition, and finally nodded. "What Xiaoling said is correct. It is indeed scurvy, a common disease in sailing caused by lack of plant nutrition. It should be cured in a few days after eating oranges. So that's how it is." Johnny breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Nami's words. "This is common sense, okay? You two don't even know how to sail on the sea." Soon, Usopp and Luffy took out the green-skinned oranges and kept feeding them to Joseph on the ground. "Luffy, Usopp, if he doesn't die of illness if you feed him like this, he will die of it." Xiaoling looked at Joseph's mouth full of oranges and said helplessly. As soon as Xiaoling finished speaking, Joseph suddenly opened his eyes, as if he had regained his spirit and stood up. "Partner! Partner!" The two grown men kept spinning in circles like children. Xiaoling looked at them, feeling helpless. Are all the people in this world mentally ill? Or is it that my brain is not normal? Forget it, they must be abnormal. Two grown men jumped up. Nami looked at Joseph, who had just woken up, and said in shock, "Hey, how could you get better so quickly?" After hearing Nami's words, the two of them suddenly stopped and started to act serious. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Joseph. My name is Johnny. We are a pair of pirate hunters, and we are in the same business as Zoro." Xiaoling rolled his eyes at the sudden change in style. As expected of the Sword Saint and the God of Knives, this deep and solemn look is quite interesting. After a while, if it weren't for One Piece Luffy holding the two of them down, Hawkeye would probably have died in the East Daxia Sea. "I know you two, Sword Master Johnny and Sword Master Joseph," Xiaoling said to them. When they heard Xiaoling's address, they were stunned at first. "Hey, this title! How come this title suits us so well? Ha 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 ha, so domineering, worthy of being the big sister." Hearing the words big sister, Xiaoling kicked each of them, then shouted loudly, "Lao Zi is a man, call me big brother." "Okay, big brother," they both bowed at the same time. Zoro, who was standing by, glanced at Xiaoling when he heard the word big brother, but didn't say much. At this moment, Joseph's expression changed again. "Thump! Partner!" Xiaoling sighed and said to Johnny, "Let him have a good rest." Night. Several members of the Straw Hats gathered in the cabin. "I didn't expect that there would be so many uncertainties in sailing. It seems that we still need to be fully prepared," Xiaoling said to several people. Nami nodded and said, "Yes, this is a lesson." At this time, Luffy took a bite of food and said to several people, "It seems that we still need a sea chef." "Chef?" "Yes. Only in this way can we have fresh food and eat delicious food on the ship." Usopp said. Hearing Luffy mention chef, Zoro nodded heavily. But Zoro shouldn't have imagined that this chef would be his lifelong enemy. Johnny, who had not spoken for a long time, heard that they wanted a sea chef, so he said, "If you want a chef, I know a place." "Where?" Luffy asked excitedly. Johnny pretended to be serious and said, "It's very close to the Grand Line, and there are always rumors that Big Brother is looking for Hawkeye." "You're talking about the sea restaurant Barity, right?" Xiaoling couldn't stand this guy's pretense, so he answered. "Hey, Big Brother, how could you do this?" Johnny, who had lost the ability to pretend to be serious, cried and said to Xiaoling. Xiaoling ignored him and continued, "Our current location and heading should be north-northeast, which indeed has the best chef in this sea area." Luffy nodded and said, "Okay, let's go there." Beside, Johnny, who had been completely ignored, lay on the ground with tears streaming down his face. Xiaoling walked over and patted his head and said, "You should take care of your partner now." "Partner?" Xiaoling looked at Johnny's leaving figure and shook his head helplessly. It was already night, and except for Zoro who was keeping vigil, everyone else had gone to rest. Xiaoling walked towards the board of the ship and felt a sense of longing for the round snow in the sky. "System, is it possible for me to return to Blue Star?" "Yes, this system can do anything." "Haha, the hot chicken system can only brag." "Ding, I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +1. Can this cause mood swings? It seems that my card upgrade is just around the corner. Wouldn't it be invincible if someone was reincarnated in filthy soil?" Xiaoling thought that the reincarnation of the dirty land was caused by bugs. Should he keep the relics of Whitebeard and other masters? "Hey, then won't the top experts in this world all have to work for me from now on?" Xiaoling shook his head, ended his obscenity, and then returned to the topic. "System, how can I return to Blue Star? Ding, host and system permissions are insufficient. Damn it, the system is tricking me. No, this system is indeed omnipotent, but the host permission is too low. When your level is high in the future, you will be omnipotent. Haha, it's because you don't have the authority, you stupid system." In the end, Xiaoling was disappointed with this badass system. Other systems were always invincible, but his system was not only capable of bragging, but was also able to draw the pie. Forget it. Xiaoling lay on the board of the boat, looking at the bright moon, feeling the gentle sea breeze and slowly closed her eyes. "The next person I want to see is Sanji, so I will try Sanji's cooking on behalf of all the other people." At this time, Xiaoling suddenly thought of something and took out his mobile phone and pointed it at the sky. Click. Then he closed his eyes again. The boys' dormitory at Meili was not big. Xiaoling didn't like to be crowded with so many people, so he did not choose to live in the boys' dormitory. But for Xiaoling, this sea breeze is just right. Chapter 24 Barati. Early morning. "How about it, this is the restaurant on the sea, Barati," Johnny said to everyone. Several people looked at the fish-shaped restaurant in front of them, all showing surprise. "What an awesome, big fish!" Luffy shouted loudly. At this time, Xiaoling looked aside and saw a warship slowly coming to their side. "Hey, where are you looking?" Xiaoling pointed at the warship next to him and said. At this time, everyone's eyes turned from the restaurant on the sea, and they all looked wary when they saw the warship facing them. You must know that although Luffy and others have no bounty now, they have gone to sea and become pirates, and they are opposed to marine. I didn't expect this guy to be in trouble," Zoro said, clenching the knife in his hand. Usopp looked nervously at the artillery on the warship and said, "They won't attack us." Xiaoling shook his head and said, "I can't say for sure, but they shouldn't be strong." At this time, Johnny and Joseph saw the people on the boat and were preparing to hide slowly because they did not want to be thought of as pirates. On the warship, a man with pink hair and a scar on his face looked at Luffy and the others. I haven't seen the pirate flag before. Could it be a new pirate who has gone to sea? Then he walked to the front of the ship and said to everyone on the Mary, I am Marine Headquarters Lieutenant, Fenbudi, Iron Fist Fenbudi. Who is your captain? At this time, Luffy and Usopp were at the front at the same time and said seriously at the same time. I'm Luffy. I'm Usopp. Luffy looked a little angry at Usopp's performance and continued. The pirate flag was just released yesterday. I drew the pirate flag. Fenbudi was speechless looking at Luffy and Usopp, so he looked at the entire ship, and then he found two people he knew, Johnny and Joseph. I do know the two people over there. Are the pirate hunters who target small-scale pirates finally caught by pirates? Fenbudi looked at the two people thoughtfully. He despises such people from the bottom of his heart. After Xiaoling defeated Johnny, he found some confidence and said to Fenbudi, Fenbudi, I remember you have an old man named Garp in Marine who is also known as Iron Fist, and you are also known as Iron Fist. Which of you has the stronger fist? Hearing Xiaoling's voice, Fenbudi looked at the speaker, and then murmured to himself. What? A ridiculously beautiful person is so flat-chested. Although his voice was very low, the Straw Hats were not ordinary people. After hearing this, Nami and the others laughed unconsciously. Xiaoling's face is really easy to cause misunderstanding. Hey, you guys haven't answered my question yet? Garp is so old, you must be able to fight 10 Garp. Hearing Xiaoling's words, Fenbudi didn't know how to reply. At this time, the beautiful woman behind him appeared behind him. Are you kidding? How could he say that he can't beat others in front of a woman? But Xiaoling was talking about Garp. What are you kidding me about? I must be the strongest Iron Fist. Then Fenbudi had an idea and immediately changed the subject and said to Johnny and Joseph, you two pirate hunters are really hot chicks. Damn it! The two men shivered in anger at Fenbudi's words. They threw out the bounty orders on their bodies and roared at Fenbudi, how can these pirates be small people? Countless reward orders were scattered on the ground, but Fenbudi did not look at them, but turned around and left with the beauty in his arms. Fenbudi, do you know that the guy next to me is Garp's grandson? I will tell him exactly what you said. I heard that Garp is notoriously stingy. Xiaoling's voice was so loud that both Marine and Fenbudi on the other side could hear it clearly. At this time, Fenbudi was sweating profusely. He had originally planned to destroy the ship, but after hearing what Xiaoling said, he backed off. What a joke, he's Garp's grandson, how could they possibly offend him? At this time, Nami came over and asked Xiaoling, Xiaoling, who is Garp's grandson? Before Xiaoling could answer, Luffy spoke first, it's me. What? On the Mary, everyone looked surprised. What a joke, you are actually Garp's grandson, said Usopp. Ah? Is my grandfather very famous? He's just a weird old man. Luffy touched his head and said in confusion. Garp is a marine hero, a legendary marine known as the strongest marine. I never thought his grandson would become a pirate. Nami said, holding a wanted warrant in her hand. Xiaoling took the bounty order when Nami wasn't paying attention. Hey, is that Aaron's bounty? Xiaoling said as he looked at the fishman with the bounty on it. Ah, yes. Nami said, pretending to be calm. The natural strength of fishmen is 10 times that of humans. Aaron's bounty of 20 million Baileys should be the highest in the East Daxia Sea. Xiaoling said. Ha ha ha, really? Isn't he very strong? Nami asked, but her expression was very unnatural. Xiaoling shook his head and said, there shouldn't be anyone in the East Daxia Sea who can defeat Luffy, Zoro, and me in a fair fight right now. Well, the three of us together are invincible in the East Daxia Sea. Except for Hawkeye who is coming to Donghai. Nami was stunned for a moment when she heard Xiaoling's words, then she smiled. Forget it, she has already collected 100 million Baileys, so there is no need to fight Aaron. I can't wait any longer. I can already smell the meat. While Nami and Xiaoling were talking, Luffy on the deck looked at the restaurant in front of him with his nostrils wide open. He couldn't wait any longer. Rubber, eject. Luffy took the lead and turned into a spring and rushed towards the restaurant. Hey, Luffy, no way, it looks like you're going to quit your job as a waiter. Xiaoling muttered to himself as he watched Luffy, who had already rushed onto the roof. Obviously, there is no cannonball in the original work, but Luffy actually turns himself into a cannonball. It turns out that it is very difficult to completely change the plot. Let's go in and take a look, Zoro said to the group. Then several people got off the boat together, and several of them took a small boat to glide towards the restaurant. By the time Xiaoling entered the restaurant, the arrogant Fenbudi had been defeated by a man with blonde hair and curly eyebrows. Hey, isn't this a restaurant? Why is there a fight? Usopp asked. It seems that this yellow-haired man is very powerful. How about asking Luffy to invite him to be our chef? Xiaoling said with a smile. As Captain Usopp, I think your suggestion is a good one. Usopp said seriously, as if he was really the captain. At this moment, there was a sudden movement in the ceiling, and the next moment 2 figures fell from the ceiling. Damn it! You messed up my ceiling like this, I won't forgive you, a one-legged man shouted at Luffy. What? It was you who broke it, uncle. Luffy touched his straw hat and said helplessly. Well, you have to work for me for a year as punishment. When Xiaoling heard this, he held his forehead. If Luffy really worked here for a year, this restaurant would probably go bankrupt within a year. Chapter 25 Mist. Ah, the sea, ah, love, ah, beautiful lady. I want to accompany you to the ends of the world, no matter what you do, I am willing to do it. At the dining table, Sanji, who was in a suit and tie, elegantly poured a glass of red wine and placed it in front of Nami. Xiaoling felt a little uncomfortable when she saw this naughty cook trying to please Nami. Nami belongs to all of us, how could you get so close to her? Accurate. Very unhappy. Xiaoling picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea angrily. But the next moment, what Xiaoling was worried about happened. Sanji slowly walked up to him and poured a glass of red wine with the same grace. The most beautiful lady, you deserve the best red wine. Puff. The tea in Xiaoling's mouth sprayed directly towards Sanji, but Sanji did not dodge and let the hot water spray on him. Just when Xiaoling was about to explain, the owner of this restaurant, the former pirate red-footed Jeep, slowly walked over and said, Sanji, since you have decided to accompany them, then this restaurant will no longer. I don't need you anymore, just become a pirate. Hearing this, Luffy, who had already owed a 1-year contract here, immediately became excited. Uncle! Is it really okay? Just now, Luffy saw the Ajin food that Sanji couldn't afford to eat, which gave him the idea of inviting Sanji on board. But after hearing Jeep's words, in Luffy's eyes, Sanji was already on his ship. Chef. Jeep nodded. At this time, Sanji's eyes no longer had the lusty expression just now, and he looked at Jeep seriously. Old man, no matter what, I will work as a chef in this restaurant. You can't change this at all. Sanji said. Bump. Sanji was kicked away by Jeep. Kid, Lao Zi is the owner of this restaurant, and you don't know how to show appreciation. I'm telling you right now, this restaurant doesn't need you anymore. Bump. The next moment, Xiaoling's table was smashed by Sanji, who flew over. Fortunately, a few people quickly put the dishes on the table. Hateful. Why is it always me who gets hurt? At this time, Xiaoling was pressed under the table by Sanji. Although it didn't hurt, it was extremely insulting. Damn it, I didn't avoid it again, even this guy Usopp avoided it. Xiaoling said angrily. Xiaoling, are you okay? Na asked with concern. When Sanji saw that there was someone under the table, he smashed. She was the woman he thought was the most beautiful, and he jumped up immediately. "I'm sorry, miss, I sincerely apologize to you here." Sanji helped Xiaoling up, then knelt down half kneeling. His mouth kept getting longer, and he was about to kiss Xiaoling's palm. Xiaoling felt a chill in her heart. Mud. What the hell is this? Bump. 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 Just when Sanji was about to kiss, Xiaoling felt that she had endless strength and kicked Sanji several meters away. The tables of several tables of guests were knocked down. "This is so disgusting. You perverted cook, Lao Zi is a man." Xiaoling roared loudly, but because Xiaoling's voice itself was neutral, the roar sounded a bit sharp, so it sounded more like the angry words of a girl. Xiaoling's words made all the customers look at him. "I have never seen such a beautiful girl, how could she be a boy?" said a customer. Yes, it's not because you have low self-esteem because of your poor figure, right?" said a female customer. "Little sister. If you envy other people's behemoths, my brother can help you," a wretched uncle said loudly. Xiaoling had a dark look on his face. He picked up the big lobster in Usopp's hand and walked outside. "Mad, the more you explain, the harder it gets. I can't stay in this restaurant anymore." Xiaoling walked quickly to Meili, and he decided not to come to this restaurant again during this time. "Can't tell the difference between men and women? How can I, a strong man of 7 meters tall, still be suspected?" Xiaoling lowered his head and looked at his own outfit. There seemed to be nothing wrong with it. He was wearing clothes that Nami bought for him. Although there were some patterns on them, they were indeed men's clothes. "Forget it, I decided to spend the next few days on this boat." Xiaoling placed the big lobster on the board of the boat and started to cook. "This is the first time in my life that I have eaten such a big lobster. If it were in Blue Star, this one would definitely cost me half my life. As expected of the best restaurant, it's so delicious." In the past few days, Luffy has started his life as a waiter, and Zoro and Usopp have been hanging around the restaurant these days. At this time, Xiaoling was resting in the boys' lounge of Meili No. 1. Because he had been practicing for the past few days, he slept very comfortably this day. "Hey, are we about to set off? Why does it feel like the ship is shaking?" Xiaoling slowly opened his eyes, and he felt that the ship seemed to have sailed. "Wrong. We have been at the sea restaurant for so long, and Aiken has already appeared early. Logically speaking, Krieg will also appear now. If I remember correctly, it should be today. And I'm on the Mary at the moment, so... Damn it, I wouldn't follow Nami to Coco West Village. Wouldn't that mean I would miss the first top powerhouse to appear, Hawkeye? Hateful." With that said, Xiaoling immediately rushed to the ship's deck, and after reaching the ship's deck, he only saw the boundless sea, and there were no restaurants on the sea anywhere. In the cab, Nami also discovered Xiaoling. "Why is this guy still on the boat?" Nami frowned. "Isn't this guy with Zoro and the others?" At this time Xiaoling also discovered Nami. "Hey, Nami." Xiaoling pretended that nothing happened and ran to the cockpit and came to Nami's side. "Nami, where are Luffy and the others? Why are you the only one on the boat?" Xiaoling asked. "Ah. They are in the restaurant. I need to go somewhere for something. This is not far from the restaurant on the sea. How about you drive the boat back by yourself?" Nami asked. She now wants to distance herself from the Straw Hat guys. This time, Xiaoling did not pretend anymore, but sat down and said to Nami, "Nami, are you from Coco West Village?" "Hey." Nami immediately became nervous when she heard about her hometown. "Haha, you don't want your hometown to suffer, as long as you..." Xiaoling shook his head and continued, "Kokoyashi village should have been ruled by the evil dragon a long time ago. If I guessed correctly, your village should also be under the control of the evil dragon." so, when you see the reward for the evil dragon, you can't help but get nervous, right? Nami, don't be too naive. I don't know what deal you have with the evil dragon, but you have to know that for pirates like the evil dragon, only by defeating him can your village be completely freed. Chapter 26 Login. Bump. Nami punched Xiaoling directly in the face and roared. What do you know? Nami also didn't expect that Xiaoling knew so much. Did he pay attention to her before? However, this punch did not cause any substantial damage to Xiaoling. Xiaoling wiped the corner of his mouth and said, I don't know anything, I just want to help you. Don't be naive. I am originally a member of the Dragon Pirates, and I am only close to you for the treasure. But you have been robbed by me and have no use value, that's all. Aaron cast a huge shadow on him. In Nami's eyes, how could Xiaoling, a group of pirates who had just gone out to sea, be Aaron's opponents? It would be better to distance themselves from each other than let them die. Isn't betrayal her strong suit anyway? Nami looked at Xiaoling, she wanted to find a way to drive this guy off the boat. Nami, are you thinking about how to throw me off the boat now? This time, Nami did not lie after being discovered. Instead, he took out a 3-section stick from his chest and formed a long stick in an instant. So what? I advise you to leave by yourself, otherwise I will be rude to you. Nami put up a posture and said to Xiaoling. Nami, just let me go with you, Luffy and the others will defeat Aaron. Xiaoling said. Stop joking. In the blink of an eye, Nami's stick was swung towards Xiaoling. In Xiaoling's eyes, the traces of Nami's stick were clearly visible. I saw Xiaoling running chakra and gently holding it with his palm. Bump. The wooden stick was accurately caught by Xiaoling. Nami, we are really strong. Damn, how can a girl be so strong? My hands are numb. Feeling the pain in his palm, Xiaoling did not show any expression. But Xiaoling, who became serious at this time, actually made Nami tremble in her heart. Oh! Nami finally sighed and put away the stick. She knew that she could not deceive Xiaoling no matter what. The guy in front of her was not the idiot Luffy. In that case, just follow me, but as promised, you must listen to me in everything that follows. Nami said. Good. The secret of 3 sword styles, 3,000 worlds. Puff. The confrontation between Zoro and Hawkeye came to an end, and Luffy on the side watched everything in front of him nervously. The 2 knives in Zoro's hands were completely shattered, and blood flowed from his body. It still failed. It turns out that there is so much difference between me and the strongest. Is this the strongest power in the world? Zoro said unwillingly, then put Hideo Yuan into the scabbard, turned around and faced Hawkeye. Open your hands. What are you doing? Hawkeye asked. Hey, it's a swordsman's shame to have his back hurt. Hawkeye was shocked by the man in front of him and said to Zoro, that's amazing. Then Hawkeye swung a knife, but this time he spared Zoro's life. At this time, Luffy on the side couldn't bear it any longer. He activated his Devil Fruit ability and rushed directly towards Hawkeye. At this time, he was really struggling against a strong man like Hawkeye. Hawkeye turned around and avoided Luffy's attack. Are you the partner of the young swordsman just now? Thank you for watching from the sidelines just now. Don't worry, that man is still alive. Hearing Hawkeye's words, Luffy smiled, and then Hawkeye looked in Zoro's direction again and said the classic line. It's too early for you to die now. I am Joracole my hawk. See yourself clearly, see the world, and become stronger. No matter how many years it takes in the future, I will wait for you in the strongest position. Beyond this sword, surpass me, Roronoa Zoro. Then he looked at Luffy and said, Boy, what is your goal? Luffy didn't hesitate at all and said, One Piece. Hawkeye said in surprise, isn't that a more difficult goal than surpassing me? Luffy made a face at Hawkeye and said, I don't care, I'm going to do it. At this time, Zoro, who was seriously injured on the side, raised the sword in his hand and said to Luffy, I must become the world's best swordsman. I will lose again. Before I defeat him and become a great swordsman, I will never lose again. Do you have any objections? One Piece. Luffy smiled, hee, no. What a good partner. I look forward to meeting you again. At this time, Hawkeye turned around and was about to leave. He was thinking about returning to the Grand Line to share this matter with his good friends. As for Krieg, he has no interest now. For him, chasing Krieg is really just to pass the time. Even if there are hundreds of millions of pirates, even with the strength of Hawkeye, he will not notice them at all. But at this time Krieg felt a little unhappy that he was being ignored. Laozi is the strongest pirate group in the East Daxia Sea, but it was unexpectedly stolen by a group of brats. Hateful. Hey, Hawkeye, don't you want to take my head? Hawkeye glanced back and said, I originally planned to do this, but I don't want to anymore. I've had enough fun. Damn it, you've had enough fun. I haven't made a move yet. Go to hell. Krieg said with all the equipment on his body ready to launch towards Hawkeye. Hawkeye looked at Luffy next to him, then took out the black knife from behind and slashed out. Boom! The site immediately became torn apart, seawater filled the surrounding area, and when the seawater fell, Eagle Eye had already left. Uncle, if I help you defeat this guy, will you not have to do this year's work? Luffy asked. GP snorted coldly and said, whatever you want. At this moment, the battle between Luffy, Sanji and Krieg's gang officially started. On the other side, Nami and Xiaoling had already seen the outline of Aaron's paradise. They were about to arrive at Nami's hometown. Nami. Nami nodded and said, yes, that is my hometown, and it is also one of the territories ruled by Aaron. Since Xiaoling couldn't be driven away, Nami had to find a way to keep Xiaoling alive. You have to follow me next and don't run around. Murlocs are very powerful. Nami said with a serious face. The physique of fishmen is inherently stronger than that of humans, and Aaron is the leader among the fishmen. Okay, but if I get hurt, can I kill Aaron? Xiaoling said. Nami rolled her eyes at Xiaoling. And kill Aaron? You're lucky if you don't get killed. However, Nami still reminded, when the time comes, you have to escape as fast as possible, and I will help you. At this time, Nami already had a plan in mind. If she mentioned Xiaoling as her partner, she should be able to escape Aaron's questioning. The melee slowly moved toward the coast, and Nami's mood became depressed. Chapter 27 The Dragon Empire. Finally, the Golden Melee docked in Coco West Village, and at this time, there was a fishman patrolling the shore. Is this the fishman? Xiaoling looked at the fishman with light blue skin, fish gills, and a human body. It's nothing more than that. Ding, I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +2. Haha, system, my mood swings are due to excitement, right? Because of fear. Haha, what's so scary about fishman? He is not afraid of people like Zoro and Luffy who are stronger than fishmen. Why would he be afraid of fishmen? I have obviously become stronger. Warm reminder, there is a kind of person who likes to be alone. Damn it, dog system, you kid has learned how to attack people, damn it. Xiaoling followed Nami and slowly got off the boat. When the fishman saw that the person coming was Nami, he greeted him warmly. Nami. Nami just smiled and nodded, and then Xiaoling also walked down. This is a servant of mine, and I want to take him into paradise. In fact, not all fishmen are bad people like dragons, such as the fishmen in front of us. When he heard that it was Nami's people, he let Xiaoling enter the fishman's territory. Follow me closely, those fishmen won't do anything to you. Na did not say. At this time, Xiaoling suddenly thought of something and said, Nami, do you know that the fishmen in the Grand Line are very disliked by others? Hey! Nami turned back to look at Xiaoling. It was obvious that Nami was interested in this. Almost all pirates who can survive in the Grand Line are strong. Although the basic combat power of the fishmen is higher than that of humans, their upper limit is generally very low. Although there are some powerful fishmen, generally speaking, the fishmen have the status of the Grand Line is not high, and it still needs the protection of others. Xiaoling was afraid that Nami wouldn't believe it, so he continued, why did Eren come to the East Daxia Sea? In fact, it is because his own strength cannot do what he is now in the Grand Line, so he came here. Xiaoling's words seemed to stimulate Nami. Even so, then they should inflict the pain they suffered on others. Nami said angrily. Xiaoling, knowing that he had said the wrong thing, immediately shut his mouth. Don't worry, Eren will be defeated by us. Xiaoling added. Hey! Nami didn't answer, and the two of them walked towards Eren's station. Xiaoling didn't see anyone along the way. It seemed that the people here were seriously injured by the fishmen. But aren't most pirates like this? In the age of pirates, many people went to sea not for the One Piece, but to live a lawless life. The world is so big, and marines are sometimes powerless, not to mention that not all marines are righteous. Be it marine or world government, corruption is inevitable under such a system, and the structure of this world needs to be reshuffled. The two of them walked not slowly, and soon arrived at the gate of Eren's base camp. Looking at the familiar door, Nami sighed, and at this moment a child rushed over with a knife and shouted, I want to kill Eren, he killed my father. Seeing this scene, Nami stopped the child. Why are you stopping me? Otherwise I will kill you too. Upon hearing this, Nami took out a 3-section stick from her chest and killed the child with one blow. Then Nami took out the money and threw it next to the child and said, Take this money and survive. Xiaoling was not surprised when Nami, who valued money as much as her life, gave money to children so easily. It's true that Nami loves money, but in her heart many things are much more important than money. Nami, you are a good person. Xiaoling said. Nami shook his head and opened the door. Entering the gate, Xiaoling broke out in cold sweat when he saw so many murlocs. System, are there any sedatives? Give me a tube. Xiaoling did not hear the system's answer because his mind was covered by the system's continuous notification sounds of increasing emotional values. At this time, Xiaoling finally saw Eren's true face. Compared with the rough animation, the real Eren's face was very scary. The fishmen were more like the monsters in the movie Pirates of the Caribbean that he had seen. Are these fish people? I guess even the people from Blue Star won't be able to adapt to their appearance. At this time, the tall Eren saw Nami and said, Nami, you are back. This trip took a long time. How was the harvest? Hey, who is that person behind you? Eren suddenly stared at Xiaoling, startling him. Xiaoling felt like he was being stared at by a monster, and his legs were trembling unconsciously. He is now my servant. The bumper harvest this time is thanks to his help. Eren nodded when he saw Xiaoling's harmless appearance. Such people pose no threat to him at all. Ha 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 ha, not bad, compatriots, my companion is back, let's prepare for the banquet. At this time, a large number of fishmen jumped out of the water, and Xiaoling collapsed directly on the ground. Holy crap! The talking monster is so scary. In the end, Xiaoling joined the banquet, but at this time he was very restrained, and the fishy smell filled the entire banquet, making him very sick. Eren burst out laughing when he saw Xiaoling's performance. Ha 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 ha, humans should surrender and be afraid of fishmen. This is the behavior of humans. Nami on the side also looked at Xiaoling helplessly. This guy just said so ambitious. Why is it like this now? At this time, on the other side, Usopp and Zoro have arrived nearby, and Luffy and Sanji have also solved Creek and are heading here. I really want to see Miss Xiaoling and Miss Nami soon. Sanji and Luffy were riding on the boat together. When Luffy heard the words Miss Xiaoling, he retorted, Xiaoling is a man. No way. Sanji immediately retorted. At this time, Luffy tilted his head and said, but he is really a man. Hey, although Miss Xiaoling is flat-chested, how could such a cute and beautiful face be a man? Don't lie to me. Sanji continued to retort. Forget it if you don't believe it, I've told you everything. Sanji's persistence made Luffy feel helpless. Is this your usual job? After the banquet, Xiaoling and Nami came to a room full of sea charts. Nami nodded. If I have the chance, I really want to draw a map of the whole world. Unfortunately, this opportunity may not come to me. After saying this, Nami shook his head. There should be an opportunity soon. I already have enough chips. Xiaoling looked at Nami with a helpless smile. Although Nami had a good idea, the matter was not as simple as she thought. Forget it, everything will be over when Luffy comes over. Chapter 28 I Am Mission Impossible. Ask me again, what are you doing here? I told you, I came here to find a woman, you get out of here. Ha 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 ha, an inferior human being would say such a thing, but I forgive you this time, and you won't say it next time. In Aaron's base, a green-haired man was tied to the boat, and the person who asked him was Aaron. We fishmen have the ability to breathe underwater. We are the evolved form of human beings. Based on this alone, we should be higher than you. Remember, the primates of all things are fishmen. If humans disobey the fishmen, they will violate the laws of nature. Aaron said to the green-haired man. And this person is Zoro, who has come to find Nami. In the room, Xiaoling and Nami were slightly stunned when they heard Aaron's words outside. Are you here? Xiaoling murmured to himself. And Nami said to Xiaoling helplessly, you guys are really difficult to deal with, and you can actually find this place. Xiaoling said with a smile, you have also seen this guy Luffy. This guy will never give up as long as he believes in something. In his eyes, you are already his navigator. Nami did not answer Xiaoling, but walked out. Xiaoling followed behind. Now that Zoro has arrived, Luffy and the others will also arrive soon. Although I didn't see Hawkeye, the current situation is not bad. Aaron, I've heard enough of your stupid remarks. Nami said to Aaron as he walked. Soon Nami and Xiaoling were in front of Zoro. Ha 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 ha, Nami, you are different. You are our excellent surveyor. You can draw accurate charts for us every time. Nami said with a serious face, my brain is different from yours. Xiaoling followed Nami. It seemed that Nami didn't plan to say anything to Zoro this time. Hey, Nami, why do you look so familiar? Zoro said. Aaron was not surprised when he saw Zoro's appearance, but smiled and said, it seems like you know each other. Nami shook her head. He is just my prey. I got a lot of treasure from him this time. I didn't even know that I was deceived, and I was stupid enough to chase him. On the other side, Xiaoling kept winking at Zoro, but Zoro seemed not to notice it and continued to say to Nami, is this your nature? You obviously hate pirates so much. Damn it, Suode, you have to look at my eyes and act. Xiaoling's heart was racing. It's all just an act. If you don't believe me, look at this. As he said this, Nami showed Zoro the tattoo of the Arlong pirates on his arm. This is... Zoro looked surprised. I am a real pirate and a leader of the dragon pirates. Nami's expression was a little scary at this time. Ha 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 ha, this guy is a witch that even my mother can forget about for money. Just treat it as if you have been tricked by a master, and just accept your fate. Aaron said with a laugh. Xiaoling on the side was a little anxious at this time. He knows the plot, but here he doesn't want everything to follow the plot. System, how much emotion do I have now? Current emotion value, 50,214. Upgrade Orochimaru card. It turns out that I already had so many emotional values without realizing it. I don't know what skills the third level character cards will gain. Ding, the operation was successful. Ding, 49,800 emotional points will be deducted. Ding, congratulations. Host character card, Orochimaru, Gold, has been upgraded to level 3. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining new skills, High Level 3 Body Technique, Body Holding Technique, Instant Body Technique, Invisibility Technique, and Latent Shadow Snake Hand. Ding, the host skill chakra has been doubled. Now how to upgrade is to obtain some basics. It seems that only by cultivating the card level to a high level can you obtain Orochimaru's knowledge and power. Look at your character page. Host, Xiaoling. Character card, Orochimaru, Gold. Card level, 3, 0/2000. Card skills, Software, Chakra, 3 Body Technique, Advanced 3 Body Technique, Hidden Shadow Snake Hand. Equipment card, Pheasant Sword, Gold. Equipment skill, Snake Sword, IM1. Card level, 1. Auxiliary card, none. Combat Effectiveness Evaluation, B, CB level, Unstable host is no longer an ordinary salted fish. Unstable performance? I'm very stable. System, what are the levels of combat power? Can you analyze it based on the reference of this world? Xiaoling now wanted to know what level he was at. At this time, the system layout appeared in front of Xiaoling. Level D, old, weak, sick and disabled people, whose combat effectiveness is lower than that of ordinary people. Class C, ordinary people, people in the Marine Sergeant range, their individual combat effectiveness is not strong. Class B, a strong man who is far beyond ordinary people. The reference is some captains from all over the world, Marine lieutenants. A level, already a world-famous strong man, whose strength cannot be defeated by ordinary people with numbers. Today's Luffy, Zoro, and Eren in front of you are all at this level. S level, the famous strongmen of the Grand Line, some captains of the Grand Line pirate group, and most of the cotters under the Four Emperors group are at this level. SS level, comparable to the Emperor level. SSS level, the world's pinnacle existence. Seeing this combat power comparison table, Xiaoling was very satisfied with his combat power. It turns out that I'm much more than an ordinary person. Ding, the system has mood swings, the mood value +1. If the system experiences mood swings, can it still be played like this? But Xiaoling couldn't think about it anymore. Now Zoro was ready to jump into the pool. Just when Zoro was about to jump into the pool, a figure suddenly appeared on the water and caught Zoro. How is it possible? How can this guy stand on the water? A fisherman said in disbelief. No, isn't he Nami's servant? At this moment, the sword light flashed, and the rope on Zoro's body was cut off instantly. Zoro, be prepared. We have to run away first. I will explain things clearly to you. Xiaoling said with a serious face. Zoro was a little stunned when he saw Xiaoling taking action, and then nodded. He didn't expect Xiaoling to take action. What the hell are you doing? Eren looked at Xiaoling and shouted loudly. Hehe, I didn't expect it. In fact, I am Mission Impossible and infiltrated Nami, but now I have to take action, rubbish, Murloc. Xiaoling's last words were a bit unnatural, without waiting for Eren's reaction, he quickly formed the seal. Instant technique. Bump. A burst of white smoke appeared, and Xiaoling and Zoro disappeared above the sea in the blink of an eye. Seeing this situation, Nami breathed a sigh of relief. What's going on? Let them run away? Let Laozi chase. Chapter 29 Preparation. Eren, they have disappeared. We can't find them nearby. A fishman said to Eren. Bump. Aaron exerted a little force and the table beside him broke into pieces. What kind of power did they use? Never mind. People like them can't pose any threat to us. On the other side, inside Nokijo's house. Bang bang bang. Who is it? Inside the room, Nojiko, Usopp, and others suddenly became nervous. It's me, Xiaoling. Nojiko was a little wary when he heard this unfamiliar name, but it seemed that it was not the fishman who came. It's my partner. Usopp stood up and walked towards the door. Crunch! The door was opened and Xiaoling walked into the room carrying the injured Zoro. Zoro. Usopp looked at Zoro and Xiaoling in surprise. How did you two get together? Usopp said. Humph, if it weren't for you I would have killed all the fishmen long ago, damn Usopp. Zoro said angrily. Xiaoling helped Zoro walk into the door and said to Nyokijo apologetically, I'm so sorry to bother you. Nojiko shook his head and said, it's okay, come in quickly. He was so seriously injured, was it because of the murloc? Xiaoling shook his head and said, no, the fishman wouldn't have injured him so badly. It was one of the strongest men in the world who injured him. At this time Zoro looked at Xiaoling logically. Xiaoling should not know about his battle with Hawkeye. System, exchange for a green medical card. Ding, redemption successful. At this time, a card appeared in Xiaoling's hand. Can this thing really be used by others? Xiaoling said in disbelief. Ding, the system's products must be high quality, the green medical card can perfectly treat external injuries. Xiaoling heaved a sigh of relief after hearing the system's answer. Now his emotional value can only be used to purchase green cards. Zoro, please sit down first. I will use a special method to heal your injuries. Zoro was slashed by Hawkeye, and this injury falls into the category of external trauma. Good. Zoro trusts Xiaoling 100%. Come to my room, said Nojiko. Then I'll trouble you, Miss Nokigo. Nojiko was a little surprised to hear Xiaoling calling out her name, but she did not ask any questions first, because treating the wounded was the most important thing now. Zoro lay quietly on the bed, Xiaoling held the treatment card in his hand. System, how do I use this? Put it on the injured person and say use immediately. Xiaoling nodded, and under the gaze of several people, placed the card on Zoro's chest. Use. For a moment, a green light enveloped Zoro's body, and after a few minutes, the green light dissipated. Zoro immediately stood up and tore off the bandages on his body. It's really a miraculous power. His injuries are completely healed. Everyone looked at Zoro's chest in disbelief. Zoro, how do you feel now? Xiaoling asked. Zoro looked at his wound and remained silent. Just when Xiaoling thought something was wrong, a sentence came out of Zoro's mouth. A little hungry. You. Phew, it's okay. In that case, let's eat first. It seems that the system is quite powerful sometimes. At this time, Xiaoling took out a piece of Poseidon-like barbecue from the system and handed it to Nokijo. This is? Nokijo asked after seeing the meat in his hand. This is Poseidon-type meat. Nokijo nodded. And now she felt that the woman in front of her and the green-haired man were not ordinary people. On the dining table. By the way, I still don't know your origins. Who are you? Nokijo asked. Before Xiaoling and Zoro spoke, Usopp replied, my name is Captain Usopp, and we are here to find a girl named Nami. Nami. Nokijo was a little surprised when he heard Nami's name. At this time, Xiaoling interrupted and said, we have found Nami. She is now in Aaron's paradise and is a cadre of the dragon pirates. What? She is actually a leader of the dragon pirates? What about us? Usopp said in surprise. At this time, Nokijo already roughly knew what happened. It seemed that the person Nami had deceived came to find him. No, she has her own reasons. As partners, Zoro and I have decided to destroy this so-called Aaron's paradise. Xiaoling continued. What? Destroy Aaron's paradise? What a joke! Usopp broke into a cold sweat. On the way, Xiaoling had already told Zoro about Nami's experience. Although Zoro was injured, his mind was very clear, otherwise he would not have planned to test Nami by diving. Although Xiaoling stopped him. Ah, Xiaoling and I have decided. Zoro said, his tone seemed not to take Aaron seriously. You want to fight Aaron? Nyokijo said in disbelief. Now in their eyes, Aaron almost represents invincibility. Xiaoling nodded. We are very strong. This green-haired person was once Zoro, a famous pirate hunter in the East Daxia Sea, and we also have a Captain Luffy who is not weaker than him. The three of us are invincible in the East Daxia Sea. Little Aaron will not let go. In my eyes. Xiaoling said seriously. Are you Zoro? Nakajayo looked at Zoro in surprise and said. Haha, it seems that Zoro's name is particularly useful in the East Daxia Sea. Zoro nodded, and then said, I'm so sleepy. Anyway, Nami is not in danger now. I want to sleep for a while. Hey! Usopp was about to speak when Zoro started to purr. Xiaoling covered her forehead. Zoro's sleeping ability is probably too strong. Forget it, I won't disturb you for the next few days, Miss Nyokijo. Xiaoling said with a smile. Nyokijo nodded, poured a cup of tea for Xiaoling, and then said, Sister, I'm very curious about how you know my name. Xiaoling blew the teacup and then said, First of all, I am a man, and secondly, I think we must have a special fate. If I fall in love with you at first sight. No, I understand you instantly. Everything. Hearing Xiaoling's words, Nyokijo immediately chuckled. So that's it, then how are you going to deal with Aaron? Nyokijo said. I don't know. Let's take it step by step. For now, it's better for everyone to have a good rest first, and then wait for our captain to arrive before discussing how to deal with Aaron. Nakajayo nodded. In fact, it's still the same in her heart. This group of people can really defeat Aaron. They have been suppressed for too long. Chapter 30 Fight in Advance, Zoro's Aaron. The second day. Xiaoling and others were woken up early by the noisy sounds outside. Everyone! Aaron and his gang are here. What's going on? Why are they here again? We obviously paid tribute just now. At this time, a man with a small windmill on his head said, You must have discovered that I have a weapon. Everyone should go back. I will be responsible for the rest. Brother Aegean. A resident shouted to the lonely man. Aegean waved his hand, and everyone finally returned to the room together. At this time, Aaron had slowly come to Aegean's side. Hey, you are the one holding the weapon, right? Aaron looked at Aegean and said with a smile. He himself did not take Aegean seriously. In front of the tall Aaron, Aegean was like a child. Ah, yes, I like to collect weapons. Is it not allowed to collect weapons? Aegean was a little nervous at this time, but now he has given up his psychological resistance and is determined to die. It's not allowed. Weapons will only cause evil thoughts and riots, which are the biggest factors that endanger peace. Aaron said seriously, as if he was the righteous party. On the other side, Xiaoling, Usopp, Zoro and Nokikao were hiding behind the house, watching everything. Aaron is such a weirdo. He is probably the biggest cancer harming this town. Xiaoling said angrily. Usopp on the side was already trembling with fear from Aaron, while Xiaoling was slightly better. Usopp's reaction is a normal person's reaction, right? Who wouldn't be afraid of such a fish man? At this time Zoro clenched the knife in his hand, and he was ready to fight. In addition to Hideo Yuan, the sword in his hand is Xiaoling's pheasant sword, and the other is an ordinary sword that Xiaoling spent 100 emotion points to buy. In Xiaoling's view, the pheasant sword now plays a greater role in Zoro's hands. Yesterday, Xiaoling had already told Zoro the characteristics of the fishman. This is land, and he has confidence in Zoro. After Eren came here, he asked each of us to hand over a certain amount of money, both adults and children. If we didn't hand over, we would be killed. And our place used to be like this because one person didn't hand over. It's Eren's rule. Nyoki-Jo said angrily, but it was not difficult to see her helplessness. Bump. While Xiaoling and the others were talking, Eren punched Aegean to the ground, and then raised his body high. Since you hold weapons, it is a crime of treason. For the sake of stability, I have to kill you here. Immediately afterwards, Eren planned to deal with Aegean on the spot and consolidate his majesty in the place he ruled. Just when Aegean was about to be killed. But Nyoki-Jo, who was beside Xiaoling, could no longer bear it and ran out. Hey, Eren, how could you do this? We pay money on time every time, why do you still treat us like this? Following Nakajo's actions, all the residents came out. They wanted to stop Eren, but as a pirate, how could Eren pay attention to these residents? In his eyes, the residents were nothing more than slaves for their money. Ha 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 ha, so what, you guys are so arrogant, do you want to rebel? You have to know, if one of you dares to take action, you know the consequences, right? Eren looked at everyone with disdain. Usopp, can you hit Eren? Xiaoling turned around and asked. Usopp was already trembling after hearing Xiaoling's words. But, of course, but... Usopp. Good. With that said, Usopp picked up the slingshot and aimed at Eren's body. At this tense moment, all the residents were silent, but at this moment, a small ammunition flew towards Eren. Boom! A large amount of smoke was produced. Eren threw Aegean to the ground and shouted to the side, "Who is it?" After the smoke passed, Zoro, Xiaoling, and Usopp slowly walked out. "The one who defeated you," Zoro said. "Tch, it's you." Eren didn't take Zoro and Xiaoling seriously. "Everyone, get out of the way and leave the rest to us," Xiaoling said to everyone. "Overcome fear, overcome fear." Xiaoling kept shouting to his heart. Latent Shadow Snake Hand. The next moment, Xiaoling's arms instantly turned into countless small snakes, rushing towards a fishman next to Eren. This was Xiaoling's prepared attack. When the residents heard Xiaoling's words, they had already distanced themselves from them, and Nokai Gao took advantage of Eren's attention to Zoro and the three of them and took Aegean away in the chaos. "What is this? Ah! Eren, save me!" The fishman who was hit by Xiaoling was constantly surrounded by small white snakes, and these small snakes were all poisonous. Before Eren could rescue him, the fishman fell to the ground and lost movement. Bump! The next moment, all the little snakes turned into smoke and disappeared from the fishman's body. However, the fishman's riddled body proved that everything that had just happened was real. "Who are you?" Eren asked, looking at a few people. "Pirate." Zoro had all three swords out of their sheaths. After answering only 2 words, he rushed towards Eren. "Oh? 3 swords? You should be the famous pirate hunter Zoro, right? I didn't expect you to become a pirate too. Are you here to take my head?" Even so, he doesn't take Zoro seriously. The East Daxia Sea is the weakest sea area, and he is a genuine pirate from the Grand Line. "I've said it before, I just want to bring that woman back," Zoro said. "Ha ha ha ha, so what about the pirate hunter, just die? You have to know, Nami is mine." With that said, Eren's body rushed towards Zoro. Eren is not only tall, but his speed is also far beyond ordinary people. Bump! What a powerful force! Zoro watched Eren defend with all his strength, but the opponent's powerful strength surprised Zoro. The power battle between Zoro and Eren ended in Eren's victory. Zoro was knocked back several meters by Eren's powerful power. Compared to Zoro, the person who was more surprised was Eren. What he didn't expect was that the human in front of him was so strong. He just hit him with all his strength. He believed that there were very few people in East Daxia Sea who could take this attack. TCH, he is indeed the pirate hunter Zoro, he does have some strength, he said. Then let me give you a taste of my true power next. TCH, don't be arrogant. Zoro also put himself in position, ready to use his true strength. Brother Eren. Just when the two were about to fight, a fishman blocked Eren. Brother, if we fight here, this village will really be destroyed. And our compatriots are not dead yet and need medical treatment. Let's go back to paradise first. In fact, fishmen are not all bad people. Although they obey Eren's orders, they generally have good intentions. After hearing the fishman's words, Zoro, who was full of fighting spirit, also lost his heart to fight. After all, this is the residence of the residents, and they are here to bring back the woman, not to fight. Forget it, since we didn't bring back that woman, let's wait for Luffy here first. On the other side, Eren was carried back by several fishmen. Before leaving, a pirate said, "This time you are lucky, you can save a life." Zoro disagreed. Now that he is in full condition, he is not afraid of Eren. Hey, where are Xiaoling and Usopp? Zoro looked around and saw that Xiaoling and Usopp were no longer there. At this time, Nakajayo came over and said to Zoro, "Your two friends have lured several fishmen to other places. Thank you this time." Chapter 31 Luffy arrives. Why is this guy chasing me? Damn it! At this time, Xiaoling was running towards the woods, and behind him was a fishman. This fishman had two pigtails, and his fish fins were on his two arms. This guy seems to be named Krub. He will be defeated by Sanji in a while. How can I be his opponent with such a guy? Xiaoling kept running faster. Humans, although this is land, the running speed of humans has no advantage compared to fishmen. Krubi said with a smile. TCH, whoever wants to run away, I was just helping Zoro lure away a new cotter. Indeed, Xiaoling knew that his current strength was enough to deal with ordinary fishmen, but there was still pressure on such cotters. And that one of his own was just a lucky surprise attack. The pressure brought by this fishman is not comparable to those of small fish and shrimps. Standing in front of this 2.5 meter monster with his small body of 7 meters, Xiaoling felt frightened by the pressure. Ha 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 ha, you turned out to be a coward. If you come out and surrender to me now, maybe I won't do anything to you. Haha, I believe you. By the way, I am good at transformation. If I turned into a fishman, wouldn't I be able to easily deceive him? No, if you become a fishman, you may have to get close to the fishman in front of you, and it will be dangerous if your secret is revealed. Yes. With that said, Xiaoling began to form seals. Transformation. Bump. The next moment, Xiaoling turned into a little squirrel and slowly climbed up the branch. Haha, I call this ninjutsu the strongest. Now no one can hold it and I can't do anything about it. Xiaoling smiled as he climbed up. By this time Krubi had arrived. What happened? That human disappeared. Krubi looked around and couldn't find Xiaoling at all. Damn it, I let him escape. In the end, Krubi left here, but Xiaoling was not in a hurry to leave. If he made a counterattack at this time, wouldn't he be in trouble? Xiaoling didn't know how long he waited in the tense atmosphere. When he saw that there was no movement at all, he relaxed all his vigilance and moved towards Zoro's location. To be on the safe side, Xiaoling used her ninja ability to fly around on the branches instead of walking on the ground. When Xiaoling returned to Coco West Village, he saw Nami and Zoro talking. Zoro spotted Xiaoling first and said, "Is it solved?" Xiaoling shook his head and said, "He ran away." At this time, Xiaoling thought of something. The person chasing Usopp was the same person in the original work. In this case, Usopp might be in danger. But seeing Nami, Xiaoling forgot about Usopp for a moment, so he said, "Nami, you." Just as Xiaoling was about to say something, Nami raised her palm and said, "Stop talking, I want to go back to Eren." "You guys go back." After saying that, Nami flew away. Xiaoling sighed. He had nothing to do about this situation and could only wait. Except for Zoro, who was the first recharge gift pack, all the Straw Hat crew members had hard-earned rewards. But then I thought about it. Does he now count as buy one get one free? Xiaoling shook his head and stopped thinking about this. "Hey, Zoro, I remembered. Now Usopp should be caught by Eren, he will be in danger." "Really?" Zoro's expression immediately became serious when he heard Xiaoling's words. Xiaoling nodded. He just saw that Nami had forgotten to tell this matter. Hearing this, Zoro said, "Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and save him." Xiaoling nodded. The two moved quickly, but what Xiaoling didn't notice at all was that the path they took was led by Zoro. "Hey! Xiaoling, do you think Nami really means what you said?" Zoro asked. From the conversation he just had with Nami, he felt that there might be something wrong with Nami. And strictly speaking, Nami is not their partner yet. Zoro is not Luffy, he is far more thoughtful than Luffy. Xiaoling said, "Things are not that simple, but let Luffy decide the next action." Zoro agreed very much with Xiaoling's words. "Careful." Just as the two were walking in the fields, a small boat flew from the sky, and Xiaoling immediately reminded him. Boom! "Hey, Zoro, Xiaoling, you are here." After the breaking sound, Xiaoling and Zoro were the first to hear Luffy's voice. "Luffy. Haha, if you say CAO, CAO will be here." He didn't deliberately block the plot. Luffy looked around, but didn't see Usopp or Nami. "Where are Usopp and Johnny? Haven't you found Nami yet?" Luffy asked evilly. Having said this, Zoro immediately said, "By the way, we have to rescue Usopp now, otherwise they will be killed by Eren." "Ah, Miss Xiaoling, do you still remember me?" At this moment, a man in a suit and leather shoes took out a flower from somewhere and twirled it in front of Xiaoling. "Oh, you are Sanji," Xiaoling said. "That's great, Miss Xiaoling still remembers me." As Sanji approached, Xiaoling pushed him away and said, "Sanji, welcome to join the Straw Hat Pirates, but I am not a lady, I am a man." Then Xiaoling patted his chest and said, "A real man." At this moment, Sanji still didn't believe it. Said, "Miss Xiaoling, I still like you even if you are flat-chested." Holy shit! This guy is a pervert. Xiaoling was about to continue explaining when Johnny came over and said tremblingly, "Brother Zoro, Usopp has been killed." Hearing this news, everyone felt as if they were struck by lightning. Even Xiaoling was not convinced. He was killed by Sister Nami herself. Now Sister Nami is a witch. Xiaoling breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that he was killed by Nami. It seems the same as in the original work, Usopp should not be dead. But when he heard the news, Luffy didn't believe it. He grabbed Johnny and shouted, "Stop joking, how could Nami kill Usopp? We are partners." At this moment, Nami's figure appeared in the sights of Xiaoling and Zoro. "What are you talking about? Who is your partner, Luffy?" Luffy immediately turned around when he heard Nami's voice and shouted, "Nami!" At this time, Nami's eyes were cold and he said, "It's so troublesome, what are you doing here? Aren't we partners?" "Of course I'm here to pick you up," Luffy said. Hearing the word partner, Nami's eyes changed a little, but she still stood firm. "Partners? They're just a team that helps each other. I'm just using you to make money. I'm not interested in you being broke now." Furthermore, now that Eren is chasing Zoro and his companions, I advise you to leave. Anyway, you now have the navigation chart of the Grand Line. Find another navigator, and then go to the Grand Line or find One Piece. Okay, forget it, none of this has anything to do with me. Hey, Nami, where is Usopp? Zoro asked the question. Xiaoling looked at Zoro. No matter from any angle, Zoro was a well-deserved deputy captain. He always remained rational when others were irrational. He's at the bottom of the sea. Chapter 32 Nami help me. A dramatic scene appeared, and finally Luffy chose to lie on the ground, facing the sky, and said, I'm so tired, but what happens to this island next has nothing to do with me. I want to rest. Some things are not good if you know too much. Xiaoling knew the outcome, but he still couldn't bear to see the process. Am I too involved in the drama? Xiaoling laughed at himself. After traveling for such a long time, he seemed to have integrated into the world. Although he sometimes missed his hometown, he was no longer repelled by the world. Forget it, let's wait. If I remember correctly, Usopp will be back soon, and half of the misunderstanding will be resolved. According to the gears of fate, as long as he lies down, everything will go through the same as in the original work. System, if my Orochimaru card reaches full level, what level of combat power will I have? Xiaoling asked the question in his mind. Without any auxiliary cards, the Orochimaru card has an SS level combat power at its peak level 10, and an S level combat power at its normal state. Holy crap, a golden card can't reach the highest combat power in One Piece? The system is indeed a crappy system. Orochimaru's own combat power is not the best among Hokage, but host should remember that Orochimaru's knowledge is the best thing. At this time, Xiaoling heard the knowledge power of Orochimaru, which is also a bug in Hokage. It seems that if I have a max level Orochimaru card, it means that not only can I live forever, but I can't be killed at all. If you put it this way, although this card is not very powerful in combat, it does have an invincible ability. At this time, Xiaoling remembered that although One Piece's top combat effectiveness was far behind Hokage's, its mid to high-end combat effectiveness was not weak. Six Paths Pain's full power can destroy a village, but for Whitebeard, it is not difficult to destroy a village like Konoha. And Pain's combat power is above Orochimaru's. Forget it, at worst, I can just get a few more powerful auxiliary cards later. Unknowingly, Xiaoling leaned against the tree and fell asleep. When he woke up, Usopp had returned and told everyone about Nami. Although Luffy was very excited when he heard this, he had no intention of directly helping Nami defeat Arlong. Zoro, Sanji, and Xiaoling all knew that Luffy was waiting for a reason to take action. At this time Sanji lit a cigarette and looked a little excited. Miss Nami, who is so beautiful and generous, has endured so much pressure. It seems that she needs a knight like me to open his heart. This is awesome. Sanji was already immersed in the fantasy of a hero saving the beauty. Hey, Sanji, can you give me a cigarette? Xiaoling came to Sanji. Oh. Sanji looked at Xiaoling and seemed to have accepted the fact that Xiaoling was a boy. Just when Xiaoling fell asleep, he verified it himself. But when I saw Xiaoling's ridiculously beautiful face, he felt that liking a man was not a shameful thing. Ever smoked? Sanji said deeply. Xiaoling shook his head. If you don't smoke, it's best not to learn to smoke. This is not a good thing. Sanji said. Then why are you smoking? Xiaoling asked. At this time Sanji blew out a smoke ring. That's because my story needs tobacco to fill it. Xiaoling looked helpless at Sanji, who was pretending to be serious. It seemed that he still couldn't find a way to get along with Sanji. Just when the two of them had nothing to say, Zoro suddenly said to everyone, "Let's go." Luffy stood up first and nodded. Because they had just received news that the people in Kokoyasi village were preparing to attack Eren. They knew that Nami might need help. On the other side, Aegeon has summoned the villagers to take up arms. That's it. We have had enough of our current life. Take up arms and resist. Aegeon said to everyone. It has been 8 full years. Although people can survive, they have had enough of this life with no end in sight. In their hearts, even dying is much better than living such an endless life. 8 years ago we swore that as long as Nami lived a good life, it didn't matter how humiliated we were, but Eren and his gang were playing with the child's kindness. We couldn't bear it anymore and couldn't liberate the village. So even if we fight, even if you die, are you ready? We have no problem. We no longer want to be ruled. Just when the villagers were preparing to die, Nami suddenly came to everyone and said with a forced smile. Everyone, please don't die. The worst I can do is save money again. Please don't. But Aegeon, who regards death as home, has long been unwilling to let Nami live such a tiring life. My child, you have worked really hard. Just leave the village. In fact, all the villagers have seen Nami's hard work over the years. Today's decision is a belief shared by all of them. Everyone. Nami looked at everyone, tears falling from his face to the ground. Nami, let's decide. At this time, Nami took out the dagger and said to everyone, I won't let you pass. But how could she stop the current situation? Nami, not only do you have bad intentions, but you also have dreams. In fact, that group of people is very good, you can consider it. Nokijo said. Xiaoling gave him a very good impression, and the swordsman's strength was as good as Eren's. Maybe they could indeed protect Nami's safety. In the end, Nami still did not stop Aegeon and the others, and all the villagers bypassed Nami and walked towards Eren's paradise. In fact, their purpose is very simple. They want to give themselves a relief and at the same time give this kind girl a relief. Nami sat on the ground and kept crying, and then she saw the tattoo on her arm. She hated this tattoo, this thing that took away her beautiful life, but she tattooed this symbol on her body. At this moment, Nami picked up the dagger on the ground and stabbed her shoulder with the sharp dagger. The pain in the body is far less than the pain in the heart. Damn it, get out of here, get out of here. At this moment, a man wearing a straw hat came in front of him, a group of people who made her think they could not defeat those monsters. Luffy appeared in front of Nami without any words, but it gave her hope. With this different team, she had truly laughed. Finally, Nami made her request known. Luffy, help me. Hearing these words, Xiaoling and others in the distance all smiled. Luffy said nothing, put the straw hat on Nami's head, and said loudly. Sure. The entire Straw Hat Pirates have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Chapter 33 Mu. Let's go. Luffy looked at a few people with a smile on his face. They have never been afraid of fighting. Maybe Eren is very strong, but to them, he is not invincible. Okay. Several people shouted at the same time. The 5 of them were ready and set off towards Eren's paradise. Luffy was walking in the middle, with Zoro and Usopp on one side, and Xiaoling and Sanji on the other. Xiaoling knew that this would be Luffy's debut battle. Let's speed up, we must get in front of the group of residents. Xiaoling said to several people. Good. At this time, at the gate of the paradise, Johnny and Joseph crossed their knives at the gate, covered with wounds. Now that we know the truth about Sister Nami, all we can do is challenge Eren. But we lost by the slightest difference. Joseph said. The armed residents had come to the door and looked at the 2 men sitting on the ground with surprised expressions. But Johnny and Joseph had no intention of getting out of the way. In their hearts, it was impossible for this group of people to defeat Eren. They had already seen the strength of this group of Murlocs. Although they spoke harshly, they recognized the reality. Aegeon looked at the 2 of them and said, Please get out of the way and let us in. We want to fight Eren. Johnny looked at everyone and said, Sorry, we will never let you enter this door without any chance of winning. What? Aegeon said. At this time, Joseph showed a firm look on his face and said, we are waiting for a few men who will definitely come here. How many men? Aegeon had some questions. He didn't know who would help them. Yes, a man who will come here no matter what. By this time, the Straw Hats had arrived. Coming. Seeing the 5 people, Johnny and Joseph smiled. The 5 of them looked serious at this time and walked steadily towards Aaron's paradise. Xiaoling, give me your sword. Zoro said. Xiaoling nodded. The grass pheasant sword is given to Zoro. Zoro likes this sword very much, but it is his partner's item and he can only borrow it. Who are they? Aegeon asked, but he also knew the strength of the 5 of them, they were very strong. He was saved by this group of people. Johnny looked at the 5 people and said, if these 5 people can't deal with Aaron, not to mention this island, even the entire East Daxia Sea will fall. In the paradise, Aaron was basking in the sun. He suddenly remembered the 2 people who had just come to challenge him, and he burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, do you think those 2 people just now were Zoro's partners? Kruby on the side touched his chin and said, I don't know, but those 2 people are too weak. There is no value in killing them. At this time, there was a sudden noise at their door. Bump! What's going on? All the fishmen looked in the direction of the door, and the entire door had been shattered. A man wearing a straw hat walked in slowly. Hey, you guys, who is Aaron? Luffy said with a serious look on his face as he moved forward. Aaron? I'm along, said the fishman sitting on the chair. After getting the answer, Luffy didn't say anything and walked directly towards Aaron. Hey, little brother, what's the matter with you? If nothing happens, we can't let you go. At this time, 2 fishmen stood in front of Luffy. Get away. This time, Luffy didn't say much. He used both hands to knock the 2 fishmen to the ground and made them faint. What? The fishmen were surprised to see that such a thin man had such strength. But Luffy did not stop. He had already arrived in front of Aaron, and without saying anything, he showed his fist. Bump! Aaron was knocked out directly. Boom! Aaron was knocked to the ground by the punch, but the force did not hurt him. Hey, who are you? Aaron didn't remember provoking such a person. The power of this punch should not exist in this weak East Daxia Sea. I'm Luffy, a pirate. Pirate? Aaron was a little curious and continued, what does the pirate want from me? Luffy still had no expression on his face. I won't allow you to cry on my navigator. After Luffy finished speaking, Zoro and Sanji slowly appeared. Hey, Luffy, you are not allowed to take the spotlight like this. Sanji said. Ah, thank you for your concern. I won't lose. Luffy said. What? I'm not worried about you, but I can't let you eat alone. Sanji roared. Zoro said nothing and walked to Luffy's side. The king's left and right arms appeared on both sides of Luffy. That green-haired swordsman. Pirate hunter Zoro. A fishman said, pointing at Zoro. At the back, Xiaoling and Usopp saw that the soldiers on the road were knocked down by Sanji and Zoro, and they walked over tremblingly. Well, Sanji, I don't mind Luffy eating alone, but it's better to take my share. Xiaoling said nervously. Yes, yes, you are worthy of being my vice-captain. You know what I mean, Usopp said with a forced smile. Zoro glanced at Xiaoling and said, how can you be so timid? Xiaoling smiled embarrassedly. I just cheered myself up for a while. I didn't expect my legs to become weak when I got here. At this time, the residents outside the door saw the situation inside and all of them looked surprised. How is it possible? He could knock Arlong away with just one punch. What kind of power is this? Ken said in surprise as he looked at Luffy's power. No wonder these two people said that only they could defeat Eren. If these people are not Eren's opponents, then it would be useless for them to go in. So everyone, don't go in, just leave it to Big Brother and the others. Johnny said. When Ajian heard this, he looked puzzled and said, but, what is the reason for their fight? Because A Long bullied Nami and made her cry, is there a more important reason than this? Everyone looked at Luffy and the others in disbelief. Are they really pirates? Eren inside also understood the purpose of this group of people at this time, and slowly stood up and said, I see, you came here for Nami in the first place. Eren is now ready to fight. Ha 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 ha, there's no need for Brother Eren to take action to deal with you. An octopus man appeared in everyone's sight. It'll take care of you all. The octopus man pinched his nose and made a trumpet-like sound. At this time, a huge minotaur slowly appeared. FK, is this the Poseidon class? This, : Xiaoling looked at the Poseidon class, then looked at Luffy. Luffy's body was like an ant in front of Mu. Can this fight? Is this science? Chapter 34 Zyoba. Leave it to me. Luffy's voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Xiaoling wanted to stop him, but how could Xiaoling's words be effective in this situation? Luffy took one quick step, his feet had already dug into the ground, and his body twisted quickly. Moo looked at Luffy with tears streaming down his face, but faced with Eren's intimidation, he had to go out and fight. I can't express the pain. What a bully! Luffy's arm quickly stretched out and grabbed Moo's horns. Everyone, get out of the way. Zoro said. Hey? What's wrong? Sanji asked. I don't know, but I always feel like this guy is going to cause trouble again, so get out of the way. On the other side, Xiaoling and Usopp had long been hiding far behind. Hey, Luffy's move will definitely affect us. We should be safe here. Xiaoling said. Usopp nodded heavily. As expected of my vice-captain, he is indeed foresight. Sure enough, Luffy's body began to spin, and the huge Moo was spun by Luffy. All the surrounding fishmen were affected, and this move almost wiped out all the minions. Are you kidding? Is this science? Xiaoling looked at Luffy, who used his small body to throw away a creature hundreds of times bigger than himself, with shock on his face. This is simply not the power that humans should have. On the other side, the residents of the village were equally shocked as Xiaoling. Is this the power humans should have in this world? But Sanji and Zoro disagree. Hey you guy, do you want to solve us together? Sanji roared. These guys really have some strength, but Brother Eren, just leave them to us. If you take action, Eren Paradise will be destroyed. Kruby said. Zyoba, Kruby, and 3 other cotters came out. Ah, okay. Although Eren was punched away, he also didn't take these people seriously. Seeing the cotters coming, Zoro glanced at Xiaoling and Sanji. One for each person. Zoro said. TCH, you can leave it all to me, you can just watch the fun. Sanji took a puff of cigarette and said. I think Sanji's idea is good. Xiaoling raised his hand and said. Xiaoling looked at several murlocs, exactly 3 of them, and he seemed to have no way to escape. Captain Usopp, how about we deal with one of them together? Xiaoling looked at Usopp and said. Usopp on the other side was thinking of ways to pull Luffy out of the ground. Well, Captain Usopp has something to do now, please ask the vice-captain to solve it himself. Xiaoling wanted to cry but had no tears. He looked at the 3 fishmen cotters, and if he guessed correctly, Ju should be the weakest. After all, he was defeated by Usopp. There was no other way, Xiaoling bit the bullet and walked up to Ju. Wait a minute. At this moment, Eren suddenly spoke. Brother Eren. Several people looked at Eren at the same time. Eren stood up slowly, walked towards a few people, and said as he walked, I suddenly thought of an interesting game, let's play it. Aaron slowly walked towards Luffy, and Usopp saw Aaron arriving and immediately let go of Luffy's hand. Bump. Xiaoling watched Luffy flying towards him and immediately dodged. Boom. Xiaoling's opponent was directly knocked away by the rebounding Luffy. As expected of Captain Usopp, Xiaoling looked at Usopp excitedly. And Ju had already set his sights on Usopp. Boy, I must kill you with my own hands. Xiaoling smiled when he saw this. In this case, he would have no opponent and could fish on the side. Simply awesome. At this time, Aaron dodged Luffy's attack and grabbed Luffy's arm. Bump. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Aaron uprooted the road and the stones under his feet. Ha 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 ha, it is said that people with abilities are all landlubbers. If I throw you into the water now, even if you are not a person with abilities, you will not be able to survive. Then do you have a chance to save him? Aaron glanced at several people. Luffy, Zoro and Sanji wanted to take action, but were stopped by two cotters. Thump. Luffy was thrown directly into the water by Arlong. At this time, Sanji wanted to rush over to rescue Luffy, but was stopped by Zoro. Cook, if we enter the water, it will be their home field. This is exactly the result they want. If we want to save Luffy, we must kill them first. Zoro analyzed calmly. At this time, Aaron looked at Zoro and laughed. Ha 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 ha, Pirate Hunter Zoro, we still have an inconclusive battle. Zoro heard Aaron's words and looked at Xiaoling and said, I'll leave this octopus to you to deal with. After saying that, he pulled out his sword, pointed it at Aaron, and said, just in time, I'm just about to kill you, this fish. Ha 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 ha, low-level humans actually speak arrogant words. At this time, Sanji walked up to us and said, if humans are inferior, then you are just a piece of food for us. Then Sanji came to Krubi. On the other side, Ju and Usopp had already ran out. Boy, stop right here, I have to kill you with my own hands. Chu roared angrily. And just when he walked out, he happened to see the people of Kokoyashi village holding weapons. Oh? You are all carrying weapons. It seems that you are going to rebel. Fire Star. Boom. The flame hit Ju's face accurately. Hey, fishman, your opponent is me. With that, Usopp started to run away again. But this time, Ju was already angry. Damn it, boy, stop. Everyone in Coco West Village looked at Usopp and said, who is this guy? Why is he brave and running away at other times? Everyone shook their heads. In the paradise, Xiaoling and Xiao Ba confront each other. Hey, little girl, you can't be my opponent at all. If you surrender now, it's still too late. Zioba said. Really? Xiaoling said. Ah, of course it's true. Zioba said seriously. Well, I think we are all cultured people. How can we solve things by fighting? How about this? How about I treat you to takoyaki? Talking about takoyaki, Zioba seemed to suddenly become interested and sat down in front of Xiaoling. When Xiaoling saw the other person sitting down, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then sat down with trembling legs. Did you know? I'm a good takoyaki maker. People who have eaten the takoyaki I made say it's delicious. Xiao Hachi said. Ah, really? Then can you make it for me to try? I'll give you an evaluation, after all, I haven't eaten it. On the other side, Sanji looked at Xiaoling and Xiao Ba who were talking and laughing, and said, what on earth are they doing? Bump. Sanji was punched away by Krubi. I've already said that you can't be distracted when fighting me. I'm a master of the 40th level of Fishman Karate. Chapter 35 Fight Separately. Pirate Hunter Zoro, if you can't defeat me, your partner will definitely die, but I think if you run away, you can still survive. Aaron kept laughing. In his eyes, this group of people had already declared a death sentence. Tch, it's just some salted fish. Although Xiaoling kept chatting with Zioba on the side, he kept paying attention to the battle between Zoro and Sanji. Zoro is now in an uninjured state, but this is not a complete land. Whether Zoro can defeat Eren is still a mystery, and now that he is holding Hachi behind, he cannot save Luffy. Yes. If he could keep talking to Zioba, wouldn't he be able to use the clone technique to hold Zioba down? But Eren's next words interrupted Xiaoling's fantasy. Hey! Zioba, what are you doing? Kill him! Hearing Eren's words, Zioba immediately stood up, looked at Xiaoling and said, I'm sorry, I can't disobey Brother Eren's order, so I have to fight you next. While Eren was speaking, Zoro's three-sword style had already crossed Eren. If you have to pay attention to others while fighting me, you will die faster. The wounds caused by 3 knives appeared on Eren's chest, and the intense pain made him scream. Damn it, pirate hunter, just die for me. With that said, Eren fought back and wanted to bite Zoro to death, but was blocked by Zoro's hand and Dao Yuan. Clang! Bump! Zoro used force to distance himself from Eren. Is this the fish man? His strength is indeed extraordinary. And what are his teeth made of? That he can be so strong. Hideo Yuan is a real famous sword, and Eren's teeth were not damaged. Ha 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 ha, inferior humans, we fishmen are the evolved form of your humans, you can't be my opponent. Eren said. Then, under Zoro's gaze, Eren actually took off his own teeth, and then took off another set of teeth. What the hell is this? Zoro said in surprise. Ha 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 ha, pirate hunter, let me show you how powerful I am. Eren was very fast and rushed in front of Zoro in an instant. Bump! There was a sound of metal clashing as the teeth collided with Zoro's weapon. The two were getting faster and faster, and they were constantly fighting. On the other side, Sanji, who had been knocked away, had already stood up and muttered to himself, if you are at level 40 in karate, then that old man's kicking skills are at level 400. Oh! Kruby was a little surprised when he looked at Sanji, who was slowly walking towards him. Outside the paradise, the residents have made a decision. Now that Eren's gang has been contained, we must find a way to rescue the boy in the straw hat. Aegean said to everyone. Let's go together. The villagers said together. Aegean shook his head and said to everyone, if there are too many, the target is too big, and it may attract Eren's attention and affect their battle, so let me go by myself. Just when Aegean was about to go over, a tall beauty walked out. It was no Kijao. Aegean, let me go with you. No Kijao, you are injured, and Mr. Aegean, all of them are fighting for my sister now. I can't just sit back and watch, so just let me go with you. Finally, Jian sighed, and the two of them walked towards the paradise at the same time. In the paradise, Xiao Bie looked at Xiaoling and said, next, let you see how powerful I am, Xiao Bie. Xiaoling looked at the excited Zioba with some helplessness. Why did this guy change his attitude so quickly? We were just having a good chat, but now he wants me to taste his power? How powerful are fishmen? It seems that this battle is inevitable. Xiaoling distanced himself from Xiao Bie in an instant. Just kidding, Xiao Bie was a powerful being among the fishmen cotters, and Xiaoling was not confident that he could defeat him. You should be ready, right? Zioba asked. Xiaoling shook his head, then Zioba said, I'm not ready either, please wait for me for a while. With that said, Zioba used the power of the suction cup to jump up to the roof and enter a room. When Xiao Bie came up, he already had 6 more knives in his hand. Ha 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 ha, I am a swordsman of the 6 swords style. Next, I will show you what human swordsmen can't do. Xiao Hachi said with a smile. The knife in Zioba's hand kept waving, and soon a powerful force formed around him like a whirlwind. Stop! Xiaoling shouted loudly. Ah! What's wrong? Zioba really stopped and looked at Xiaoling and said, Zioba, we are friends now, but you have to practice martial ethics. You see, I don't have any weapons. Shouldn't you fight me with bare hands? Xiaoling said. There should be less pressure on him with empty hands. Oh. Zioba thought for a while. That seems to be true, but now I want to play with a knife. At this time, Zioba came up with an idea and said to Xiaoling, wait a minute, I'll be back as soon as I can. With that said, Zioba jumped onto the roof again. When Xiaoba came down again, the same 6 knives were placed in front of Xiaoling. At this time, Xiaoling had a dark look on his face. It's really fair, you have 6 knives, give me 6 knives, but I don't have 6 arms? This is fair. You also have weapons. Let's get started. Zioba said. Xiaoling helplessly picked up a knife from the ground and looked at Xiaoba helplessly. Zioba, look, there is something in the sky. Xiaoling shouted to the sky. Zioba immediately looked up at the sky behind him and said, what's there? What's there? Hehe, I fell into the trap. Latent shadow snake hand. Xiaoling's arms instantly turned into countless small snakes, rushing towards Xiaoba. But Zioba is no ordinary fishman, his reaction ability is very strong. After Xiaoba sensed the danger, the 6 knives spun rapidly, and all Xiaoling's skills were cut off by Xiaoba. FK, this octopus is so strong. Xiaoling's legs were trembling. Xiaoba on the side was a little angry. You actually lied to me, damn it, you should die. Help. At this time, the residents outside saw an octopus man running outside chasing a human. One of them just ran away. What happened to this group of people? This little girl actually ran away too. The residents shook their heads. They were not sure about this group of people. They were sometimes timid and sometimes brave, and they also had inhuman fighting capabilities. But they know that this group of people is their hope. Xiaoling already had a battle plan and looked towards the forest ahead. As long as Zioba is lured out, and then Zioba cannot return here in a short time, and the fight will be over when he comes back, wouldn't it mean that his goal has been achieved? This is Xiaoling's injury-free plan. Chapter 36 Saving Luffy. Underwater. Taken and Nakajayo had already arrived at Luffy's side. At this time, due to the influence of the devil fruit and the inability to breathe oxygen underwater, Luffy was already dying. Bump. 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 Taken is just a stronger ordinary person. Although he holds a hammer, due to the buoyancy of the sea water, his strength is not enough to break the stone at Luffy's feet. What should I do? If this continues, the Straw Hat Boy will really die of lack of oxygen. Nakajayo looked at the dying Luffy, feeling a little nervous. What to do? Nakajayo was already anxious, and then she suddenly thought of something. Nakajayo was seen pulling Luffy's head upwards, and sure enough, under Nakajayo's power, Luffy's neck began to grow longer. Ahem! The next moment, Luffy's head was brought to land by Nakajayo. In this case, at least he won't die from lack of oxygen. Nakajayo said. Under the water, Aegean is still working hard. Touch. 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 But even after all his oxygen was consumed, the stone remained unmoved. Fortunately, all the fishmen were restrained, and they were not in any danger. On the shore, Sanji looked at Luffy's head, his brows furrowed. You guy, why are you always distracted when you are fighting with me? Kruby said. He was a little angry at this time. Forget it, let me show you how powerful the fishman karate is. 100-piece tile right fist. Kruby rushed towards Sanji, all the power of the fishmen tribe was activated, and the powerful force attacked Sanji. In fact, Sanji's strength is considered to be among the top people in the East Daxia Sea, but the crew in front of him is still much lower than him in terms of strength. Ha 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 ha, it's a joke that you, a pirate, believe in chivalry. I'm going to let you know today that your chivalry can't protect anyone. Bump. Sanji successfully dodged the Bameiwa punch, but his words aroused Sanji's anger. No, I have to find a way to save Luffy. Sanji calmed down. He knew that something would happen to Luffy if this continued. Other side. Xiaoling smiled when he saw Zioba chasing after him. UBD, come out here, I will defeat you. In the forest, Zioba kept roaring. Xiaoling was hiding in the tree, breathing heavily. Clone technique. The next moment, the exact same Xiaoling appeared next to him. Although the clone technique does not have any attack methods, it is still possible to lure Zioba away. When Zioba agrees to come, the battle in the paradise will probably be over. Xiaoling smiled, and then arranged for a clone to jump off the branch. When Xiao Ba saw Xiaoling's clone, he immediately bared his teeth and claws. Stop! Xiaoling looked at Zioba, who had gone away from the tree, and breathed a sigh of relief, then he looked towards paradise. I can't wait any longer, I'm going to rescue Luffy first. In paradise. Zoro panted and looked at Eren in front of him. Damn it, this guy has taken so many knives and he still hasn't fallen down. The fishman is really thick-skinned. In fact, Eren was not feeling well at this time. He did not expect that the rumored pirate hunter would be so strong. Even in the first half of the Grand Line, this guy is considered a master. Pirate hunter Zoro, although you are very strong, you are still far from being able to kill me. Next, I will let you see the gap between our races. Eren said. TCH. I don't know what you are so proud of as a salted fish. Zoro frowned. Like Sanji, he also cares about Luffy underwater. But Eren in front of him cannot be defeated in a short while. His own moves only scratched his skin, and he needed more strength to knock him down. Ha 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 ha, are you thinking about your partner, the boy in the straw hat? He is dead, ha 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 ha. How can a lowly human being survive underwater for so long, let alone a landlubber? Just as Eren finished speaking, Xiaoling had already arrived at the edge of the water. Eren saw Xiaoling's expression of surprise. If he remembered correctly, it was the guy Zioba dealt with. You, why are you back? Did Zioba lose the battle? Xiaoling nodded without saying anything. Upon hearing the news, Zoro and Sanji on the side breathed a sigh of relief, so that they would have a fighting force. And Sanji also changed his view of Xiaoling. He didn't expect this guy to be so powerful in combat. Leave Luffy to me, you can fight with peace of mind. Xiaoling said to Zoro and Sanji. Damn it! Eren wanted to attack, but Zoro was completely in front of him, preventing him from moving forward. Xiaoling then covered his feet with chakra and walked on the water. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. What's going on? How can this guy walk on water? Kruby on the side exclaimed. Xiaoling ignored everyone and carefully searched for Luffy's location. Found it. Xiaoling did not wait, the chakra power was released, and he entered the water in one breath. FK. I cannot swim. It's over, it's over. In panic, Xiaoling kept fluttering, but his body kept sinking. In panic, he felt that his oxygen was getting less and less. Don't I have to involve myself in saving people? Ding, the system prompts that this system provides professional diving suits. How much emotion is it worth? You are almost dead and you still care about the emotional value. Ordinary props are worth 100 emotional points. Xiaoling breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Xiaoling's emotion value was 100. Exchange. The next moment, Xiaoling's body was covered by a blue diving suit and had an oxygen bottle, but it was of no use because he still couldn't swim. Whether to redeem swimming skills. This time, Xiaoling didn't think about it. According to the system's urinary properties, such low-level technology should not be too expensive. Exchange. The redemption is successful, 10,000 emotional points are deducted, the auxiliary card Swimming Grandmaster is obtained, and it is automatically upgraded to the full level. Congratulations to host for mastering the most advanced swimming technology in the world. Xiaoling saw that there was an extra white card on his auxiliary card, and the level was already max. Damn it, the dog system tricked me. All his emotional values were cleared again. As expected, this system was unreliable. Absolutely not in this system. Forget it, Xiaoling looked down. He could no longer argue with the system. The most important thing was to rescue Luffy. In an instant, Xiaoling came to Luffy's side. Not only Jian, but also Xiaoling himself was shocked. But Ajian breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Xiaoling's face. Xiaoling came to the lowest point, looked at the stone under Luffy's feet, and then used both hands hard. I can't move it. Ajian looked at Xiaoling, who had been standing aside, feeling a little disappointed. It seems that this girl is just an ordinary person. But the next moment, Ajian was severely slapped in the face. Boom. Chapter 37: The Upcoming Duel. Boom. The stone at Luffy's feet was shattered by Xiaoling's punch. Sure enough, after covering the chakra, I also have inhuman power. Xiaoling looked at his fist, then looked at Luffy, and smiled. In this case, this battle is bound to be won. When Luffy's body floated up, a burst of sword light flashed through Xiaoling's body in an instant. What? In front of Xiaoling, an octopus fishman appeared in front of him. Boy, how dare you lie to me, damn it! What? Is he already dead? At this moment, Xiaoling felt pain sweeping through his body. Being penetrated by 6 knives at the same time was something he had never felt before. Xiaoling felt as if he was floating and had no strength left in his body. Ajian saw Xiaoling being penetrated and wanted to go over to help, but at this time Zioba had already dragged Xiaoling's body upwards. At this time, above the pool, Luffy's body had fallen from the sky. Luffy, Sanji, Zoro and Nami, who had just arrived, seemed to feel relaxed. Straw Hat Boy. Aaron looked at the resurrected Luffy with an angry expression. Luffy ignored Aaron, but looked at Zoro and said, Zoro, thank you for your hard work. Leave him to me next. Ah, yes. Zoro had no other words. He absolutely obeyed the captain's orders. Luffy. Nami walked into the park and smiled when he saw Luffy appear. At this moment, a large number of bubbles suddenly appeared in the pool. The gurgling sound attracted everyone's attention, and the color of the bubbles slowly changed, turning into blood red. Hey! Zoro frowned. For some reason, he had some ominous premonition. Ha ha ha, brother Aaron, I'm back. The next moment, Xiao Ba jumped out of the water, and on his shoulders was the dying Xiaoling. Xiaoling, everyone shouted. Hateful. Ha 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 ha. Zioba, you are okay, this little girl actually lied to me, but it seems that she has received his punishment. Aaron said with a smile. Well, this guy actually tricked me and made me chase her for a long way. I didn't expect that she would appear here, but luckily I was walking by water and happened to see her rescuing people, so I attacked her sneakily. With that said, Zioba threw Xiaoling to the ground. Xiaoling was lying on the ground like a dead fish, as if he was really lifeless. The pain had already made him faint. Damn fish man! Luffy looked at Xiaoling's corpse and was completely angry. Hey, Luffy! Zoro stopped Luffy, who wanted to attack Hachi, and then said, leave him to me, he is the one you want to deal with. Zoro pointed at Aaron. Zoro looked at the pheasant sword in his hand with a gloomy expression. Yat, what a murderous aura. But you human swordsmen can't defeat me, I'm a 6 swordsman style. Xiao Hachi said while waving the 6 knives in his hand. You actually killed my partner, then you will be buried with him. Zoro's body seemed to be burning with invisible flames. In an instant, Zoro rushed to Zioba's side, and the powerful force knocked Zyoba away instantly. How could it be? Zyoba was a little surprised. How could this human being have such a strong power? After Xiaobai was knocked away, Nami immediately came to Xiaoling, and then Nami took off Xiaoling's diving suit. Then, blood continued to appear from 6 wounds on Xiaoling's body. Nami immediately placed Xiaoling among the residents. "Doctor, the doctor in our village. Help find out what's wrong with him." At this time, a middle-aged woman walked out of the crowd. The woman did not speak to Nami. She lowered her head and began to check Xiaoling's condition. Then she leaned down, breathed a sigh of relief, and said, "Although there were many wounds, none of them were critical. He just fainted from pain and excessive blood loss. Don't worry." Then the doctor's woman continued, "Give me some bandages, and I'll take care of her wound first." At this time, someone in the crowd took out the bandage, and then all the men turned around silently. "You mean his life is not in danger, right?" Nami asked. The doctor nodded. "Yes, as long as the wound is treated well, there is no life-threatening danger, but is she really a girl?" the doctor asked. "What's wrong? Does this have anything to do with men and women?" Nami asked. The doctor shook his head and said, "God gave her such a beautiful face but such a figure. I feel a little sorry for her, but I know that some drugs can treat this problem." After hearing this, Nami had a dark look on her face. "Treat his wounds quickly. Smelly fish man, the battle between us should be over." Sanji took a deep drag on his cigarette. "Yes, you can only fail. Today I will let you take a look at the stronger secret of our fishmen's karate, the 1,000 pieces of Wa Shoken." "Oh." Sanji looked at the enemy in front of him and was taking a stance, but Sanji would not give the enemy a chance to use his ultimate move. Just as Krubi was getting ready, Sanji had already rushed in front of him. Brisket. This kick hit Krubi hard in the chest. The powerful force made him faint. At the same time, this move interrupted the skills he prepared. And Sanji's kicking skills aren't over yet. Elbow meet. Bump. Belly. Bump. Calf meet. Bump. Sanji's series of kicks made Krubi unable to find his direction. The pain in his body proved Sanji's strength. Next, mutton shoot. Boom. This blow directly kicked Krubi away, and the powerful force continuously penetrated the wall. Boom. Sanji took a long drag on his cigarette. It's over. At this time, Krubi was completely lying on the ground, motionless. On the other side, Zoro saw that Sanji had finished the battle and was not to be outdone. He looked at the enemy in front of him with his eyes frozen. "Next, I'm going to deal with you too." Zyoba heard this and was not willing to show weakness. "Tisk, it's impossible for a human swordsman to defeat me no matter what." The secret of 6 sword styles. 3 sword style, tornado. The duel between swordsmen itself takes place in an instant, and Zoro's strength is obviously much stronger than Hachi's. And Zoro has faith. As long as it is a duel between swordsmen, he will never lose again. Puff. Blood sprayed the ground, but it was not Zoro's blood, but Hachi's blood. How is it possible? How can a human swordsman be so strong? The next moment, Zyoba was lying on the ground. Zoro did not stop, but came to Xiaoling and Nami's side with Sanji. "Is he okay?" Nami shook his head and said, "Don't worry, his life is not in danger." They both breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. It's up to Luffy next. Chapter 38 Luffy vs Eren. "Hey, what's wrong with Xiaoling?" At this moment, a man with a long nose came to the crowd. Usopp. Sanji and Zoro were a little surprised when they saw the injured Usopp arriving. "Where's that salted fish?" Sanji took a puff of cigarette and said to Usopp. "Ha ha 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 ha, with the power of Captain Usopp, what does holding small fish and shrimp mean?" Usopp said. But this time he didn't lie, because he did defeat his opponent. Is Xiaoling okay? Usopp asked for the second time. Several people shook their heads. That's good, the battle is over now. Usopp asked. No, it's still a little bit close. As long as Luffy wins, then we will win. Sanji said. Several people looked at Luffy and Eren in the park at the same time. TCH, if we can't win this, then the captain really needs to be replaced. Zoro said, his eyes full of confidence in Luffy. In paradise. Eren's condition is not particularly good. At this time, he has many wounds caused by Zoro. Now Eren is completely angry because all his compatriots have been defeated. Although I don't know what happened to that woman Nami and you, but you are destined to fail. That woman can only be my partner. Eren looked at Luffy and said with a smile. If you want to dominate the sea, how can you do it without an excellent navigator, and Nami is such a person, exactly the person we need. Forget it, I will only become a dead person anyway, these things don't matter. With that said, he rushed towards Luffy with the sawtooth in his hand. Boom! So sharp! Luffy looked at the pillar that was easily bitten off, feeling a little incredulous. Our race is superior. Today I will show you what racial suppression is. Immediately afterwards, Eren continued to attack Luffy. His sharp teeth seemed to be better than steel. Stone pillars were shattered one after another, but Luffy could only keep dodging. Damn, rubber, pistol. While dodging, Luffy's arm instantly stretched out and punched Arlong. Eren did not dodge this blow and let the fist hit him. Ah, it hurts. Eren took the opportunity to bite Luffy's arm, and blood continued to flow out. Bump! Immediately afterwards, Eren knocked Luffy away with a punch. Ha 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 ha, have you seen that you humans are vulnerable to us fishmen? Just as Eren finished speaking, Luffy's fist came instantly. Rubber, machine gun. Luffy's arm was like a hail of bullets, constantly hitting Eren's body. Bump! Boom! This blow directly shattered the ground, but also knocked Eren into the water. On the ground, Luffy kept panting, the blow just now consumed a lot of his energy. The next moment, Luffy suddenly felt danger, and saw Eren suddenly jumping out from the ground, and the spikes on his nose became his sharpest weapon. It hurts. The blow penetrated Luffy's arm. Damn it! Luffy distanced himself and stared at Eren closely. Ha 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 ha, it's impossible for you to defeat me. Eren laughed, but the blood at the corner of his mouth proved that Luffy's attack just now worked. TCH, I will definitely win. I want to be a One Piece man. Luffy said. Eren could hear the words One Piece with a mocking expression. Ha 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 ha, are you kidding me? It's impossible for a lowly race like you to become One Piece, ha 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 ha. How will you know if you don't try? The next moment, Luffy came directly in front of Eren, and he no longer wanted to defend anymore. Rubber, pistol. Boom! Luffy's full blow knocked Arlong straight into the house. Just when Luffy wanted to take advantage of the victory, Eren broke through the room and knocked Luffy away, and he already had a weapon in his hand. That's a serrated knife, Luffy is in danger. Nami, who was always watching the battle, said. Zoro shook his head and said, no, Luffy will definitely win. Outside the door, everyone is paying attention to this battle about their life and death. Straw Hat, come on! At this time a villager shouted. Immediately afterwards, the overwhelming sound of cheering sounded, and Eren in the park became even more angry after hearing it. When I get rid of them, none of you can escape. Eren said to the villagers outside. But this time the villagers were not timid at all. Continue to shout, Straw Hat Boy, please defeat him. Luffy smiled when he heard this. Sure. With that said, Luffy punched again, and the two of them attacked at the same time. Bump! The battle between Eren and Luffy has entered a fever pitch, and the outcome of the battle has been decided immediately. Boom. At this time, the two of them entered a room filled with sea charts. This is... Luffy looked at the sea charts everywhere, a little surprised. Ha ha ha, this is Nami's room. She is an excellent surveyor. As long as we have her, it is only a matter of time before we dominate the East Daxia Sea. Luffy raised his head and looked at Eren. Boy, Nami is a very good tool. I will use her to dominate the world. Do you have this ability? So Nami can only be our partner. Eren continued, and the weapon in his hand was already placed on Luffy's neck. Use tools. Luffy's eyes turned angry. I finally found a way to help Nami. The things you said are not what Nami wanted to do at all. Luffy said. It's a room like this. If Nami loses her freedom, you won't understand what a partner is. Luffy's palm grabbed Eren's weapon hard, and Eren looked at Luffy in shock because his weapon couldn't move at all. This guy's strength is actually not inferior to mine, Eren thought. Bump. There was a sound of broken weapons, and Eren's weapon was crushed by Luffy's hands. Luffy stood up, he just wanted to kill his opponent now. Then I will defeat you next. Luffy said with firm eyes. Ha 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 ha, stop being so arrogant, kid. At this moment, Luffy's legs instantly extended and penetrated directly through the roof. When Eren saw this, he didn't want to give Luffy a chance to use this move. I saw Eren's body spinning, and his sharp teeth attacked Luffy's body. Damn! It hurts. The next moment, Luffy held back the pain, and the attack from above had begun. Rubber, tomahawk. Boom! The powerful force attacked Eren's body, causing his teeth to break away from Luffy's body. The ground could no longer bear Luffy's power and began to break. Immediately afterwards, the entire building was penetrated by this blow. Boom! High-rise buildings collapsed and smoke and dust were everywhere. All the residents looked at this battle and expected the result of Yanshin falling behind. Smoke and dust scattered. Luffy was now on top of the gravel, while Eren was unconscious on the ground. Win! Win! At this moment, everyone smiled. After 8 years, they were finally free. Chapter 39 Awakening. When will this lively banquet end? It has been 3 days. In the alley of the street, Zoro took a sip of wine and said to Sanji standing opposite. It seems like today is the last day. Is that guy still awake? Sanji asked. At this time, Zoro and Sanji are still in a peaceful state, which is completely different from their future state. Ah, but I heard from the doctor that he should wake up soon, and his body structure is very human. Zoro said. The guy Sanji was talking about was Xiaoling. Although Sanji had just joined the Straw Hat Pirates, he had already become one with the members of the pirate group after a few days of running in. Except for one person, he didn't know how to get along with him. That is Xiaoling. The reason is Xiaoling's face and his gender. Judging from that face alone, in his opinion, even the most beautiful woman in the world is nothing more than this. But, why does it have to grow on a man? Xiaoling's appearance actually made him feel like his dream was shattered, and he felt a little overwhelmed. But fortunately, he will still have Miss Nami. On the high platform, Usopp was bragging about his heroic stories, while Luffy was still eating meat non-stop, as if his stomach was like a bottomless pit that couldn't be filled at all. Although Eren was defeated, the destroyed villages had to be rebuilt. After the banquet, all villages had to get back on track. Inside the clinic. At this time, Xiaoling's upper body was tied up with 5 flowers, and blood was constantly flowing out of the bandage. Ahem. Pain. This was Xiaoling's first feeling. He felt a tearing pain in his upper body. This unbearable pain made him feel like he was about to suffocate. Xiaoling. Xiaoling. This is Nami's voice, it seems I'm not dead yet. Xiaoling slowly opened his eyes, and what caught his eye was the orange-haired Nami standing above him. Nami. Nami smiled when she saw Xiaoling waking up. You finally woke up. Xiaoling tried to look around. This was a strange place. Where is this? Where is this? Xiaoling said slowly. This is Kokoyashi village. We have defeated Eren. Hearing the news, Xiaoling also breathed a sigh of relief. It looked like he had been unconscious for a long time. He also didn't expect that Zioba could rush back to the battlefield so quickly. Although he has the system's bonus, he is still mortal after all, and such injuries are enough to kill ordinary people. You have a good rest. Nami said, looking at the weak Xiaoling. Xiaoling didn't move, just closed his eyes silently. System, how is my health now? Saving one's life from the brink of death is out of danger. Hearing the news, Xiaoling breathed a sigh of relief. At least he was still alive. The system will redeem me a medical card that will allow me to recover. Xiaoling didn't know if his emotional value was enough. After all, he was in a coma during this period and should not have generated any emotional value. Due to the serious injury of host, a purple medical card is required for complete recovery, which requires 1000 emotional points. Do you want to redeem it? He actually needed a purple medical card. It seemed that he was really on the verge of death. But is 1000 emotions really worth it? System, how much emotion value do I have now? Xiaoling now doesn't know if he can redeem a purple card. He remembered that his emotions were almost empty before he passed out. Emotional value balance, 233,333. How much? Xiaoling thought he was hallucinating. Emotional value balance, 233,333. What the hell? When did I have so much emotional value? System, where do all my emotions come from? More than 200,000. Humans will have a lot of emotions before death, and you have been generating emotional values all the time in the past 3 days. Call. Do you consider this a blessing in disguise? System, exchange it for me and use it. Now that I have become a landlord, why not use it if I have so many emotional points? The next moment, purple light flashed across Xiaoling's body. What's going on? The doctor and Nami looked at Xiaoling's body glowing and were confused about the situation for a while. In the blink of an eye, the pain on Xiaoling's body disappeared and the wound had completely healed. As expected of the purple medical card, I feel more comfortable than ever before. Xiaoling slowly stood up. Xiaoling, you. Nami saw that Xiaoling, who was dying just now, turned rosy at this moment. What is going on? Xiaoling waved his hand and said, this is my special ability. My injuries have healed now. Only then did Xiaoling realize that Nami was here because she was covering up the tattoo on her arm. By this time the tattooing was over. System, redeem a white medical card. Card levels are divided into white, green, purple, orange and gold. The white medical card for the wound on Nami's shoulder was enough. Xiaoling came to Nami, who was sitting by the bed, and activated the medical card's ability. Nami only felt that the stinging sensation caused by the tattoo on her arm had disappeared, and a perfect tattoo appeared on Nami's arm. What a magical power! Not only Nami, but also the doctor was shocked. Nami, do you have any clothes that you can give me? I seem to have nothing to wear. Xiaoling said embarrassedly. He hasn't taken off the bandage yet because he has nothing to wear. Hearing Xiaoling's words, Nami smiled. You are a grown man, so you should be fine if you don't wear a shirt. Xiaoling shook his head and said, no problem, but I will suffer a big loss if your body is seen by perverts like you. Of course it's just talk. It's best if we take a shower together. It seemed that he had been seen by Nami a long time ago. Nami gave Xiaoling a roll of her eyes. In that case, then you and I can go to my house. Xiaoling nodded. Then the two said goodbye to the doctor and returned to Nami's home. But looking at Nami's various clothes, Xiaoling felt helpless. I don't care if Nami is a little perverted in asking for clothes. These are all women's clothes. Just pick something. We have similar body shapes, so you should be able to wear it. Na didn't say. Speaking of figure, Xiaoling secretly glanced at Nami. What, is this called almost the same? But now, Nami's room is almost full of small skirts and shorts, and there is nothing he can wear at all. At this time, Xiaoling lowered his head and looked at his pants. His originally dirty pants actually felt okay. If I change my pants, doesn't that mean I have to wear women's clothes? Even if I, Xiaoling, are beaten to death, I will not wear women's clothes. In the end, Xiaoling just took a relatively neutral pair of short-sleeved clothes from Nami's wardrobe. Now the banquet is coming to an end. Xiaoling simply did not go to the banquet. Anyway, there will be many such opportunities in the future. Next, let's have a good sleep here at Nami. Chapter 40 Set Sail. A slight sea breeze blew by, and Xiaoling sat on the boat and looked at the residents of Coco West Village ahead. Nami hasn't come here yet. Luffy looked at the crowd and kept looking around. Xiaoling shook his head. The sea breeze blew by, and Xiaoling felt his hair float into his eyes. Hey, why is your hair so long already? It hasn't been long since he came to this world, but his original short hair has a tendency to reach his shoulders, which is almost the same length as Nami's now. It's just that his hair is black like Luffy's. She will come. Xiaoling said firmly. Not necessarily. After all, she will be happier here. Zoro said. I respect her choice. Luffy said. After hearing these words, Sanji immediately became furious. If Nami didn't come, wouldn't it mean that all the men on this boat were men? Can't. Luffy, if Miss Nami doesn't come, I will almost lose the purpose of being on this ship. Sanji said angrily. TCH, sexy cook. Hearing Zoro's words, Sanji became even more angry. You green-haired guy, don't be too arrogant. Sanji roared. At this time Zoro pointed at Xiaoling and whispered, Isn't that your goddess over there? Are you looking for death? Sanji roared at Zoro, and then looked at Xiaoling who was plying in the distance. He's just a man, how could he be so good looking? At this time, Xiaoling was still wearing Nami's top, and finally changed into Nami's trousers under Nami's power. Not to mention, Nami's clothes are just right. But thinking that his pocket money would be 5 times that of everyone else in the future, he gave in. When he gets to the next city, he can just buy a pair of men's clothes. Now Xiaoling no longer has the star-chasing feeling he had when he just traveled through time. Instead, I have integrated into this group and have adapted to my current life. But Xiaoling didn't notice the conversation between Zoro and Sanji at this time. He was looking at the photos he took in this village. System, help me upgrade the Orochimaru card to level 4. Xiaoling thought that he still had a lot of emotional value, and the current emotional value was enough to upgrade the character card. I don't know what skills level 4 cards can acquire. Ding, the operation was successful. Congratulations to host Orochimaru for improving the character card level. Congratulations to host for obtaining all the combat experience, ninjutsu, and knowledge of Orochimaru Genin. Congratulations on the increase in the number of host chakra. Congratulations to host for improving all skills and power. At this time, Xiaoling's layout changed again. Host, Xiaoling. Character card, Orochimaru, Gold. Card level, 4, 0/5000. Card skills, Software, Chakra, 3-body technique, Advanced 3-body technique, Hidden Shadow Snake Hand, Orochimaru Genin ability, All. Equipment card, Pheasant Sword, Gold. Equipment skill, Snake Sword, I am 1. Card level, 1. Auxiliary card, Swimming, White, Max. Combat Effectiveness Evaluation, B. You are now a master. A large number of memories entered Xiaoling's mind, and in the blink of an eye he mastered the ninjutsu he had learned from the battle experience during the Orochimaru Genin period. Orochimaru was originally a young genius, and he was also a disciple of the third generation, and received the true inheritance of the third generation. This time my combat effectiveness has stabilized at B level. With Orochimaru's combat experience, I am no longer the one who can be easily manipulated. And I can feel that even among the B-level combatants, I am still the best. Now I still have more than 30,000 emotional points left. Do you want to do a 10-game draw? Would you like to give it a try? After all those who travel through time are the chosen ones. I should be able to do it too. Thinking of this, Xiaoling opened the lottery page. System, give me 10 consecutive draws. 10 consecutive draws consume 10,000 emotional points, please confirm again. Sure. The system dial begins to spin. Ding, congratulations to host for getting the white prop card, kitchen knife. Ding, congratulations to host for getting the white prop card and toothbrush. Ding, congratulations to host for getting the white prop card, whetstone. Ding, congratulations to host for getting the green prop card and the sophisticated long knife. Ding, congratulations to host for getting the white prop card and JK uniform. Ding, congratulations to host for getting the white prop card and black silk. Ding, congratulations to host for getting the white item card, white silk. Ding, congratulations to host for getting the orange auxiliary prop card, the water avoiding bead. Ding, congratulations to host for getting the green auxiliary card, Tai Chi. Ding, congratulations to host for getting the experience card. There is no gold, but having an orange card is not in vain. What are the waterproof beads? Also, what the hell is a black stocking and white JK? It is indeed an unscrupulous system. This is the introduction of Xiaoling seeing the water-avoiding beads. Water-avoiding beads, auxiliary card, can breathe underwater. Tai Chi, auxiliary card, to obtain the essence of Tai Chi, you need to upgrade your level. This water-repellent bead is simply a magical tool in this one-piece world. System, use 2 auxiliary cards. Ding, successful use. Xiaoling looked at his 2 newly added attributes with satisfaction. It seemed that if he had more auxiliary cards, he would be invincible. At this time, Zoro had taken out the anchor and they were ready to set off. Luffy looked left and right, waiting for Nami's figure. Luffy sighed, but then laughed again, because this was Nami's choice. Brothers, raise the sails, we are about to set sail. Luffy said. The sail of the melee fell, and at this moment, Nami ran over and jumped into the melee at the last moment. Nami, how can you leave in such a hurry? We haven't even said goodbye properly. All the residents on the shore made a sound. At this moment, Nami opened his hands, and a large number of wallets fell from Nami's body. Damn it, you little thieving cat, you actually took away our wallets. The residents touched themselves, and sure enough, all wallets were taken away by Nami. Nami turned around and looked at everyone, smiled and said, "Everyone, please take care." Xiaoling looked at the residents, then at Nami, and smiled. Nami just didn't want a sad farewell. After all, farewell is always sad. Friends, let's go. Nami turned around and said to everyone. Okay, Miss Nami. The most excited person about Nami's arrival is Sanji. The melee was launched and sailed to the sea as everyone in Coco West Village said goodbye. Everyone looked at the vast sea, and each of them had dreams. Goal. Grand line, let's set off, friends. Chapter 41 Bounty. The sun was shining brightly, and the sea breeze was gently shining on his face. Xiaoling was lying on the lounge chair enjoying the leisurely moment. Hey, why have the prices of newspapers increased now? If this continues, I won't subscribe to newspapers next time. Nami kept roaring in front of this newsbird, but finally handed it over the money. On the side, Usopp, who was studying new weapons, said, "You don't have to save money now. Why do you still care about that little money? TCH, what do you know? If you buy newspapers every day, it will be a lot of money. Moreover, I need to save money for myself now. I don't want to be a poor pirate who has no money to dress up, right? Xiaoling." Nami looked at Xiaoling, who was enjoying it, and said, "Yeah, right. Of course, I have 3 times the pocket money. Now that the financial power on the ship has been completely managed by Nami, there is no way around these things. My position as deputy captain is no longer useful." Xiaoling sighed and said, "Forget it, isn't salted fish bad?" After saying that, Xiaoling continued to close his eyes, and at this moment, Usopp's roar suddenly came from beside him. Xiaoling was so frightened that she shivered. He looked up and saw that it was Luffy, who was trying to steal the orange but was discovered by Sanji, and was kicked down by Sanji just in time for Usopp to eat his invention. "Luffy, these are Miss Nami's exclusive oranges, you are not allowed to use them." Xiaoling shook her head helplessly. "Sanji, you are always a licker." Xiaoling stopped listening to their noise and continued to close his eyes. Just when Xiaoling was about to fall asleep, another noise appeared in Xiaoling's ears. Hey, are you going to let me sleep?" Xiaoling stood up helplessly. At this time, Luffy held up a reward order and showed it to everyone. Above it was clearly Luffy's reward order. Monkey D. Luffy, bounty 30 million Bailey. Sure enough, just like in the original work, Luffy has a high bounty of 30 million belly. Ha 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 ha, I, Captain Usopp, am also on the bounty order. It's me as expected. After hearing the news about the bounty on Usopp, Sanji immediately came over. Hey? Where are your people? Sanji searched for a long time, but couldn't find Usopp. Here. Usopp pointed to a small head, which was exactly behind Usopp. Sanji helplessly held his face, and then he said, "According to you, Xiaoling's face is clearer than yours." Sanji pointed at Xiaoling, who was lying on the ground seriously injured in the bounty order, and said. Upon hearing the news, Xiaoling immediately came closer. "Really? Let me see." Xiaoling grabbed the reward order. Sure enough, behind Luffy's smiling face, Xiaoling was lying there quietly. At this time, Usopp patted Xiaoling's shoulder and said with a smile, "As expected of my vice-captain, he is indeed on the bounty list just like me." Xiaoling twitched the corner of his mouth. It's better not to have such a reward order. After all, having a reward order means facing endless pursuit. Neither marines nor bounty hunters are easy to mess with. But Xiaoling said, "Usopp, my face is easier than yours." Saying that, Xiaoling touched Usopp's head. "But Luffy, now that you have a bounty, we will face endless marines and bounty hunters in the future. It will be difficult for us to appear blatantly in public view. It is very dangerous," Xiaoling said to Luffy. But for Luffy, he wouldn't understand such a thing. "Well, I am also a famous pirate," Luffy said with a smile. "Forget it, I can't explain it to you." Xiaoling sighed, and then returned to the recliner, preparing for his sleep. Now with the system's bonus, he decided to lie down. However, it seems that no emotional value is generated when lying flat. He was too calm like this. But he still didn't want to move, because there was nothing more comfortable than salted fish. Anyway, the system said he was a salty fish. Then just salted fish. At this time, on the other side of the parasol, Nami also returned to the deck chair and continued to read the newspaper. Just when Xiaoling was about to fall asleep, Sanji's voice suddenly sounded. "Miss Nami, I have a special dessert for you, please try it." Sanji placed the pastry in front of the table. "Hey, Sanji, aren't you doing a little too much? Nami said. It seems so. Sanji looked at Luffy and the others, and then said, then let Xiaoling and you solve these problems together. Xiaoling opened her eyes when she heard someone calling her name. Sanji, are you still calling me? When Sanji saw Xiaoling, he suddenly lit a cigarette to calm himself down. Yes, there are too many pastries, please help Miss Nami take care of it. Sanji said. Nami on the side couldn't help laughing when she saw this scene. This guy Sanji seems to have no way to deal with Xiaoling. Xiaoling was not pretentious. The food cooked by Sanji is what I dream of, it tastes really good. Thank you then, Sanji. Xiaoling said to Sanji with a smile. Ah, you're welcome. As he spoke, Sanji turned around quickly. After turning around, his eyes became heart-shaped, but tears were streaming down his face. This face is such a waste. Xiaoling had just taken a few bites when Luffy and Usopp came to Xiaoling and said, Xiaoling, let's play hide and seek together. Hide and seek? Xiaoling became interested. Ha 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 ha, I am a real master of hide and seek, and you are no match for me. Xiaoling said. Then let's play together. Okay. Xiaoling stood up immediately. Then she suddenly thought of something and said, let me perform a magic trick for you. What magic? Vomit yourself out. Ding, I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value +1. Xiaoling said awkwardly, how could such a move be possible? How about I show you a clone technique? Clone technique, by the way, Xiaoling, you are a ninja. Usopp said. Hearing this, everyone's eyes turned to Xiaoling. They were all very curious about Xiaoling's methods. Xiaoling, who received the gaze, instantly enjoyed this feeling. Humph, watch it. Xiaoling has now integrated the power of Orochimaru, and the speed of forming seals is no longer what it used to be. Just use this move, the shadow clone technique. Bump. An identical Xiaoling appeared in front of everyone. Awesome. Humph, this clone is no different from me. As he said this, Xiaoling touched Luffy's head out of distraction. It's amazing. At this time, Xiaoling suddenly smiled evilly, wondering if this move would be useful to them. The seals of the transformation technique began to be waved from the hands of the two Xiaolings. Double harem technique. As Xiaoling shouted, blood sprayed from the nostrils of a figure above the boat, and the blood acted as a driving force to directly launch the person. Zoro turned his head with a rosy complexion. Usopp and Luffy both looked forward with their mouths wide open, but there was blood flowing out of Usopp's nose. Bump. Xiaoling. Chapter 42 Rog Town, must read. Nami, why did you hit me? Xiaoling touched his head helplessly. His shadow clone and transformation skills were knocked out by Nami's punch. Nami clenched her fists and glared at Xiaoling fiercely, but suddenly she thought of something and said to Xiaoling, you have seriously violated my privacy. From now on, your pocket money will be as much as theirs. It turns out that just now, one of Xiaoling's double harem techniques was Nami. After hearing the news, Xiaoling hugged Nami's thigh without saying a word. Yeah, so slippery. Nami, no, I was just joking and I will never do it again. Tears seemed to flow from Xiaoling's eyes. At this moment, his acting skills have reached their peak. But Nami finally had a chance, how could she let Xiaoling get what she wanted? It's useless. I have already decided that no matter how you plead, it will be in vain. In fact, Nami has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Just when Xiaoling was about to say something else, Usopp pointed at Sanji and said, hey, is this guy Sanji okay? He bled so much. After hearing Usopp's words, Sanji, who was lying on the ground, immediately stood up and said to everyone, no, I'm fine. I just seemed to have a dream, a beautiful dream that I have been dreaming about day and night. At this time, Sanji pretended to be nonchalant and walked forward. Hey, there seems to be a town ahead. Sanji lit a cigarette and looked ahead. Town. After hearing the news, everyone looked forward. Nami said, Rogue Town is ahead, and we are very close to the Grand Route. Hearing the words of the Grand Route, everyone smiled. Next, their trip to the East Daxia Sea was coming to an end. Xiaoling looked at the town ahead and said, Rogue Town is a legendary town. It is said that the place where Roger, One Piece was born, was also the place where he was executed. It was here that the era of great pirates began. One Piece, I have decided, I want to go to the execution platform and have a look. Luffy said. Sanji took a puff of cigarette and said, such a huge town must have fresh ingredients. I'm going to buy some ingredients. Zoro looked at the Wado Umonji in his hand and said, I'm going to the weapons store to buy 2 knives. Then let me go to the equipment store and take a look. Xiaoling thought for a while. Everyone had things to do. He didn't seem to have anything to buy. By the way, I'm going to buy some clothes. I don't want to wear Nami's clothes these days. Xiaoling murmured to himself. Buying clothes? Xiaoling, are you going to buy clothes? Nami came to Xiaoling and said with a smile. For some reason, he had a bad feeling when he saw Nami now. Xiaoling nodded. Great, in that case let's go together. Nami said with a smile. Xiaoling subconsciously planned to shake his head, but after seeing Nami's threatening eyes, he finally nodded. The ship docked. Luffy couldn't wait to get off the ship. Rogue Town is very lively because it is the place where all pirates who want to go to the Grand Line must pass. The security here used to be very bad, but since Smoker came here, the security here has improved. Smoker, that can be considered a righteous marine. Xiaoling murmured to himself. Hey, Luffy, you have to wait until the rendezvous point is set up before setting off. Just when Xiaoling was stunned, Luffy had already ran out. And Usopp shouted but could no longer hear the response. Forget it, Luffy is like this. In this case, how about we each do what we want to do and then meet at the port? Xiaoling said. Everyone nodded and then left. Seeing this, Xiaoling also planned to take a stroll by himself. Hey, Xiaoling, you have to come with me. Just when Xiaoling thought he had escaped from Nami's clutches, Nami's voice sounded in the distance. Coming. Alas, I can't escape Nami's clutches today. Is there anything more painful than going shopping as a girl? Yes, that is shopping with Nami, a rich little girl. Luffy has gone to chase stars, and Zoro, Sanji and Usopp have also gone to buy items. At this time, Xiaoling was visiting a clothing store with Nami. Hey, Nami, this is already the 6th store, haven't you finished buying clothes yet? At this time, Xiaoling was carrying a burden that was almost bigger than him, and said a miserable voice to Nami. Please, are you a man? There are a lot of your clothes in here. You don't have to pay for it, shouldn't you contribute a little? Xiaoling was speechless. What? These are all the women's clothes you bought, okay. Nami heard this and smiled evilly. We have visited so many stores, and some people say you are a man. That's because I'm wearing your clothes. Come on, I want to buy some men's clothes. Nami spread his hands and said, you can buy it, I'm not stopping you. If I want money, I still need you to tell me. Oh hee, I forgot, you don't have any money. Do you want to borrow money? You just need to pay 3 times the interest. Nami, you black-hearted businessman. But in the end, Nami did not lend money to Xiaoling, but bought him some clothes. At this moment, Xiaoling also understood the importance of money. He must have his own small treasury and control the financial power in order to live a better life. Hey, is that Zoro? When Xiaoling and Nami passed by the marine base, they saw Zoro cleaning with 3 mops. What? Why is he here? Just when Xiaoling was about to go over to greet him, Nami held him back. This is a marine base. It would be dangerous for us to go in, so we'd better pretend not to know each other. Afterwards, Nami pointed to the reward notice posted on the door. Nami was referring to Xiaoling, who was lying on the ground behind Luffy. You are on a bounty order now. Ding, I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value plus 1000. Xiaoling heard the prompt in his mind, and then nodded to Nami. Now he has set a requirement for the system to remind the emotional value. He will be reminded once only when the emotion value reaches 1000. Nami, I also want to go to the execution platform and take a photo. Xiaoling said. Now that we have arrived at this town where the beginning and end begin, we have to take a photo as a souvenir. Nami held his forehead and said, in that case, you can go, but you have to go back and put down your clothes first. Xiaoling nodded. With that said, Nami handed a bag of clothes behind her to Xiaoling. Xiaoling nodded and walked towards Meili, while Nami, who was looking relaxed, chose to continue shopping. What? You bought so many clothes, are you really going to wear them all? Women are trouble. It's 100,000 words, and I'm living my life writing a novel while reviewing One Piece, and I want to bring everyone to review it together. Chapter 43 Execution Platform. Execution Platform. Click. Click. Xiaoling held her mobile phone in her hand and kept taking photos. What? It seems like there is no difference here. Xiaoling looked at the high platform made of steel. This is where One Piece Roger was executed. This place is one of the symbols of Rogue Town. Xiaoling easily asked about this place, but it seems that Luffy hasn't come here yet. It doesn't matter if he doesn't come, there will be danger wherever Luffy is. I'll take the first step before he comes. Wouldn't that be an emergency escape? Just as Xiaoling finished speaking, a figure appeared on the execution platform. No way? What are you afraid of? At this time, Luffy on the stage looked down. This is the place where Roger was executed. 22 years ago today, Roger was executed here. Luffy transformed into a little fanboy and said with a smile. At this time, he saw a familiar figure retreating. Xiaoling. You are here too. Take some photos for me. As he said that, Luffy put on a smile. No way, he can even see me. However, Xiaoling did not refuse and picked up his phone to take pictures of Luffy. At this time, the staff on the ground saw Luffy and said, Boy up there, come down quickly. That's the execution platform managed by the world government. You can't climb it. What? Why do you say such unreasonable things? Luffy disagreed and continued to go his own way. What he doesn't know is that two groups of forces are now targeting him. If you don't come down, prepare to be arrested. But as soon as the Marine finished speaking, he was knocked unconscious with an iron rod, and a stunningly beautiful woman appeared in front of everyone. This woman is so beautiful. Xiaoling said. If I remember correctly, he should be the fat woman Luffy met when he first went to sea. I seem to have forgotten her name. Xiaoling was surprised to find that many of his memories were now blurry. But these memories are all Blue Star's memories. But he didn't care. After all, so much time had passed, and it was normal for his memory to be weak. The stunning woman looked at Luffy and said, Luffy, I've been looking for you for a long time and finally found you. Have you forgotten me? Luffy looked at the woman in front of him in confusion. In his memory, it seemed that he really didn't know this woman. Have you forgotten? You are the first man in the world to hit me. As she said that, the woman touched her slender waist. Xiaoling shook his head. Even though he knew that she was a fat woman before, with her current appearance and figure, he really didn't mind going alone. When the woman saw that Luffy was unmoved, she said to everyone around her, Who is the most beautiful woman in the world? It's you. The people around the woman, both men and women, pointed at her with obsessed looks. Does this devil fruit have a charm effect? Xiaoling felt that his heart was a little moved. Maybe it's because my cultivation level is too low. But she is so beautiful. The woman continued to look at Luffy and said with a smile, all the men on the sea surrender to my beauty, but I like strong men. That's you, Monkey D. Luffy, be my man. At this moment, everyone looked surprised. Stop being so verbose, no. Luffy refused decisively. When he heard what the woman said, Luffy finally had some impression. Are you Alita? Luffy asked. Did you just react now? Arita shouted. Luffy scratched his head, thought about the appearance in her impression, and said, but it's completely different. Arita didn't take it seriously and took off her cloak, revealing her perfect figure. I changed after eating the devil fruit. Fortunately, my beauty has not changed, but Madara has disappeared. Xiaoling on the side always felt strange when she heard her words. This guy's personality is actually somewhat similar to that of the Empress. Xiaoling murmured to himself. At this moment, Buggy on the side appears again. Straw Hat Boy, I will never forget your hatred of me. This time we join forces to defeat you. Buggy said angrily. Luffy touched his chin and looked at the man in front of him. He couldn't remember his name for a while. Are you Buggy? Upon hearing Luffy's words, Buggy screamed. Damn it, you actually forgot about me. At this time, Luffy was suddenly pushed down on the execution platform, and Kabeji, a member of the Buggy Pirates, was sitting on the execution platform. Hey, Straw Hat Boy, you can't escape like this. Xiaoling on the ground saw Luffy struggling, and then looked at the pirate beside him. If I guess correctly, Marine has surrounded this place now. Should I wait for Zoro Sanji to come over before taking action? Xiaoling swallowed. How about I run away now? Luffy will be saved anyway. Then he took 2 steps back, but finally thought about it. Was he really so lack of courage? System, exchange for half an hour of emotion control cards. You need to consume 100 emotional points. You will not get any emotional fluctuations within half an hour. Are you sure? Confirm. Ding, the redemption was successful. At this moment, Xiaoling felt that she was really not afraid anymore, and instead became very rational. He looked at the pirates surrounding the execution platform, his face expressionless. So this is what it feels like to have no emotions. Xiaoling looked at herself. Then the pheasant sword appeared in his hand. Luffy, I'm coming. Xiaoling held the pheasant sword and rushed forward. In the distance, Smoker is watching everything happening on the execution platform. Are the pirates just fighting at this time? Letting the pirates help us deal with the pirates is really a good choice. Dashki next to him nodded. Who is that woman? Is she also a member of the Straw Hats? Smoker said. Probably, his actions should be to save Straw Hat Boy. I didn't expect that Straw Hat Boy's partners are not weak in combat effectiveness. Dashki said as he saw that Xiaoling had already solved a large number of pirates. And now the woman standing in front of him was Arita. Who are you? Why do you want to help Straw Hat? Arita asked. I am the deputy leader of the Straw Hat Pirates, Xiaoling. Our captain was caught by you, shouldn't I take action? Xiaoling's voice sounded without any expression. The name of the vice-captain of the Straw Hat Pirates has been heard by all the surrounding residents. Some reporters around also picked up their cameras and took photos of Xiaoling's appearance. Oh, it turns out to be Straw Hat Luffy, so I will never let you pass. Arita's iron rod pointed at Xiaoling. Chapter 44 Fighting against Arita. Xiaoling looked at the woman holding an iron rod in front of her. Alita, who had lost weight, was still extremely tall, but Xiaoling, who had the calming card at this time, was not afraid at all. This mace is much more terrifying in the New World than in the East Daxia Sea. Xiaoling murmured to himself. Xiaoling quickened his pace and moved forward quickly. He had already noticed Buggy climbing towards the top of the execution platform. He wanted to quickly deal with the woman in front of him. "Oh, you, an ugly woman, actually attacked the most beautiful woman in the sea. You really overestimate your capabilities," Arita shouted loudly. The mace in his hand swung towards Xiaoling. "The most beautiful woman on the sea? That's the title you gave yourself, right?" Xiaoling disagreed and waved the grass pheasant sword in his hands at the same time. At this time, he didn't bother to explain his gender. Bump. In this confrontation, the two of them took a few steps back at the same time. What a powerful force! Xiaoling felt numbness in his arm. If it weren't for Chakra's blessing, he would definitely be completely at a disadvantage with this blow. It seems that we can't fight head-on. Arita's power is greater than mine, but it should just be power. At this time, Buggy's subordinate Kabeji also jumped down from the execution platform, and Machi and his lion also came to Arita's side. "Deal with her together," Kabeji said. Xiaoling looked at the three people in front of him without any panic, but took out the white prop kitchen knife from the system space. "Ha ha ha ha, is this guy stupid? Want to use a kitchen knife to deal with us?" Machi laughed. But what happened next surprised him. I saw that Xiaoling did not use the kitchen knife as a weapon, but threw the kitchen knife. The next moment, Xiaoling formed a seal with one hand. Chop knife shadow clone technique. The kitchen knife in the sky changed from 2 to 4, and in the blink of an eye, the kitchen knife in the sky turned into a black mass. What's going on? Looking at the kitchen knives attacking them from the sky, Machi was already sweating. Not only him, but Smoker and Dashki, who were watching the battle from a distance, also showed surprised expressions. Who is this guy? Is this attack method the power of a devil fruit? On the execution platform, Luffy opened his mouth wide as he looked at the kitchen knife attacks all over the sky. It's amazing. But the next second, he showed a look of fear, because he was also within the attack range of the kitchen knife. Bump! 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 The kitchen knife kept attacking the ground, and everyone in the Buggy Pirates except Buggy were struggling to resist. Luffy also closed his eyes in fear, but he found that there were no flying knives coming from the execution platform. Xiaoling had already calculated these things. How could he let the flying knife attack Luffy? Bump! All the kitchen knives that fell on the ground turned into smoke and disappeared on the ground. At this time, Machi and his lion Liji were covered with wounds. Arita and Kabeji stared at Xiaoling panting. The strength of the person in front of them was extraordinary. And the perpetrators of these were somewhat satisfied with this attack. I wonder if this ninjutsu can be transformed into money. Then I will become the richest person in the world. Xiaoling murmured to himself. And then, an angry Arita glided over with an iron rod in hand. Damn it, you almost hurt me, the most beautiful woman in the world, so you can have a taste of my power. Arita's mace attacked Xiaoling, and with the blessing of her devil fruit ability, she was extremely fast. But the next moment, she didn't feel the touch of the iron rod hitting her flesh, but a piece of gravel appeared in front of her. Boom! The gravel was turned into powder by this blow, and Xiaoling had already used the substitute technique to get behind Arita. Hey, it's too slow, go to hell! Xiaoling said coldly, and his tongue unconsciously licked his lips. Careful! Just when Xiaoling's attack was about to succeed, Kabeji appeared, resisting Xiaoling's attack with the knife in his hand. Clang! It's you who should die! Arita turned around and swung the mace again. Bump! This time, the mace really hit Xiaoling's body. The powerful force directly knocked Xiaoling away. Hateful! Xiaoling spit out a mouthful of blood and slowly got up from the ground. They are two people, so it is more difficult to fight, but this time I was careless. Xiaoling analyzed. He had indeed forgotten Kabeji's existence just now. I have figured out the strength of the two of them, and I will not be hit so easily next. Xiaoling's face was expressionless, and the grass pheasant sword in his hand was buzzing. At this time, he became more and more courageous as he fought. How is it possible that that guy was hit by my mace and still didn't lose his fighting ability? Arita said in surprise. Her attack might have killed an ordinary person on the spot, but with Orochimaru's soft body ability, although it would not be as perverted as Luffy's rubber fruit, it would be ignored directly. But for mace attacks, it can neutralize most of them. Take the move. Xiaoling kept moving forward while forming seals with one hand. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Bump. The exact same Xiaoling appeared in their sight. What's going on? Is there something wrong with my eyes? Why does an identical person appear? Arita said. But Kabeji opened his mouth wide. Could this be the legendary ninjutsu? Most men have heard about ninjas. Ninjutsu? Arita asked. Yes, it is the attack method of the legendary Chunin. Wind escape. Stop. Just when Xiaoling was about to use ninjutsu, Buggy on the high platform held a knife in front of Luffy and shouted at Xiaoling. Ha 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 ha, Vice Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, your captain is in my hands. Buggy shouted loudly. At this time, Zoro and Sanji had also arrived. The two of them saw the battlefield, then looked at Xiaoling and Luffy on the execution platform. They already understood what was going on. Hey, the pirate hunter Zoro is here too, but you came just in time. Next, let's watch your captain and Roger being executed on the same execution platform. Buggy raised the knife high. He didn't care about anything else, as long as he could kill the Straw Hat Kid, that was enough. In the distance, Smoker said to Dusky, inform Marine that when the Straw Hat Boy is executed, we will surround them all. Yes. Smoker continued to look at the battlefield. Although Luffy's men were very powerful, they had no way to deal with this situation. Go to hell, Straw Hat. Buggy's knife was raised high, and his smile became excited. It was too late for Zoro, Xiaoling and Sanji to stop it. And at this most critical moment, Luffy smiled. Xiaoling, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Usopp, I'm sorry, I'm going to die. Chapter 45 Escape. How is that possible? He actually smiled. The moment Smoker looked at the dying Luffy and smiled, he was completely shocked. Because 22 years ago, he had watched the moment when One Piece Roger was executed. That was the first time he saw someone who was about to die and could still laugh. At this time, on the execution platform, Buggy's knife was only a few centimeters away from Luffy's neck. Just when everyone thought Luffy was going to die, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. Boom! This bolt of lightning accurately hit the execution platform, and the powerful energy generated by the lightning directly caused the execution platform to crack. Boom! At this moment, the execution platform collapsed, and everyone around him looked shocked. Luffy! Zoro and Sanji shouted at the same time. Xiaoling, who had lost his emotions, had no expression on his face and instead murmured to himself, is this the battle between the four emperors in the future? Don't worry, Luffy is a rubber man, he is an insulator, he will not be afraid of lightning. In fact, Xiaoling knows that Luffy's devil fruit is not as simple as a rubber fruit, but an animal devil fruit in the form of a phantom beast called Nika. However, at this stage, it is more convenient to call it rubber fruit. Hearing Xiaoling's words, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, Xiaoling, what's wrong with you? Zoro felt something was wrong with Xiaoling at this time, but he couldn't tell what it was. Ah, I'm fine. I just turned off my emotions temporarily. I can't feel any emotions now. Turn off emotions? What ability is this? Hey, are you okay with this? Sanji asked. Xiaoling shook his head. It's only for a short time, there's no problem. They both nodded at the same time. At this time, among the ruins of the execution platform, Luffy stood up. I survived, ha 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 ha, I'm so lucky. Hey, Luffy! Zoro shouted. Zoro, Sanji, Xiaoling. Luffy ran to the three of them. Xiaoling saw that the four of them had gathered together and said, let's not delay any more. It's raining heavily here now. We need to rush back to the melee and set sail. Nami and Usopp are waiting for us. Several people nodded at the same time. Then let's go. Luffy said with a smile. Good. At this time, on the side of the street, a man with green hair opened his mouth very wide, and there seemed to be countless little stars in his eyes as he watched several people leave. At this moment, a reward order floated to his feet. He looked at the man in the straw hat and thought about the smile the man in the straw hat wore before his execution. Monkey D. Luffy. Seeing Luffy and his gang leaving, Buggy and his gang naturally gave up. Straw Hat Boy, we can't let them run away, let's chase them. Buggy had woken up at this time and said to everyone. But now, only the cotters of the entire Buggy group are left, and almost all the soldiers are lying on the ground. Just as they were preparing to take action, a puff of smoke came and covered them instantly. Buggy looked at the man in front of him and said angrily, Smoker is actually you. In today's East Daxia Sea, Smoker's strength is almost invincible. You must know that Smoker is the real strong player in this department. Smoker looked at Buggy and his group and snorted coldly. I don't want to waste time with you guys today. I'm going to chase the Straw Hat Boy next. At this time, a specially made net trapped Buggy and Arita, and everyone was tied up. What is this, and why do I feel like I can't use my strength now? Arita said. But Buggy is a person who has really experienced big winds and waves, and the current scene is indeed a small scene for him. This is made of sea floor stone, specially designed to deal with devil fruit users. Buggy said. Other side. Xiaoling and the other two are running away with all their strength. Because the rain was so heavy, they had no sense of direction. Which way are we going? Zoro asked. The rain is so heavy that I can't tell the direction anymore, Sanji said. That's in front. Sanji's eyes instantly turned into heart shapes and looked forward. No matter how heavy the rain is, it won't affect Sanji's desire to see beautiful women. Xiaoling murmured to himself. The beauty in front is Zoro's old enemy, Dashki. Zoro Roronoa, you actually deceived me. Dusky shouted. Sanji immediately became angry when he heard the beauty shout out Zoro's name. Zoro, what did you do to the beauty? I can't forgive you. Zoro ignored Sanji, but said to Dashki, you didn't ask my name, and I didn't lie to you. But Dashki didn't seem to listen to Zoro's explanation. At this moment, Dashki looked like a little woman bullied by a heartless man. Hey, as a pirate, you shouldn't have the famous sword in your hand. I decided to take back this sword. Tashiki said to Zoro, while looking at his Wado Ikemonji. Impossible, this knife will not be given to you anyway. But Tasca didn't listen at all. She took out the shijir in her hand and slashed at Zoro directly. Zoro! Luffy shouted. This is a battle between me and Zoro, none of you should interfere. Tasca said. When Zoro saw this, he said, you go first, this is a battle between me and her. At this time, Sanji quit and shouted to Zoro, Zoro, if you hurt the beautiful lady, I will be rude to you. Luffy and Xiaoling pulled the angry Sanji away and walked away. After walking a few steps, a man appeared in front of several people. Smoker. Straw Hat, I said before, you can't reach the Grand Line unless you defeat me. Smoker said to Luffy while smoking. Ah, I forgot. Luffy touched his head. At this time, Xiaoling said, Luffy is a Logia Devil Fruit user, physical attacks are useless against him. Xiaoling's original intention was to join forces with him to fight against the enemy. But this time Luffy didn't say anything, but said, you go ahead, just leave it to me. Xiaoling sighed, but after he thought that Luffy was not in danger, he quickly ran away with Sanji. If we tell them the concept of domineering in advance, it won't be counterproductive, right? Xiaoling said. Probably not. The current Straw Hat Pirates have almost no way to deal with Logia Devil Fruit users. After a while, the two saw the melee being attacked by Marines. Latent Shadow Snake Hand. Xiaoling took the lead in attacking Marine, and countless small snakes attacked Marine. What's this? Sir, a lot of white snakes have appeared, ah. The white snake in the hidden Shadow Snake Hand is poisonous. Although being hit by this blow is not fatal, it can easily paralyze people. Then Xiaoling and Sanji launched an attack on Marine, and the two quickly eliminated Marine. Just as the two were about to board the ship, a huge whirlwind struck in the sky, filling every street and alley. Boom! Chapter 46 Departure, Targeting the Great Route. Ding! The calming card time has expired. When he received this notification tone, Xiaoling was already floating in the sky. Wardfa, why do I fly so high? After the hurricane ended, Xiaoling, Luffy, Zoro and Sanji Usopp all arrived at the coast. I was about to get on the boat, but it blew me back again, the damn evil wind. Xiaoling touched his head and shook his head. Then he looked around and saw that there were many people here. Hey, everyone is here. It was Luffy who made the voice. Luffy! Luffy! On the melee in the distance, Nami had noticed Luffy and shouted to everyone. Nami! Several people looked at the ship that had gone away at the same time. The boat can't stop in this weather. We have to get to the boat quickly, otherwise the boat will drift away, Sanji said. At this moment, Zoro suddenly had a bad feeling. Luffy, what are you doing? Zoro shouted, looking at Luffy running backwards. Hey, leave it to me. Luffy smiled and his arms began to grow longer. The others already had a bad feeling and walked towards the coast in fear. Rubber, rocket. Xiaoling only felt that his body was spinning and he couldn't find his direction at all. Bump. The next moment, everyone was taken to the Mary by Luffy's rocket. It hurts. Ding, I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value plus 1000. Everyone. Nami looked at everyone and smiled. Everyone is gathered on the boat. Xiaoling stood up and said to everyone, is everyone okay? Fine. Other side. Smoker saw Luffy walking away and said to his men, prepare a boat for me, I'm going to the Grand Line. Colonel Smoker, this is your jurisdiction. Will there be any problems if you leave without permission? Smoker suddenly thought of what Luffy said on the execution platform, and his tone became firmer. Hurry up and prepare it for me. Yes. And Tasca held Shijir in his hand, looked at Smoker and said, Sir Smoker, I want to go too, I must not spare Roronoa. Smoker nodded. On the high platform around Marine, a man with a tattoo on his face that looked like shoe prints looked at the melee in front of him and smiled. At this time, Smoker below raised his head and said, I don't understand why you would help him. Ha 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 ha, nothing can stop a man from dreaming of going to sea. The man was not telling the truth. In fact, he is this man, Monkey D. Luffy's biological father. At this time, a pink pirate ship rushed out from a large number of ships. Damn it, I was able to escape this time thanks to the strong wind. It seems that God is blessing me, but I actually let this guy Straw Hat escape. Buggy said while touching his chin. The dragon created this strong wind because he saved Luffy, but no one expected that Buggy, the king of luck, would actually taste the power of the protagonist's halo. Incredible. Buggy, where are we going next? Arita said to Buggy. Since Straw Hat Boy is going to the Grand Line, let's go to the Grand Line too. This way we can meet Straw Hat Boy again. Then he thought of the past and said, I really miss the Grand Line. At this time, Luffy and others had gone away, accompanied by the storm. Luffy, where are we going next? Usopp asked. Hey, we must be going to the Grand Line. Luffy said matter-of-factly. Hey, Luffy, there's no need for us to sail in this weather, right? Usopp said. Everyone who heard this sentence looked at Nami at the same time. Nami is the navigator of this ship. Nami smiled and nodded and said, no problem. Then she pointed to the lighthouse high up. Everyone, look at the lights there. It is said that the end of the lighthouse is the entrance to the Grand Route. Now we are not far from the Grand Route. After hearing the news, everyone smiled and looked forward. In this case, in order to celebrate the new ocean adventure that will follow, let's have a launching ceremony. Sanji said. Okay. With that said, Sanji took the lead and put his feet on the bucket. I want to find the legendary All Blue. Immediately afterwards, the excited Luffy also put his foot on it and said, I want to become One Piece. Zoro glanced at Xiaoling, then Xiaoling put his feet up and said, I want to travel around the world and record everything that happens to me in this world. Zoro followed closely behind. I want to become the world's greatest swordsman. Nami held Xiaoling's shoulders and put her feet on them. I want to chart the world. At this time, everyone looked at Usopp, the only one who had not yet taken action. Ah, I want to be a brave sea warrior. At this moment, the entire team has their own dreams, and a group of aspiring young people launch an attack on the Great Route. Click. The heavy rain is still continuing. This heavy rain may last for a day or two. Everyone begins to clean the boats to prevent unknown dangers. Sailing is not as simple as imagined. Moreover, current ships are not so-called mechanized ships. The Meili's power mainly relies on sails. Under such heavy rain conditions, it was almost impossible for them to have a peaceful sleep. Nami, how long will it take us to reach the Grand Route? Xiaoling asked curiously. After all, when I saw the animation before, it was just a blink of an eye, but now it is real sailing. We are starting from Rog Town now. If we go quickly, it will take 4 or 5 days. If the road is uneven, it may be even later. Nami said. Xiaoling nodded. Now that heavy rains are falling continuously, their progress will definitely be slightly slower. Xiaoling, come here and help me. The rope on the sail has fallen off. Usopp shouted to Xiaoling. Okay, here we come. As he spoke, Xiaoling climbed up the ladder made of rope. Although he was still a little afraid of heights, after such a long period of training, he was no longer so afraid. Recently, I feel like I have lost a lot of memory, especially the memory of the anime One Piece. I remember that I used to not let go of any details. What is going on? Xiaoling kept thinking about what might happen in the past few days. It seems like something else will happen to the Straw Hat Pirates before heading to the Grand Line. What is it? By the way, it seems to be about dragons. System, what's going on with my current memory? Why is my memory of One Piece slowly blurring? Ding, correction of the will of the world. Now that you have successfully entered the gear of destiny, your memory will be changed by the will of the world. You can't help me. This system is omnipotent, so it's natural. Then how much emotional value do you need to help me solve this matter? 1000 emotional value is sufficient. Okay, help me solve it. The next moment, he felt that he had been deceived by the system. The system stored his memory about One Piece in the system layout, and it was an abridged version. Currently, this system cannot directly enforce the will of the world, but the will of the world is also very powerful. It has completely planned you in this world, which means that you now also have part of the protagonist's halo. According to what you said, I am no longer an outsider. Yes, and you are not the only one with this world. However, the vulnerability is almost fixed now, so you don't have to worry. Really? It seems that the world is not that simple. Host, don't worry, this system can take you to invincibility. I believed you, ghost. Chapter 47 ABIs. 2 days later. The rainy day has passed and the sun is shining brightly. Phew, I can finally have a good sleep. Xiaoling took out the recliner and lay down steadily. Yes, the heavy rain in the past 2 days has been like a dream. Usopp said. It's really uncomfortable to sleep at sea on a rainy day, and Luffy, Zoro, Xiaoling, Sanji, and Usopp take turns on duty, so they don't dare to rest at all. I want to ask why Nami is not on duty. In fact, she was also on duty, but Sanji took her place. At this time, Zoro had already fallen asleep after finishing his last shift. Hey, Nami, how long does it take to get to the Grand Line? I can't wait. Luffy said excitedly. It's only been 2 days since we set off from Rog Town. It will take several days to reach the Grand Line, but it should be soon. Nami said. On the other side, Usopp was watching with a telescope. At this time, he seemed to have discovered something, and said to several people, "Look, everyone, there are a lot of birds over there." Sanji came out of the kitchen and said, "It is said that where the birds are hovering, there must be big fish. Do you want to take him for lunch?" Hearing the word lunch, Luffy walked over quickly. Lunch. Sanji nodded, pointed to the place where the birds were hovering, and said, "Luffy, go get the fish." Luffy's rubber fruit ability is very convenient except that he can't swim. Leave it to me. Luffy smiled. As he spoke, Luffy's arms lengthened and he flew towards the place where the birds were hovering. Caught. Luffy smiled, he already felt he had caught the target. The next moment, Luffy's arms began to shrink uncontrollably. Hey, Luffy doesn't seem to be a fish, it's a person. Usopp said. But Sanji looked at his shrinking arm and felt a hint of crisis. Hey, Luffy, how are you going to put it down? After saying that, Sanji immediately jumped up high. Bump. Luffy's series of operations accurately caused the sleeping Zoro to accidentally fall into the water. Xiaoling put on sunglasses and watched everything that happened. Sure enough, when there is no danger, Luffy is the biggest danger. I guess Zoro wants to kill Luffy now. Xiaoling said with a smile. Then he got up and fished Zoro up with Usopp. Damn it, Luffy, sooner or later I will kill you. Zoro said angrily. On the other side, Nami and others have surrounded the unconscious little girl. It turns out to be a little girl. Nami said. Little girl? Mermaid? Where are her fins? Luffy also walked over. Hey, this is obviously a human, not a mermaid at all. Sanji said. Hearing that it was a little human girl, Luffy scratched his head in disappointment. But Nami said, bring her into the room first, this little girl is still breathing. Okay, Miss Nami. Sanji almost obeyed Nami's orders absolutely. Gulu gulu. Luffy touched his stomach, he was a little hungry at this time. Sanji, is it time for lunch? Luffy said. Didn't you just have breakfast? Nami said helplessly. But I'm hungry. Regarding Luffy's appetite, this is something that everyone is helpless about. This guy is so delicious. Sanji turned his head and said, in that case, if you wait a little longer, I will just make lunch. Sanji will never refuse to cook for a hungry person. On the other side, Xiaoling did not go to see the little girl. He was sorting out the memories he had copied on the system. Although some parts of One Piece have been deleted, the general plot is still intact. I don't know how long it took. Xiaoling smelled the fragrance in the cabin. Sanji has already cooked? I happen to be a little hungry too. Xiaoling murmured to himself. Then he left the recliner and entered the room. In the room, the little girl had just woken up. As soon as Xiaoling entered, he heard the little girl say, do you have to state your own name before asking others' names? Nami smiled after hearing this. In fact, Nami liked children, and Xiaoling knew this. In this case, my name is Nami, the chef who is cooking is Sanji, the one who is sleeping with a fierce look is Zoro, and the person who was knocked to the ground by the quilt is Usopp, the one who just came in is Xiaoling, and the person who just came in is Xiaoling have. Nami was about to introduce Luffy, but Luffy took the lead and said, "My name is Luffy, and I am the captain of this pirate ship." Pirate. When she heard the word pirate, the little girl exclaimed loudly. "Luffy, what should we do with this little girl?" Xiaoling asked. "After all, they are going to the Grand Line next. What should we do?" "Well, let's talk about it tomorrow." Luffy thought for a while and finally said. Finally, he raised his head and said to Sanji, "Sanji, I'm hungry, why don't you start eating?" Obviously, this little girl's attraction is not as attractive as food, at least in Luffy's eyes. Xiaoling looked at the little girl in front of him. He just checked his memory. This little girl should be called ABIs. At this time, ABIs was as frightened as if she was scared of the pirates, so she didn't say a word. "Kid, we are not bad people, you don't have to be afraid," Xiaoling said to ABIs. But after hearing Xiaoling's words, ABIs still didn't dare to speak. Are pirates not bad people? What a joke! In the end, ABIs didn't eat any food, even though she was very hungry. After having tea and dinner, everyone saw that the weather was very good, so they went to have a rest. Night. ABIs sat in the room. At this time, her mind was particularly confused. What should I do? I finally escaped from Marine's hands, but I fell into the hands of pirates again. At this moment, her stomach growled. Forget it, let's find something to eat first. ABIs touched her belly and walked towards the kitchen according to her memory. In the kitchen, Sanji set up a mechanism early to prevent a certain thief. ABIs just entered the room and felt like she had touched a rope. Bump! The next moment, she felt the danger and immediately hugged her head. And then the kitchen lights came on. Sanji came out of the kitchen. As expected, "It's you again, Luffy." Under the huge clamp, Luffy was clamped to the ground. "Hey, what are you doing here?" Sanji spotted ABIs standing by and asked. "Gilyalu." Hearing this voice, Sanji understood everything. Sanji's cooking speed is absolutely top-notch, and soon 2 midnight snacks were ready. "Hey, don't you want to eat?" Sanji asked, seeing the unmoved ABIs. "If you don't eat, your portion will be eaten by this guy." As he spoke, Sanji pointed at Luffy. "And Luffy will never be polite when it comes to eating. Since you don't want to eat, then leave your share to me." With that said, Luffy was about to grab the food in front of ABIs. "Don't want." ABIs protected the food and started eating in big mouthfuls. Delicious. After just a few bites, ABIs couldn't help but marvel, and then ate the rest of the food. "It's really delicious. Of course, Sanji is the chef I personally selected." From this moment, ABIs started to laugh because of the meal. From this, she also discovered the differences between the Straw Hats and other pirates. Chapter 48 Marine. The second day. In the kitchen. Xiaoling looked at the black plate of food in front of him. Is this thing really edible? Xiaoling was a little scared. And there is a plate of this kind of food in front of everyone. I made this special food for you all to thank you, said ABIs. In fact, everyone except Luffy didn't want to eat, but then Sanji said, this is the child's intention, you can't let it down, I will never tolerate you wasting food, you must finish it for me, by the way, what's your name, kid? Hearing this, Abizi smiled and said, Abizi, my name is Abizi. After hearing Sanji's words, everyone lowered their heads in silence. Xiaoling took a bite of the black food. So spicy. Ding, I feel the host's mood swings, mood value plus 1000. Is this all right? Eating this food actually generates emotional value. Yes, I want to curse after taking a bite of this. However, he hasn't gained any emotional points for several days, so he can't waste this opportunity. Thinking of this, Xiaoling looked at the food on the plate in his hand and swallowed. Delicious! Xiaoling shouted loudly, then took a bite of food, drank a big gulp of water, and then took another bite. Ding! I feel the host's mood swings, mood value plus 1000. Hey, Xiaoling, are you really trying so hard? Zoro asked worriedly. Except for Luffy, everyone looked at Xiaoling with some pity. Xiaoling wiped her tears and said, "It's really delicious." As he spoke, his mouth swelled up. Luffy on the side took a bite slowly and said, "I think it's delicious too." Ding! I feel the host's mood swings, mood value plus 1000. Hear the prompt sound. Xiaoling once again worked hard. Hey, Xiaoling, don't steal my food. I will never give it to you. Luffy shouted. Immediately afterwards, the food that was originally eaten together became a food battle between Xiaoling and Luffy. In the toilet. Ah! How could this happen? My mouth can't handle it, but my stomach can't handle it first. After eating, Xiaoling had been in the toilet for an hour, vomiting and having diarrhea. Sure enough, some things should not be tried lightly. The consequences are disastrous. But at this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! I feel the host's mood swings, mood value plus 1000. It's not a loss, a meal increases my mood points by 4000. If this is the case, with more than 10,000 emotion points a day, wouldn't I be invincible soon? System, how much emotion value is needed to cure my illness? Xiaoling asked. 1000 emotion points are enough. So expensive? Forget it, let's not treat the disease. Xiaoling covered his stomach and walked slowly towards the kitchen. He was a little hungry after vomiting. Xiaoling, I made you some stomach-nourishing soup. Your stomach will feel better after eating it. Sanji walked up to Xiaoling and said. Thank you, Sanji. Hey, what's wrong with Sanji today? Shouldn't it? You're welcome, but I have a request. Sanji said, standing next to Xiaoling. Ask. Yes, Xiaoling, can you use that ninjutsu again for me to see? Sanji whispered to Xiaoling. This ninjutsu of yours is of great research value to me. I seem to have seen heaven. This is very meaningful to my life. Sanji said again. Hearing this, Xiaoling was speechless. Next time, my condition is indeed not good this time. When I become stronger, I will perform a more powerful ninjutsu for you. Xiaoling said. Really? Sanji perked up. Xiaoling, do you still want to eat? I'll serve you some food. Thanks. You are welcome. At this time, on the ship's board, Nami always felt that something was wrong with the surrounding environment, but she couldn't tell what it was. Usopp on the high platform saw the distance and said, Everyone, we found the Marine Fleet ahead. Marine Fleet. Hearing the news, everyone walked out of the cabin. Sure enough, there was a fleet in front, and it was huge in number. We are also well-known pirates in the East Daxia Sea now, but we shouldn't let Marine send out more combat power, right? Xiaoling said with a smile. Zoro on the side touched the knife in his hand. The knife he just bought has not been used yet, but he still wants to have a fight. In that case, let's fight with them. Luffy said. No problem. Zoro said. And Xiaoling swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Please, the other side's troops are so strong. If we start a war here, we are seeking death. If he wants to start a war, it is estimated that this battle will definitely be fought. If we really want to fight, we have to fight on land. We have no advantage in fighting here. Xiaoling continued. He wasn't really afraid. Real. Yes, the vice-captain is right, Usopp said. He and Xiaoling had the same but different ideas. He didn't want to fight at all. At this time, the other party seemed to have discovered something and rushed towards them. Xiaoling looked at ABIs. It was this little guy who attracted Marine. Hey, ABIs, you go to the cabin first and leave the rest to us, Sanji said. But ABIs was unmoved, looking at the animal above, and then said, it said the wind was coming, and it was still a strong wind. Upon hearing this, Nami immediately understood what ABIs meant, combined with her premonition just now. And she was one of those people who didn't want to fight. I saw her commanding everyone. Usopp and Sanji are responsible for turning the rudder, and the right rudder is full. Move quickly. Okay, Sanji and Usopp said. What's wrong? Luffy asked. The hurricane is coming. We just need to support the wind to get out of here. If we confront them head-on, our lives will not be enough, Nami replied. Luffy scratched his head and said, it doesn't matter to me. When Zoro heard this, he also put away the knife and said, Tisk, it's really boring. After that, he lay down again. Nami looked at ABIs next to her, and she could feel that this little girl was not that simple. But then Xiaoling thought of something and said loudly, Nami, if we go south, we have to enter a windless zone. What? At this moment, Nami also realized the seriousness of the problem. Because he was anxious and didn't want to fight Marine, he actually forgot this question. But at this time, the strong wind had already hit. Sanji, Usopp, change direction quickly. Ah! The two looked at Nami confused. But with such strong winds, they had no time to change. Luffy, Zoro, go and help, we can't drive the ship into the windless zone, Nami shouted again. But then wouldn't we have to face Marine? Usopp said. Marine is not as dangerous as the calm zone, everyone, act quickly. Chapter 49 The battle begins. Actually, we have to fight Marine sooner or later. There is no point in defeating him at any time, Xiaoling murmured to himself. The purpose of this wave of Marines is ABIs, and the purpose of finding ABIs is to find the dragon bone. Although the opponent has a larger number of people, their combat effectiveness is not strong. They are just a bunch of rabble. Usopp sat on the ground, and the gust of wind had been successfully avoided through their efforts. Usopp suddenly thought of something and looked forward, and sure enough, the Marine fleet appeared in front of them. There is no other way but to fight them, Zoro said. Luffy clenched his fists and smiled. In that case, let's have a good fight. The warships ahead have also seen the melee. Major, since the opponent has appeared, let's defeat the pirate ship while ensuring the safety of the girl. Eric walked out of the cabin and said to the Marines. At this time, Marine has been waiting here for a long time. Major Marine looked at the pirate ship in front of him with a serious expression. The other party is not a nobody. The pirate with a bounty of 30 million is already a strong man in this sea area. If we retain our strength, we may be the ones who fail. If the news about the 1,000-year dragon is cut off, the admiral will be angry, Eric said. Hearing the admiral, Marine broke into a cold sweat. As the saying goes, the first level of officialdom crushes people to death. They are all the admiral's subordinates. The major sighed and said to everyone, don't bombard, prepare a sea defense line, and capture the opponent alive. Catch alive. Marines, look at me and I look at you. Sir, the other party is. Execute the order. Yes. On the melee, everyone stood on the deck and looked ahead. It looks like the other party wants to capture us alive. Zoro looked at the opened chains and said to several people. Xiaoling, protect ABIs and leave these warships to us, Luffy said. Ah, okay. Xiaoling nodded. For some reason, facing Marine now, he no longer had the fear he had at that time. Although he was still a little nervous, he would definitely not be afraid to take action. "Hey, I'm leaving first." Luffy touched his straw hat, his arms instantly lengthened, and he grabbed the ship's board with his palms. "Rubber, rocket." It's a great honor that Sanji and Zoro were once again not spared and were taken flying by Luffy once again. "They are really motivated," Usopp said. "We have to find a way to escape from their encirclement. There are too many Marines," Nami said, looking ahead. There were 4 other people on the ship at this time: Usopp, Nami, Xiaoling and ABIs. If Marine rushes over, all their combat power will already be on Marine's ship. "Let's wait for Luffy here. After all, the melee can't rush through in this situation," Xiaoling said. "That's all we can do, but don't worry, if Marine comes over, he will let them see how powerful I am, Captain Usopp." Usopp patted his chest and said to the 3 of them, "Then please leave it to Captain Usopp and Vice Captain Xiaoling." Nami showed a mischievous expression. She doesn't like fighting. And her combat effectiveness is indeed not strong. "Ah, what does it have to do with me?" Xiaoling said helplessly. "On the warship. Rubber, pistol. Bump." After Luffy and the 3 of them boarded the ship, they began to kill everyone. And the combat power of 30 million Baileys was fully exerted. Is this guy a monster? Luffy's attack directly knocked away many Marines, and Sanji and Zoro also attacked at the same time. However, there are so many Marines that even with strong combat power, they cannot defeat Marines in a short period of time. On the main ship, Eric watched the battle on the auxiliary ship. He didn't pay too much attention, but his eyes were always fixed on the melee. The little girl should still be on the boat. It seems that the main force of the Straw Hats has arrived here. This is an opportunity. Eric looked at Marine next to him and said, "Prepare a boat for me. I'm going to the other party's boat to bring the little girl over." "Yes." "Aboard the Mary." Usopp pointed to the sea and said in horror, "Xiaoling, someone from Marine is coming, what should we do?" After hearing Usopp's words, Xiaoling and Nami looked towards the sea. Sure enough, a person on a small boat was approaching them. "Usopp, sink him in the sea," Xiaoling said. "Okay, it's up to me, Captain Usopp is the king of snipers," Usopp said with a smile. Xiaoling frowned. The opponent is not a good person, this guy should be the strongest person in Marine. Usopp took out his slingshot and looked at Eric, who was approaching. "Hey, Marine, you are unlucky if you meet Captain Usopp. You will definitely kill Gunpowder Star." As he spoke, Usopp fired his slingshot, and the bullets filled with gunpowder flew towards Eric. Eric, who was approaching, was also very human. He was always paying attention to the movements of the Mary and had already discovered Usopp's movements. "A slingshot? A small skill." As he spoke, Eric moved his fingers in the air, and then a wind blade appeared in the air. Boom! The wind blade accurately defeated Usopp's gunpowder star in mid-air. How could it be? Usopp on the Mary looked nervously at Eric, who was getting closer and closer. "Fighting, Usopp." Not only Usopp, Xiaoling and Nami also became nervous. "Hurry up, Captain Usopp, kill him," Xiaoling said. Usopp swallowed. "Pick up the slingshot again. Look at me, serial gunpowder star." The 3 bullets flew towards Eric accurately. This time Eric despised Usopp's attack even more. "Don't be embarrassed by such trivial skills." Eric waved his palm, and the wind blade struck again, and this time the power of the wind blade was even more terrifying than the last time, not only defeating Usopp's ammunition. And a wind blade struck them. "Get down!" Xiaoling shouted. Boom! The wind blade struck the cabin, leaving a scratch on the cabin. "This..." Usopp opened his mouth wide. Why did Luffy and the others let such a powerful enemy come over? Xiaoling was about to cry but had no tears. Forget it, it looks like I still have to take action. Looking at Nami holding his arms and Usopp shivering on the ground, Xiaoling knew that he was the only one who still had fighting ability. Leave it to me. Xiaoling stood up with trembling legs. Xiaoling, are you okay? Nami asked with concern. On the other hand, Usopp disagreed. He had seen Xiaoling's strength before. Vice Captain Xiaoling, the next task will be left to you. Xiaoling rolled her eyes helplessly after hearing Usopp's words. But he still said, leave it to me next. Chapter 50 Water Combat. It would be disadvantageous for us to fight on the boat, but I have some ability to fight on or in the water. Although Xiaoling is not dead yet, he is already analyzing the pros and cons of this battle. Hey, Xiaoling, if you don't set off, he's going to come. Usopp said nervously. Finally, Xiaoling's arm was pulled out from a warm gap, and then he glanced at Nami, who gave him an encouraging expression. Come on, Vice Captain. Nami said with a smile. After saying this, Xiaoling no longer hesitated. This time he did not use the calming card. He turned and jumped into the sea. Bump! Damn, I forgot to use chakra. Hey, I can really breathe in water. Xiaoling has entered the sea. Although he can feel the sea water, his current situation is similar to breathing on land. Incredible. Hey, Usopp, is he really okay? Nami said while looking at Xiaoling swimming back and forth in the sea. Don't worry, she is very strong. Usopp patted his chest. Bump! Xiaoling, a top swimmer, was already under the water of Eric's boat in just a moment. And the next moment, his water broke out and he stood on the water. What kind of power does Xiaoling have, that he can stand on the water? Nami said in surprise as he looked at the scene in front of him. Hee. Xiaoling is a ninja, so let my vice captain handle the rest. Also shocked was Eric on the boat. Who are you? How did you do this? Eric looked at Xiaoling who kept walking on the water and said in surprise. Who is this guy? I? Xiaoling, the vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Xiaoling said. Ding, I feel the host's mood swings, the mood value plus 1000. Am I afraid? My legs were shaking with excitement. I didn't expect the Straw Hat Pirates to have hidden strong men. Eric frowned. Ha 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 ha, I'm stronger than the 3 people who just went up. Those who are close to ink are black. Xiaoling has been getting along with Usopp for a long time now. I also learned to brag. But he was also afraid. If a wind blade killed him, wouldn't it be the end? Better than Straw Hat? Seeing Xiaoling's flowing movements, he actually believed it. And he is capable. Fighting here would be detrimental to him. However, you still have to try it. Then he said nothing and secretly prepared the wind blade, intending to knock him down by surprise. But Xiaoling's observation skills are also very keen, and he has already noticed the other party's movements. What to do? Should I make the first move? Can I bear the wind blade? Don't move. Just when Eric was about to take action, Xiaoling suddenly shouted. And Xiaoling's shouting actually had an effect. What did you say? Did he notice my actions? Xiaoling forced himself to calm down and then said, I told you not to move. Your ability should be able to create wind blades. You must know that attacks like wind blades have no effect on me. Besides, this is the sea, and it is also my battleground. You cannot be my opponent here. Xiaoling said. Just when Xiaoling thought that his overbearing aura had intimidated the other party became angry. Who are you looking down on? As he spoke, a wind blade struck towards Xiaoling. Maid, you don't follow martial ethics, but you attack by surprise. But Xiaoling would not just wait for the opponent to attack. The next moment he removed the chakra covering on the solace of his feet and instantly entered the water. Xiaoling. On board the Meili, Nami thought Xiaoling had been hit and shouted. "That's all," Eric said. But then he became nervous because he felt the boat underneath him shaking. At this time in the sea, Xiaoling was BG on the bottom of Eric's boat. "No, I'm not sure I can break a boat with my power," Xiaoling thought. In that case, Xiaoling began to form seals with his hands. Wind escape, great breakthrough. Because it was underwater, the power of wind escape combined with the power of water to form a small whirlwind, which directly turned the boat over. Seeing this, Eric jumped up and shot countless wind blades into the water. Xiaoling was actually more flexible underwater than on land, and he kept dodging the attacks of the wind blade. And the wind blade completely tore his boat into pieces. "That's all. Your ship has been shattered by yourself. Let me see how you stay," Xiaoling said with a smile. But the next scene shocked Xiaoling. "I'll go, does this count as cheating?" I saw Eric landing with one foot on the broken wooden board of the boat, and did not fall into the bottom of the sea. On the other side, Luffy and the others on the warship had defeated many marines, and the three of them were panting. "Luffy, there are too many people on the other side. If this continues, we will be dragged to exhaustion by them," Sanji said. Then he lit a cigarette and kicked a marine away. "TCH, if you can't do it, sexy chef, just say you can't do it. Don't take us with you." Zoro chopped down a marine and then said to Sanji. "What? What did you say? How could I not do it? Let's see who can knock down more marines." Hearing Zoro's words, Sanji felt like he was on fire, kicking marine one after another without any mercy. On the main ship, the Major was already sweating profusely. "Major, we have lost most of our people. If this continues," a marine reported to Major Marine. The Major sighed and then waved his hand. "I'll go talk to the Admiral once." Then he entered the cabin of the main ship. In the cabin, a very fat man was still eating meat. "Admiral, most of our people have been defeated by the Straw Hat Boys. If this continues, it is only a matter of time before this main ship will be defeated," the Major reported. The fat admiral seems to be unable to take care of himself. It is no exaggeration to say that he is just a piece of flesh. "How many are there?" the admiral said. "3. "What? 3 of them will defeat you all. You losers are taking pleasure in me," the admiral said angrily. "But, across the street is our unique pirate, Straw Hat Luffy, in the East Daxia Sea," the Major said. "You must know that the dragon pirates are already so powerful, Aaron's bounty is only 20 million. Humph, they might just be making false claims. How could someone be so strong? No matter what, I want to get the 1,000-year dragon. You understand what I mean, Major?" "Yes, sir." The Major looked at the Admiral in front of him with helplessness in his eyes. Conflict with such a big pirate is indeed an irrational thing. "Major, where is Eric?" the Admiral continued to ask. "He has now gone to the enemy ship to capture the little girl, but he encountered the enemy's interception on the way and is now in a tough fight.